you must challenge your limits. This season's special features. This tournament introduces exciting new challenges, unique team skills, man-picked active skills for Clash Squad mode, champion rush format, randomized map order, total prize pool $378,000. Warriors will battle for glory and the ultimate reward. Tournament format. The tournament features two competitive modes, Battle Royale and Clash Squad. Battle Royale, 18 teams, knockout format with 2 phases. Clash Squad, 8 teams in a Swiss stage format. Both modes culminate in a grand finals where champions are crowned. Knockout stage. This is where the battle begins. Survival gets real. Phase 1, April 25 till May 11, 2025. 18 teams divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, with 6 teams each. 3 weeks, 54 intense matches. Daily format. Group A versus Group B versus Group C. Top teams advance, the rest are eliminated. Phase 2, May 16 till June 11, 2025. 1 misstep and you're out. Week 4, only the strong survive. Day 1, top 12 from Phase 1 compete in 6 matches. Only 1 team advances to the grand final. Day 2 and 3, the remaining 11 teams battle alongside underdogs ranked 13th and 14th. 1 winner per day advances to the finals. Week 5, second chances. Days 1, 2, and 3, the same format continues with underdogs ranked 15th to 17th. Each day crowns a new finalist. Week 6, the last chance. The final 11 teams, as well as the 18th team, compete across 3 days in 18 total matches. The top 6 teams will secure a spot in the grand final. No second chances, only the worthy will rise. Clash Squad mode. Before the grand finals, the top 8 teams from Phase 1, based on the overall standings, will clash in a Swiss-style tournament. Key dates. Round 1, May 22. Round 2, May 29. The top 4 teams from this stage will advance to the final day of Clash Squad mode, which follows a single elimination format. The winners gain extra preparation time for the grand final. Grand final, Champion Rush, last squad standing. The ultimate showdown begins. Teams carry their momentum from earlier stages. Objective: reach 80 points and secure a booyah in the next game to be crowned champion. If no team achieves this after 10 matches, the highest scoring team wins. No retries, no excuses, just one path: victory or nothing. New feature: live broadcast situation. This season's live streams will include live in-game challenges. Who will rise? Who will face punishment? Don't miss a single stream. More than a game, it's your legacy on the line. Will you survive or become a legend? Challenge your limits. In the ultimate test of skill and strategy, only the strongest will survive. Welcome to the arena where legends are forged. To claim victory, you must challenge your limits. This season's special features. This tournament introduces exciting new challenges, unique team skills, man-picked active skills for Clash Squad mode, champion rush format, randomized map order, total prize pool $378,000. Warriors will battle for glory and the ultimate reward. Tournament format. The tournament features 2 competitive modes, Battle Royale and Clash Squad. Battle Royale, 18 teams, knockout format with 2 phases. Clash Squad, 8 teams in a Swiss stage format. Both modes culminate in a grand finals where champions are crowned. Knockout stage. This is where the battle begins. Survival gets real. Phase 1, April 25 till May 11, 2025. 18 teams divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, with 6 teams each. 3 weeks, 54 intense matches. Daily format. Group A versus Group B versus Group C. Top teams advance, the rest are eliminated. Phase 2, May 16 till June 11, 2025. 1 misstep and you're out. Week 4, only the strong survive. Day 1, top 12 from Phase 1 compete in 6 matches. Only 1 team advances to the grand final. Day 2 and 3, the remaining 11 teams battle alongside underdogs ranked 13th and 14th. 1 winner per day advances to the finals. Week 5, second chances. Days 1, 2, and 3, the same format continues with underdogs ranked 15th to 17th. Each day crowns a new finalist. Week 6, the last chance. The final 11 teams, as well as the 18th team, compete across 3 days in 18 total matches. The top 6 teams will secure a spot in the grand final. No second chances, only the worthy will rise. Clash Squad mode. Before the grand finals, the top 8 teams from Phase 1, based on the overall standings, will clash in a Swiss-style tournament. Key dates. Round 1, May 22. Round 2, May 29. The top 4 teams from this stage will advance to the final day of Clash Squad mode, which follows a single elimination format. The winners gain extra preparation time for the grand final. Grand final, Champion Rush, last squad standing. The ultimate showdown begins. Teams carry their momentum from earlier stages. Objective: reach 80 points and secure a booyah in the next game to be crowned champion. If no team achieves this after 10 matches, the highest scoring team wins. No retries, no excuses, just one path: victory or nothing. New feature: live broadcast situation. This season's live streams will include live in-game challenges. Who will rise? Who will face punishment? Don't miss a single stream. More than a game, it's your legacy on the line. Will you survive or become a legend? Challenge your limits. In the ultimate test of skill and strategy, only the strongest will survive. Welcome to the arena where legends are forged. To claim victory, you must challenge your limits. This season's special features. This tournament introduces exciting new challenges, unique team skills, man-picked active skills for Clash Squad mode, Champion Rush format, randomized map order. Total prize pool, $378,000 US. Warriors will battle for glory and the ultimate reward. Tournament format. The tournament features 2 competitive modes, Battle Royale and Clash Squad. Battle Royale, 18 teams, knockout format with 2 phases. Clash Squad, 8 teams in a Swiss stage format. Both modes culminate in a grand finals where champions are crowned. Knockout stage. This is where the battle begins. Survival gets real. Phase 1, April 25 till May 11, 2025. 18 teams divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, with 6 teams each. 3 weeks, 54 intense matches. Daily format: Group A versus Group B versus Group C. Top teams advance, the rest are eliminated. Phase 2, May 16 till June 11, 2025. 1 misstep and you're out. Week 4, only the strong survive. Day 1, top 12 from Phase 1 compete in 6 matches. Only one team advances to the grand final. Day 2 and 3, the remaining 11 teams battle alongside underdogs ranked 13th and 14th. One winner per day advances to the finals. Week 5, second chances. Days 1, 2, and 3, the same format continues with underdogs ranked 15th to 17th. Each day crowns a new finalist. Week 6, the last chance. The final 11 teams as well as the 18th team compete across 3 days in 18 total matches. The top 6 teams will secure a spot in the grand final. No second chances, only the worthy will rise. Clash Squad Mode. Before the grand final, the top 8 teams from Phase 1, based on the overall standings, will clash in a Swiss-style tournament. Key dates: Round 1, May 22. Round 2, May 29. The top 4 teams from this stage will advance to the final day of Clash Squad Mode, which follows a single elimination format. The winners gain extra preparation time for the grand final. Grand Final, Champion Rush, last squad standing. The ultimate showdown begins. Teams carry their momentum from earlier stages. Objective: reach 80 points and secure a booyah in the next game to be crowned champion. If no team achieves this after 10 matches, the highest scoring team wins. No retries, no excuses, just one path: victory or nothing. New feature: live broadcast situation. This season's live streams will include live in-game challenges. Who will rise? Who will face punishment? Don't miss a single stream. More than a game, it's your legacy on the line. Will you survive or become a legend? Challenge your limits. In the ultimate test of skill and strategy, only the strongest will survive. Welcome to the arena where legends are forged. To claim victory, you must challenge your limits. This season's special features: this tournament introduces exciting new challenges, unique team skills, man-picked active skills for Clash Squad Mode, Champion Rush format, randomized map order. Total prize pool: $378,000 US. Warriors will battle for glory and the ultimate reward. Tournament format. The tournament features 2 competitive modes: Battle Royale and Clash Squad. Battle Royale, 18 teams, knockout format with 2 phases. Clash Squad, 8 teams in a Swiss stage format. Both modes culminate in a grand finals where champions are crowned. Knockout stage. This is where the battle begins. Survival gets real. Phase 1, April 25 till May 11, 2025. 18 teams divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, with 6 teams each. 3 weeks, 54 intense matches. Daily format: Group A versus Group B versus Group C. Top teams advance, the rest are eliminated. Phase 2, May 16 till June 11, 2025. One misstep and you're out. Week 4, only the strong survive. Day 1, top 12 from Phase 1 compete in 6 matches. Only one team advances to the grand final. Day 2 and 3, the remaining 11 teams battle alongside underdogs ranked 13th and 14th. One winner per day advances to the finals. Week 5, second chances. Days 1, 2, and 3, the same format continues with underdogs ranked 15th to 17th. Each day crowns a new finalist. Week 6, the last chance. The final 11 teams, as well as the 18th team, compete across 3 days in 18 total matches. The top 6 teams will secure a spot in the grand final. No second chances, only the worthy will rise. Clash Squad Mode. Before the grand finals, the top 8 teams from Phase 1, based on the overall standings, will clash in a Swiss-style tournament. Key dates: Round 1, May 22. Round 2, May 29. The top 4 teams from this stage will advance to the final day of Clash Squad Mode, which follows a single elimination format. The winners gain extra preparation time for the grand final. Grand Final, Champion Rush, Last Squad Standing. The ultimate showdown begins. Teams carry their momentum from earlier stages. Objective: reach 80 points and secure a booyah in the next game to be crowned champion. If no team achieves this after 10 matches, the highest scoring team wins. No retries, no excuses, just one path: victory or nothing. New feature: live broadcast situation. This season's live streams will include live in-game challenges. Who will rise? Who will face punishment? Don't miss a single stream. More than a game, it's your legacy on the line. Will you survive or become a legend? Challenge your limits. In the ultimate test of skill and strategy, only the strongest will survive. Welcome to the arena where legends are forged. To claim victory, you must challenge your limits. This season's special features. This tournament introduces exciting new challenges, unique team skills, man-picked active skills for Clash Squad Mode, Champion Rush format, randomized map order. Total prize pool: $378,000 US. Warriors will battle for glory and the ultimate reward. Tournament format. The tournament features 2 competitive modes: Battle Royale and Clash Squad. Battle Royale, 18 teams, knockout format with 2 phases. Clash Squad, 8 teams in a Swiss stage format. Both modes culminate in a grand finals where champions are crowned. Knockout stage. This is where the battle begins. Survival gets real. Phase 1, April 25 till May 11, 2025. 18 teams divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, with 6 teams each. 3 weeks, 54 intense matches. Daily format: Group A versus Group B versus Group C. Top teams advance, the rest are eliminated. Phase 2, May 16 till June 11, 2025. 1 misstep and you're out. Week 4, only the strong survive. Day 1, top 12 from Phase 1 compete in 6 matches. Only 1 team advances to the grand final. Day 2 and 3, the remaining 11 teams battle alongside underdogs ranked 13th and 14th. 1 winner per day.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. This is the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Spring 2025. It's another exciting day for all survivors out there because today we are jumping into Clash Squad mode with the top 8 teams from Phase 1 of the knockout stage. Today, there are no drops, no revives, no third party, only team versus team close quarter combat. And on the caster says, I am Neptune the Gentleman Garcia with the one and only the Mustachio Agent.
It's going to be an exciting day, brother. I think the teams are going to go all out. They obviously have to go all out because only one chance, right? You lose the series and you are out. You don't get to play for the extra bit of money. And there's a lot of money as usual here in the world of Free Fire. Absolutely delighted. The Clash Squad is now officially part of FFWS Sea in the main event, right? We've got 2 days in total. I'm looking forward to both of them, 22nd as well as the 29th. But of course, all of this action, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, is brought to you by our amazing partners, Red Bull. We welcome Red Bull as the official energy drink partner for both the spring and fall FFWS Sea 2025 seasons. It has been powering me up in a very, very big way throughout this whole competition. I think everybody has been able to hear the energy through the screen, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. And that's what made me envious at some point. That's why I got mine as well, as you can see in the background.
Oh, yeah.
I have a few for myself. I have one as well, and kept it a little bit for reserve later on because you know how it is. You doesn't have to chug it all for that energy.
Oh, yeah.
You just have to get a few, and then
yeah.
later on, you will be having that much energy as well as getting refreshed because it is like it tastes different. They're giving you a different vibe.
See, just because you shaved away all of your white hair on the side, you can't hide your wisdom. You see, that's wisdom right there. Don't finish the whole can straight away, okay? It's a 4-hour broadcast. And that's a mistake I made on the first day, Neptune. I was bouncing off the walls on the first day. If you guys go back and watch day number 1, I chugged down the whole can before the show started, all right? Because I can never get enough of these energy drinks. And then I opened the second can at the start of the show. I didn't drink it. I just kept it. Yeah, I should have just stick with one can, bro. This is the good stuff.
Speaking of good stuff, we are showing the good stuff right now. The prize pool for everyone who is participating in the Clash Squad mode. And, well, with the champions right now, there will be an additional $30,000 US.
The 8th team, and that is insane because everybody walks away with a bonus just because they made it into the top 8. They already have a bonus of 2,500 USD, but they have a potential to play for up to 10K and then later up to 30K USD. Once again, 22nd of May. Yes, today's a very special day, Neptune. And then the 29th of May, that's the second day of our Swiss stage. Today we start things off here at the quarterfinals, semifinals, as well as the grand finals will be on the 13th of June.
Now, if you're looking at the Swiss stage, it indicates a few numbers out there. For those of you who don't know Swiss stage format, it matches everyone who has the same score line against each other, but it will still be randomized. We will explain it a little bit more later once we start off the game, and then we find out who will be proceeding to the next level. But that's basically a scenario that we have right now for the Swiss stage format before we head into the semifinals as well as the grand finals.
Yeah, absolutely right. So I looked at the bracketing and I was like, okay, this is an interesting bracketing, right? Because you still do have an option of perhaps making something happen for yourself. But this is where we throw yet another twist into this whole thing. Unique active skills, but because it's Clash Squad, because we only have 8 players on the battlefield, we're gonna have 1 active skill per player on the game. So you're gonna have 8 different active skills out there in total.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, that makes it exciting. It features more of the active skill and as well as how they utilize it. It's pretty much like in Battle Royale, it just has been pretty much the same, only a few adjustments, but right now we can see how those active skills can be used not only as Clash Squad mode. If you see the potential that it can be used in Battle Royale, then that is one thing that you can learn as well from this broadcast.
From Indonesia, we've got 3 teams stepping up: RRQ, EBOS Divine, Bigatron Delta. Vietnam has got 2 representatives in WAG and GOW. Thailand, on the other hand, has got 3 in Burirab Falcons as well as Virtus Pro. Malaysia, unfortunately,
unfortunately does not feel any team here at Clash Squad. It's a pity because Vamos almost made it, right? And that's exactly why you gotta hustle a little bit early. But these are the boys that went all the way. Now, this is the Clash Squad bracketing. We have the first series in here, and depending on how the results go, whether they win or they lose, the second bracket will be set up. And then, of course, if you lose that, you are out of the competition. The winners will move on to the next spot.
And also, the beginning of our Clash Squad bracket is dependent as well on their placement on phase 1 of the knockout stage. So the first seed, or the one who got the number 1 spot, goes against the number 8, which is RRQ versus Virtus Pro. And it goes down pretty much as that. So it just like is jumbled a little bit, but that is the format that we have right now. So this is one thing though that boggles me right now that we're jumping into Clash Squad, because some of the teams might have predicted where they will be in this Clash Squad mode.
Obviously, that was part of the plan this whole time, right? You want to be able to kind of see exactly who you take on, but at the same time, if you're aiming for the number 1 spot, you are obviously going to have the better end of this stick as well, right? You are facing off against a team that's ranked 8th, and they are ranked 8th for many reasons. Now, obviously, you're not looking for the final circle. You're not battling against... Okay, you are battling against them. But you're not looking for the final circle like how you do so in the Battle Royales. Here, you're purely looking for those eliminations, but the eliminations also plays a key role in telling you how threatening is a team. And if you're on the number 1 spot, you're probably getting a lot of those eliminations. Going up against the 8th team puts you at an edge, but I don't know, man. Today, I'm hoping to see some shockers. I'm hoping to see mainly because we have got the active skills part of things here. Now, I don't know if you're going to execute another part of it, which is the active skill ban. If we are going through with that plan, that's going to be a whole new game changer here, Nephew.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if you're going to choose something to ban, you can ban Coda or Clue or anything that gives information, especially in close quarter combat, because that throws off the game. We play some games. We experienced that so far, and we took that as an advantage, and even they were used against us.
Coda is a freaking hack, bro. Right now. Okay, Coda is a legal hack. All right, Garena just said like, okay. You know what? There's so many kids out there who are desperate to use these hacks, hit the booyah, just to go out there and win a couple of Clash Squad matches. Why don't we bring in a legal hack? If you really want to see through walls, we will let you see through walls, but not for a long time. We also allow your opponents to see through walls, and that's the fairness level in this game, right? I hear some people saying like, oh, the game has got auto aim. Yeah, but you do know your opponents have auto aim as well. That makes the playing field even instantaneously, and that's what's beautiful about it. I mean, obviously, that's exactly, you're talking about the information fighting skills, right? There are also some of these defensive skills. There are some of these skills that gives you the EP. You might want to take the Skylar out of the contention, where it's going to be very helpful in some of these late rounds where the winning team obviously has got a lot of those blue walls. And let's say if it goes the distance on a 3-3, and we are on our 7th round, for example, and that final round where you have got all the coins in the world, but you can buy those glue walls, this is where the Skylar is going to come in handy, right? So, there's so many things that could be determined in terms of which skills get banned out, which skills do get dragged in. And because first of all, Garena broke it, Nep, by not allowing that one team to run the 4 Tatsuyas. But now you're only going to see that one Tatsuya in the whole game. Your opponents don't get to bring in the Tatsuya. If you bring in the Tatsuya, I think I love that a little bit more.
If you are the only one who can rush, then hopefully you have a backup as well. So that's one thing, though.
You're the only one with the electrotherapy, bro.
Yeah, exactly. So if you will be able to choose both electrotherapy and Cassie, that Tatsuya, Rebel Rush, and electrotherapy, then you would be unbeatable. Yeah, and that's how it is. You need to set them apart. Yeah. If one team will be able to choose that, you need to steal it away. You know how the combination are, especially when it comes to Battle Royale. And speaking of Battle Royale, though, for those of you who are not fans of Clash Squad mode, you better watch these games, because this will give you information as well, how to survive in Battle Royale, because everything, all the maps that are being played is within the same map. It's within the same area. So it's just more of how quickly it can be done and how fast it can be done by the teams as well. There's no different overall.
Wait, hold up. I just opened this YouTube chat and I see happy birthdays here, and someone's asking me where's their gift. It's my birthday. Why would I give you a gift? So much for these wishes, guys. I don't know who's the one that started it up there. Neptune, I think it's you. It could be you.
I haven't touched my keyboard.
You did? Okay. I don't know who found out why. Thank you very much, guys. You guys are really, really sweet. You know, even if it's my birthday, it's still a work day, okay? I was given an option. I was given an option on whether or not I want to go out and celebrate my birthday with my loved ones, or whether I want to come here and shoutcast Clash Squad for the very first time on the official stage for FFWS Sea. And guess what? I chose them.
Yeah, I mean, I know.
Prizes.
I know.
No prizes. Let's go, baby.
You know how it is, like, at this age in time, like, you prioritize in things that would make you a little bit happy, or your birthday a little bit happier later on. So that is a decision that you need to do, especially for the kids out there. But looking at the map order, and this is no one's decision, or I don't know, probably production or anyone else, but this is game 3 or 3 games of the maps Nextera, Kalahari, and Bermuda. And if I'm not mistaken, this is currently what's going on in game as well. These are the 3 available maps that we have on rack.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I obviously want to play a little bit of Solara as well. Solara released yesterday. I don't know if you guys have jumped into Solara. Solara's freaking amazing, bro. I mean, it's a game changer. I love those grind rails, and having the grind rails part of Battle Royale is one thing. Having it part of Clash Squad is a whole other, helping you reposition it instantaneously. I don't know if you have felt being shot off one of those grind rails yet or not, but I most definitely have, and it is not fun.
It's one thing though. I mean, there's an area wherein you spawn specifically beside your team. I think that was just somewhere in the hub. But right now we have our map, rather the character skill picks. And, well, we have seen Steffi as well as A124 being banned, so I guess it is true. We get to ban skills right here.
Beautiful, man. I absolutely love this. This is next level stuff, right? Have you ever imagined having the skills, bans, and picks? I think we actually talked about this in the previous Clash Squad. So, I mean, Garena, you guys are freaking amazing, man. This is just next level stuff. Steffi out of the equation. You don't get to, you know, block off some of these very heavy grenades that obviously RRQ Kazu wants to rain down on Virtus Pro, and Virtus Pro is going to disable the disabling from the side of RRQ Kazu. But of course, I am a little bit curious as to how this is going to go. RRQ Kazu bringing in the Tatsuya very early on. Dutz is probably going to be bringing this Tatsuya in, or it could be Kiba as well. I don't know if there's going to be any rearranging of skills that comes on through here.
Oh, we have Oscar and Zane being picked. So I guess there's an opportunity, though, right now for RRQ Kazu to also pull in a Kazi, as we talked about earlier. But once we look at both of this, you know how it is, rushing in up close and then knocking them off, as well as the extreme encounter from Zane.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, right. And Koda, freaking hell. RRQ Kazu is going full-on meta here with their picks. You've got that Koda. You're obviously going to be spotting out Virtus Pro and their positions very, very early on. I wonder if or not Abe is going to be bringing in maybe a Moko to tag them up as well, share that information around with everyone. You've got the Cassie and the electrotherapy. We just talked about the electrotherapy and the Tatsuya combo. I can't believe RRQ is hitting us with a big one very early on. And Virtus Pro is just going, you know, I don't even know where they're going with this, but it's very creative. Oscar Zane, you broke that down. Sentino, in Clash Squad, Sentino's a beast, bro, right? And Clue is going to kind of give you that information very early on. RRQ Kazu with the Iris and the sniper shots, seeing people through those glue walls. But you're seeing that Iris probably work very, very late in the game as well, man.
Yeah, I mean, once you have those glue walls available, then that's where you'll be able to mark them. But early part of the game, you don't have all those resources, so it's dependent on the Koda that they can use it, and as well as you did mention, if they have Moko on them, and if they just got one hit, you will be able to spot them and track them down. So far, to break this down, it's meta on the left-hand side, It's, well, BR meta, usual that we see on the left-hand side, and then a Clash Squad meta that we have on the right-hand side. It's a good thing that Oscar has been is available as well, because we keep talking about the duel between Tatsuya and Oscar in terms of rushing, and there's an option that they can use if in case Tatsuya will be taken out from the list.
Yeah, most definitely. You know what I want to see one day? So I'm just going to throw my wish out there early so Garina knows this. Garina, Mustachio has got a birthday wish. I want global bans in Free Fire Clash Squad. Global bans meaning once a character is picked, they don't get to pick that same character again for the next round. Neptune, I think that's going to be next level. I think there's just an extra layer of torture, and I think we've got enough characters in the game to kind of play around with that. Worst case scenario, just global bans on the active skills use. I think that's going to make things very, very spicy, but let me stop dreaming for the time being, and let's continue breaking down this upcoming match between RRQ and Virtus.pro. Virtus.pro hasn't been able to prove their worth out there in terms of getting high numbers of eliminations just yet. And that is really going to matter once again in this upcoming matchup, bro.
That's one thing though. What surprises me is we know how Virtus.pro uses Cassie so much, and RRQ Kazu didn't even ban it from the beginning. So they might have been thinking of using it, or I don't know, they are just letting that go if in case Virtus.pro will be taking that. But they didn't take it for the first two. They grabbed that Oscar and then Zane, and that was a high time for them to use it. Not because we mentioned it, because that's really something that is a pure meta in Clash Squad.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. Although I have not used it personally myself, I've only seen the viability of Oscar, but I do not have the skills of rushing straight at my opponents and not getting shot down to the ground, all right? I'm the kind of guy that hides behind boxes as long as possible and then dies.
I have that capability of rushing in, but the second part that you did mention often happens. I get taken down, and all I have to do is give them the information of where the guy is.
No, you don't have to tell me. I was in that match with you. So as you guys can tell, Neptune and I have been having a lot of fun on Clash Squad. We were looking forward to the release of Solara. Solara has been really, really fun to play on. But I'm actually surprised we're not seeing Solara out there in the Clash Squad battle today. But it doesn't really matter, because at the end of the day, we're just looking for the qualifiers into the next stage in this Swiss round. So I think I'm just looking forward to seeing exactly which team can dominate as much as possible today. Who's just going to get, those straight up wins up against their opponents. Whether or not we're going to see any upsets here. If Virtus.pro actually walks away, like what you said, the meta picks for Clash Squad, if they walk away with the victory, I'll actually be quite surprised, because I'm more of a RRQ setup sort of a guy. I'm not feeling the Virtus.pro lineup here, bro.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that might have might throw RRQ, Kazu, Santino, and Glue. Definitely, that's something that has been oftenly used. We've seen that in game, and even for those playing Clash Squad, like being able to put in a distraction from that shape splitter, and then getting information as well from that clue, tracing steps. So that really is an advantage already. But the Valiant Dash as well as Extreme Encounter, I haven't seen this personally, but we'll have to find out how they are going to use this at this point. Because later on, I think I think Virtus.pro is just playing it from the early game that they can throw something off, and then later towards the latter part of this game in Clash Squad, they can get back to the usual meta and then go for their strong side. Yeah,
I think that is a very big possibility, but it's all about the execution, right? You may have a very good idea in your head, and then you go out there, and then you get shot down. It has happened to me too many times. So, and of course, we're going to look at resource management as well. We have to look at the pistol rounds. We have to look at exactly who's getting some of these crazy headshots out there with the M500. Those things are going to be very, very crucial and important, because of course, if the match gets extended, the more number of rounds you have, you're going to be able to pick up the money in the later rounds, buy your guns, and try to make a comeback. But if you've already got a decent enough lead, you can end the game very, very early on, right? And I think that's something that RRQ is looking for in this first matchup as well. We do apologize, though, guys. We do understand that you are waiting for the match to start. guess what? As shoutcasters, we are waiting for the exact same thing too. We've got a little bit of a delay on the lobby. So, and you guys know, I mean, if you're a player, if you've joined any streamer's custom lobby, or if you're a streamer and you run your own custom lobby, you know, okay, it takes a while to start some of these lobbies. You're like, please join the lobby, please join. Then these guys are not joining. It's going to take a little bit of time there.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's also if in case there are a little bit of issues from both sides, there will be definitely delay because it's a good thing that we're only talking about like a few players, a few players out here and not specifically the entire 12 teams because we only had to deal with 8 players and any issues that they're encountering right now, whether it's device, whether it's internet, and that can be fixed quite easily. But again, we just want to make sure that everyone is playing on prime specs in their network, in their devices, in every aspect as well. So please hang on because the show or the battle will be starting in a bit as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to start in a little bit. We don't know how long, all right? We are paid to keep you entertained once the match starts. That's exactly what we're here to do. So, obvious start time, anyone fan. The time to start is now, all right? But in fact, we should have started about 10 minutes ago. But so obviously, there's a little bit of a delay. So, we're just waiting. In the mean, I think I've already run out of things to break down in terms of the lineup from the side of RRQ as well as Virtus Pro, right? As a matter of fact, let's take a look and see at some of these other teams here and what the possibility of them making it to the next step is going to be here. There's just no way of telling, is there, Nev? Because this is a brand new condition put out in here. The active skills condition is a game changer. It has been a game changer in Battle Royale, and obviously it's going to make a big difference here in Clash Squad as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the active skill and even the passive will change as well compared to what we often see in Battle Royale. But another thing is the pets. I was reviewing like Clash Squad, and they can use the pets as well to their advantage, especially the Beaston. With if you have that opportunity to grab a grenade and or probably a dragon freeze, you'll be able to throw it a little bit further, as well as the direct key. It will be used even more because you'll be able to spot opponents that are healing up. And you also have flash. If you're like me, who once you get shot, you turn around, then you should use a flash because you will protect. It will protect your back while you run away, and as well as a Rocky that will help your active skill like cool down, speed up a little bit.
I very rarely run away in Clash Squad because by the time I take the first step, I'm already knocked onto the ground already. But I will
crawl
try.
Away.
Oh, it's so miserable. You know, the game just tortures you. You're just rubbing salt in your wounds as you try to crawl away, and the guy is shooting your butt from the back. My goodness me. Of course, top 12 teams qualifying for Week 5, Day 1 is also AG Global, Bigatron Delta, EVOS, Flash, GOW Heavy, Onyx, P Esports, Visaka Sriwijaya, Vamos, VP, as well as WAG.
Yeah, definitely these teams that we are looking forward to be able to play on the next Battle Royale. This is one thing that we want to see as well, because the introduction of a new team into this mix to find their way to get that #1 spot. We've seen that from the previous day of Battle Royale. It's very, very close. It was very, very close that Onyx Olympus, who was like just introduced for that specific day, and they are rocking the top spot of the leaderboard. But we know how it is. Brave United just wants to get that #1 spot. They want to rest easy so that they are prepared as well for what's happening today, which is Clash Squad.
I hate it. Buriram sucks because they qualified already, and I couldn't shoutcast their qualifiers. So I'm no longer a Buriram fan. I'm making it well known right here, right now, because they qualified early. Dude, I was waiting for Buriram to whoop some good butt, okay, on the final week of qualifiers, just to see them go through 18 games to torture all of those teams who thought they were going to have 18 easy matches, all right? But then these boys went and rest already. I'm a disappointed kid now.
That's one thing, though. I mean, that's one thing for that team. They don't want to be predictable, and I mentioned that at some point when I took them out from my prediction because they made it easy for us. Well, it made it difficult for us to predict them.
Yeah.
Made it easy for us to count them out as something that you can even think what they are, what's on their mind right now. So. Let's just throw it away. Wait for the grand finals. And then at that point, there's not so much to hope for, but to get that number one.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And once again, thank you so much for all of the birthday wishes. You guys have been, amazing. You guys are so sweet. Don't forget to hit that like on the broadcast as well, regardless of which platform you're joining us on. And if you want to join the conversation as well, if you want to say some cute stuff that will melt Neptune's heart, you can join us on the YouTube chat on the Free Fire Esports official YouTube channel. Hop on in there, hit that like, and join us in this conversation. At this point of time, the conversation is about how the whole world wants this match to start, including the casters. Don't worry, we are on your side, all right? But we can't do much, bro.
Yeah, we don't have that button. We don't have that button to start the game. And, well, it's one thing, though. I'm thankful for that. Well, for most instances, but not for this case. But once again, thank you very much for those who are jumping in the comment section of YouTube, especially Vic right now, who really feels us, who really knows how it feels to stretch it like a rubber band. Hopefully it doesn't break.
Vic's a brother already by now, right? Vic, Lucky, who else? We've got Hardik Patel in the chat. Yeah. I mean, these guys are all brothers already. Like every single day of the broadcast, they have appeared here time and time again, joining us in the conversation to a point where we remember their name, Neptune. That's next level stuff, right?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's one thing. There's a lot more that have been conversing with us, especially when I'm not shoutcasting, because I'm a keyboard warrior myself. Like, if I'm not casting, I will. That's why I had a hashtag Ask Neptune every time I'm not on the desk. Hashtag Ask Neptune. Every question I tried to answer, and thankfully I was able to answer them, even if it's like something that I don't know. I just answered them that I don't have any information that yet.
Most of the information you've been able to provide. That's why they're in love with you, right? So guys, we do apologize. I mean, obviously it's taking a little bit of time, but would you prefer to hear Neptune and I talk a bunch of nonsense, or do you prefer to look at the break screen? Obviously, you don't want to look at the break screen, right? So you just got to chill with us, man. We would love to start the match as well. Don't you think that I said no to my wife to celebrate my birthday, going out to a special restaurant and cutting a cake? Okay, I said no to all of that because I came here because I wanted to see some Clash Squad matches, bro. Obviously, I want them to start the match too, but sometimes we don't get what we want, bro.
And at some point, if you don't get what you want, you shouldn't be bothered. You should still be happy. You still should be happy because you have a chance to ask for what you want. You might not get it, but at least you have a chance to ask for it.
and in my experience, most of the time, you will get it if you're a good kid, all right? Santa Claus might not be able to provide it, but you might be able to get it for yourself. This is the tournament format. No idea why we're looking at this at this point of time. For Battle Royale, we're not going to talk about this at this point of time. We're only going to talk about the Clash Squad Switch stage. That is week 5 and week 6 on the 22nd of May, that is today, and 7 days from now on the 29th of May, we'll have the Swiss stage, and then the grand finals for Clash Squad happens on the 13th of June.
Yeah, I mean, that's something a day before the Battle Royale mode grand finals, and that is something to really look forward to, especially once we see what is going to happen for today. And that's like, I don't think everyone has seen Clash Squad being put in an official tournament, and we are the first. I think Southeast Asia is first that is putting it in broadcast. Other regions might be doing it as well, but we are taking that lead right now.
You want to know why, Nep?
A little bit of
Southeast Asia rocks.
Yeah, we know that. We know that. Everybody knows that.
Even Brazil knows that. Well, they can't wait to kick our butts again. Let's go, man.
Well, they will have a chance, or it will be the other way around. We'll have to see. We'll have to see them. because you know how it is. Like the duo, the revenge factor, avenging as well as taking it back to your region. That is pretty much like the overall storyline, especially when it goes into the world stage, the World Series, as well as when we jump into EWC like mid of this year.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, the week 5 is coming up, and then we've got one final week of the knockout stages for Battle Royale, and that's where the final 12 teams will do Battle Nap, and the top 6 teams will be the final teams that makes it to the grand finals. The bottom 6 teams on that final week of the knockout stage will get eliminated, and by the looks of things, it's anybody's game out there, because most of the top dogs have already been taken out of the fight already, and we're gonna have a few more of them make that qualifier. In fact, 3 more make that qualifier in this coming week. Actually, in the coming few days. Today is Thursday, so Friday, Saturday, Sunday is when they qualify. So that's going to be interesting. I really wonder if we're going to see any one of the underdogs qualify early as well.
I sure hope so. I mean, we've already taken down the top dogs, or most of them, and then there's a huge chance, especially with what we've seen in the previous broadcast, and that will be a motivation, actually. If they can throw off the tactics of, like, the higher ranking teams in the current lineup that we have in Battle Royale, then they will be able to just adjust that a little bit, use that as perspective to use it towards the grand finals, because it doesn't really have that much gap, especially from what we've seen in the gameplay of RRQ, Kazu, Falcons, as well as Buream United from the early parts of the knockout stage. And I'm pretty sure with more quicker analysis, as well as decision making, more of the homework, they'll be able to find out any of the weakness.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's exactly what we're looking for in here as well. But at the same time, you know, instead of the other teams looking out for your weakness, you can also sharpen your skills, go out there, practice a few strats that you know for sure can bring you a couple of booyahs on your side. I mean, we've seen RRQ sharpen their skills over many seasons. You know, first they focused on finding the final circle. They were never really focused on getting those eliminations, and then they focused purely on eliminations, but not really looking for that final circle. And step by step, season after season, you know, World Series after World Series, they just got better and better, and now they are one of the biggest threats. In fact, they are the first team to qualify for the finals here on this brand new format. That just proves how much you can really move forward if you never give up and you continuously put in the right effort here.
And there's a reason as well why they were dubbed as a mastermind. Remember the first challenge that they are part of, they were titled the mastermind. So it's all that homework, all that like thinking, really, putting it to work. And it just shows they are the first on the grand finals, and there's a huge chance as well that they will be able to grab this against the other regions, because I don't know, knockout stage as a reference, they look like that they're not showing up compared to what we've seen in previous seasons or the previous year of competition from this stage of battle.
Yeah, okay. So Anup, I'm not cutting my hair because I'm actually growing it out. And we are actually going to be taking a little bit of an extended break, guys. You see, you guys complained so much to a point where the broadcast manager's like, okay, guys, you know, the chat doesn't like seeing your faces. Let's just take a break so that they can look at the break screen for a little bit. See, this is why you got to appreciate your casters, man. We're going to take a quick short break, or however long it is, whilst we solve this problem. When we come back, we've got some Clash Squad waiting for you guys. Don't go anywhere, all right? We'll see you guys in a little bit.
Only the worthy will rise. Clash Squad mode. Before the grand finals, the top 8 teams from Phase 1, based on the overall standings, will clash in a Swiss-style tournament. Key dates: Round 1, May 22. Round 2, May 29. The top 4 teams from this stage will advance to the final day of Clash Squad mode, which follows a single elimination format. The winners gain extra preparation time for the Grand Final. Grand Final. Champion Rush. Last squad standing. The ultimate showdown begins. Teams carry their momentum from earlier stages. Objective: reach 80 points and secure a booyah in the next game to be crowned champion. If no team achieves this after 10 matches, the highest scoring team wins. No retries, no excuses, just one path: victory or nothing. New feature: live broadcast situation. This season's live streams will include live in-game challenges. Who will rise? Who will face punishment? Don't miss a single stream. More than a game, it's your legacy on the line. Will you survive or become a legend? Challenge your limits. In the ultimate test of skill and strategy, only the strongest will survive. Welcome to the arena where legends are forged. To claim victory, you must challenge your limits. This season's special features. This tournament introduces exciting new challenges, unique team skills, man-picked active skills for Clash Squad mode, champion rush format, randomized map order, total prize pool $378,000 US. Warriors will battle for glory and the ultimate reward. Tournament format. The tournament features two competitive modes, Battle Royale and Clash Squad. Battle Royale, 18 teams, knockout format with 2 phases. Clash Squad, 8 teams in a Swiss stage format. Both modes culminate in a grand finals where champions are crowned. Knockout stage. This is where the battle begins. Survival gets real. Phase 1, April 25 till May 11, 2025. 18 teams divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, with 6 teams each. 3 weeks, 54 intense matches. Daily format. Group A versus Group B versus Group C. Top teams advance, the rest are eliminated. Phase 2, May 16 till June 11, 2025. 1 misstep and you're out. Week 4, only the strong survive. Day 1, top 12 from Phase 1 compete in 6 matches. Only 1 team advances to the grand final. Day 2 and 3, the remaining 11 teams battle alongside underdogs ranked 13th and 14th. 1 winner per day advances to the finals. Week 5, second chances. Days 1, 2, and 3, the same format continues with underdogs ranked 15th to 17th. Each day crowns a new finalist. Week 6, the last chance. The final 11 teams, as well as the 18th team, compete across 3 days in 18 total matches. The top 6 teams will secure a spot in the grand final. No second chances, only the worthy will rise. Clash Squad mode. Before the grand finals, the top 8 teams from Phase 1, based on the overall standings, will clash in a Swiss-style tournament. Key dates. Round 1, May 22. Round 2, May 29. The top 4 teams from this stage will advance to the final day of Clash Squad mode, which follows a single elimination format. The winners gain extra preparation time for the grand final. Grand final, Champion Rush, last squad standing. The ultimate showdown begins. Teams carry their momentum from earlier stages. Objective: reach 80 points and secure a booyah in the next game to be crowned champion. If no team achieves this after 10 matches, the highest scoring team wins. No retries, no excuses, just one path: victory or nothing. New feature, live broadcast situation. This season's live streams will include live in-game challenges. Who will rise? Who will face punishment? Don't miss a single stream. More than a game, it's your legacy on the line. Will you survive or become a legend? Challenge your limits. In the ultimate test of skill and strategy, only the strongest will survive. Welcome to the arena where legends are forged. To claim victory, you must challenge your limits. This season's special features. This tournament introduces exciting new challenges, unique team skills, man-picked active skills for Clash Squad mode, champion rush format, randomized map order, total prize pool $378,000. Warriors will battle for glory and the ultimate reward. Tournament format. The tournament features two competitive modes, Battle Royale and Clash Squad. Battle Royale, 18 teams, knockout format with 2 phases. Clash Squad, 8 teams in a Swiss stage format. Both modes culminate in a grand finals where champions are crowned. Knockout stage. This is where the battle begins. Survival gets real. Phase 1, April 25 till May 11, 2025. 18 teams divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, with 6 teams each. 3 weeks, 54 intense matches. Daily format. Group A versus Group B versus Group C. Top teams advance, the rest are eliminated. Phase 2, May 16 till June 11, 2025. 1 misstep and you're out. Week 4, only the strong survive. Day 1, top 12 from Phase 1 compete in 6 matches. Only 1 team advances to the grand final. Day 2 and 3, the remaining 11 teams battle alongside underdogs ranked 13th and 14th. 1 winner per day advances to the finals. Week 5, second chances. Days 1, 2, and 3, the same format continues with underdogs ranked 15th to 17th. Each day crowns a new finalist. Week 6, the last chance. The final 11 teams, as well as the 18th team, compete across 3 days in 18 total matches. The top 6 teams will secure a spot in the grand final. No second chances, only the worthy will rise. Clash Squad mode. Before the grand finals, the top 8 teams from Phase 1, based on the overall standings, will clash in a Swiss-style tournament. Key dates. Round 1, May 22. Round 2, May 29. The top 4 teams from this stage will advance to the final day of Clash Squad mode, which follows a single elimination format. The winners gain extra preparation time for the grand final. Grand final, Champion Rush, last squad standing. The ultimate showdown begins. Teams carry their momentum from earlier stages. Objective: reach 80 points and secure a booyah in the next game to be crowned champion. If no team achieves this after 10 matches, the highest scoring team wins. No retries, no excuses, just one path: victory or nothing. New feature: live broadcast situation. This season's live streams will include live in-game challenges. Who will rise? Who will face punishment? Don't miss a single stream. More than a game, it's your legacy on the line. Will you survive or become a legend? Challenge your limits. In the ultimate test of skill and strategy, only the strongest will survive. Welcome to the arena where legends are forged. To claim victory, you must challenge your limits. This season's special features. This tournament introduces exciting new challenges, unique team skills, man-picked active skills for Clash Squad mode, champion rush format, randomized map order, total prize pool $378,000. Warriors will battle for glory and the ultimate reward. Tournament format. The tournament features 2 competitive modes, Battle Royale and Clash Squad. Battle Royale, 18 teams, knockout format with 2 phases. Clash Squad, 8 teams in a Swiss stage format. Both modes culminate in a grand finals where champions are crowned. Knockout stage. This is where the battle begins. Survival gets real. Phase 1, April 25 till May 11, 2025. 18 teams divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, with 6 teams each. 3 weeks, 54 intense matches. Daily format. Group A versus Group B versus Group C. Top teams advance, the rest are eliminated. Phase 2, May 16 till June 11, 2025. 1 misstep and you're out. Week 4, only the strong survive. Day 1, top 12 from Phase 1 compete in 6 matches. Only 1 team advances to the grand final. Day 2 and 3, the remaining 11 teams battle alongside underdogs ranked 13th and 14th. 1 winner per day advances to the finals. Week 5, second chances. Days 1, 2, and 3, the same format continues with underdogs ranked 15th to 17th. Each day crowns a new finalist. Week 6, the last chance. The final 11 teams, as well as the 18th team, compete across 3 days in 18 total matches. The top 6 teams will secure a spot in the grand final. No second chances, only the worthy will rise. Clash Squad mode. Before the grand final, the top 8 teams from Phase 1, based on the overall standings, will clash in a Swiss-style tournament. Key dates. Round 1, May 22. Round 2, May 29. The top 4 teams from this stage will advance to the final day of Clash Squad mode, which follows a single elimination format. The winners gain extra preparation time for the grand final. Grand final, Champion Rush, last squad standing. The ultimate showdown begins. Teams carry their momentum from earlier stages. Objective: reach 80 points and secure a booyah in the next game to be crowned champion. If no team achieves this after 10 matches, the highest scoring team wins. No retries, no excuses, just one path: victory or nothing. New feature: live broadcast situation. This season's live streams will include live in-game challenges. Who will rise? Who will face punishment? Don't miss a single stream. More than a game, it's your legacy on the line. Will you survive or become a legend? Challenge your limits. In the ultimate test of skill and strategy, only the strongest will survive. Welcome to the arena where legends are forged. To claim victory, you must challenge your limits. This season's special features. This tournament introduces exciting new challenges, unique team skills, man-picked active skills for Clash Squad mode, Champion Rush format, randomized map order. Total prize pool, $378,000 US. Warriors will battle for glory and the ultimate reward. Tournament format. The tournament features 2 competitive modes, Battle Royale and Clash Squad. Battle Royale, 18 teams, knockout format with 2 phases. Clash Squad, 8 teams in a Swiss stage format. Both modes culminate in a grand finals where champions are crowned. Knockout stage. This is where the battle begins. Survival gets real. Phase 1, April 25 till May 11, 2025. 18 teams divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, with 6 teams each. 3 weeks, 54 intense matches. Daily format: Group A versus Group B versus Group C. Top teams advance, the rest are eliminated. Phase 2, May 16 till June 11, 2025. 1 misstep and you're out. Week 4, only the strong survive. Day 1, top 12 from Phase 1 compete in 6 matches. Only one team advances to the grand final. Day 2 and 3, the remaining 11 teams battle alongside underdogs ranked 13th and 14th. One winner per day advances to the finals. Week 5, second chances. Days 1, 2, and 3, the same format continues with underdogs ranked 15th to 17th. Each day crowns a new finalist. Week 6, the last chance. The final 11 teams as well as the 18th team compete across 3 days in 18 total matches. The top 6 teams will secure a spot in the grand final. No second chances, only the worthy will rise. Clash Squad Mode. Before the grand final, the top 8 teams from Phase 1, based on the overall standings, will clash in a Swiss-style tournament. Key dates: Round 1, May 22. Round 2, May 29. The top 4 teams from this stage will advance to the final day of Clash Squad Mode, which follows a single elimination format. The winners gain extra preparation time for the grand final. Grand Final, Champion Rush, Last Squad Standing. The ultimate showdown begins. Teams carry their momentum from earlier stages. Objective: reach 80 points and secure a booyah in the next game to be crowned champion. If no team achieves this after 10 matches, the highest scoring team wins. No retries, no excuses, just one path: victory or nothing. New feature: live broadcast situation. This season's live streams will include live in-game challenges. Who will rise? Who will face punishment? Don't miss a single stream. More than a game, it's your legacy on the line. Will you survive or become a legend? Challenge your limits. In the ultimate test of skill and strategy, only the strongest will survive. Welcome to the arena where legends are forged. To claim victory, you must challenge your limits. This season's special features. This tournament introduces exciting new challenges, unique team skills, band-picked active skills for Clash Squad Mode, Champion Rush format, randomized map order. Total prize pool, $378,000 US. Warriors will battle for glory and the ultimate reward. Tournament format. The tournament features 2 competitive modes, Battle Royale and Clash Squad. Battle Royale, 18 teams, knockout format with 2 phases. Clash Squad, 8 teams in a Swiss stage format. Both modes culminate in a grand finals where champions are crowned. Knockout stage. This is where the battle begins. Survival gets real. Phase 1, April 25 till May 11, 2025. 18 teams divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, with 6 teams each. 3 weeks, 54 intense matches. Daily format: Group A versus Group B versus Group C. Top teams advance, the rest are eliminated. Phase 2, May 16 till June 11, 2025. One misstep and you're out. Week 4, only the strong survive. Day 1, top 12 from Phase 1 compete in 6 matches. Only one team advances to the grand final. Day 2 and 3, the remaining 11 teams battle alongside underdogs ranked 13th and 14th. One winner per day advances to the finals. Week 5, second chances. Days 1, 2, and 3, the same format continues with underdogs ranked 15th to 17th. Each day crowns a new finalist. Week 6, the last chance. The final 11 teams, as well as the 18th team, compete across 3 days in 18 total matches. The top 6 teams will secure a spot in the grand final. No second chances, only the worthy will rise. Clash Squad Mode. Before the grand final, the top 8 teams from Phase 1, based on the overall standings, will clash in a Swiss-style tournament. Key dates: Round 1, May 22. Round 2, May 29. The top 4 teams from this stage will advance to the final day of Clash Squad Mode, which follows a single elimination format. The winners gain extra preparation time for the grand final. Grand Final, Champion Rush, Last Squad Standing. The ultimate showdown begins. Teams carry their momentum from earlier stages. Objective: reach 80 points and secure a booyah in the next game to be crowned champion. If no team achieves this after 10 matches, the highest scoring team wins. No retries, no excuses, just one path: victory or nothing. New feature: live broadcast situation. This season's live streams will include live in-game challenges. Who will rise? Who will face punishment? Don't miss a single stream. More than a game, it's your legacy on the line. Will you survive or become a legend? Challenge your limits. In the ultimate test of skill and strategy, only the strongest will survive. Welcome to the arena where legends are forged. To claim victory, you must challenge your limits. This season's special features. This tournament introduces exciting new challenges, unique team skills, band-picked active skills for Clash Squad Mode, Champion Rush format, randomized map order. Total prize pool: $378,000 US. Warriors will battle for glory and the ultimate reward. Tournament format. The tournament features 2 competitive modes: Battle Royale and Clash Squad. Battle Royale, 18 teams, knockout format with 2 phases. Clash Squad, 8 teams in a Swiss stage format. Both modes culminate in a grand finals where champions are crowned. Knockout stage. This is where the battle begins. Survival gets real. Phase 1, April 25 till May 11, 2025. 18 teams divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, with 6 teams each. 3 weeks, 54 intense matches. Daily format: Group A versus Group B versus Group C. Top teams advance, the rest are eliminated. Phase 2, May 16 till June 11, 2025. 1 misstep and you're out. Week 4, only the strong survive. Day 1, top 12 from Phase 1 compete in 6 matches. Only 1 team advances to the grand final. Day 2 and 3, the remaining 11 teams battle alongside underdogs ranked 13th and 14th. 1 winner per day advances to the finals. Week 5, second chances. Days 1, 2, and 3, the same format continues with underdogs ranked 15th to 17th. Each day crowns a new finalist. Week 6, the last chance. The final 11 teams, as well as the 18th team, compete across 3 days in 18 total matches. The top 6 teams will secure a spot in the grand final. No second chances, only the worthy will rise. Clash Squad Mode. Before the grand final, the top 8 teams from Phase 1, based on the overall standings, will clash in a Swiss-style tournament. Key dates: Round 1, May 22. Round 2, May 29. The top 4 teams from this stage will advance to the final day of Clash Squad Mode, which follows a single elimination format. The winners gain extra preparation time for the Grand Final. Grand Final, Champion Rush, last squad standing. The ultimate showdown begins. Teams carry their momentum from earlier stages. Objective, reach 80 points and secure a booyah in the next game to be crowned champion. If no team achieves this after 10 matches, the highest scoring team wins. No retries, no excuses, just one path, victory or nothing. New feature, live broadcast situation. This season's live streams will include live in-game challenges. Who will rise? Who will face punishment? Don't miss a single stream. More than a game, it's your legacy on the line. Will you survive or become a legend? Challenge your limits. In the ultimate test of skill and strategy, only the strongest will survive. Welcome to the arena where legends are forged. To claim victory, you must challenge your limits. This season's special features. This tournament introduces exciting new challenges, unique team skills, man-picked active skills for Clash Squad mode, Champion Rush format, randomized map order, total prize pool $378,000 US. Warriors will battle for glory and the ultimate reward. Tournament format. The tournament features two competitive modes, Battle Royale and Clash Squad. Battle Royale, 18 teams, knockout format with 2 phases. Clash Squad, 8 teams in a Swiss stage format. Both modes culminate in a grand finals where champions are crowned. Knockout stage. This is where the battle begins. Survival gets real. Phase 1, April 25 till May 11, 2025. 18 teams divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, with 6 teams each. 3 weeks, 54 intense matches. Daily format, Group A versus Group B versus Group C. Top teams advance, the rest are eliminated. Phase 2, May 16 till June 11, 2025. 1 misstep and you're out. Week 4, only the strong survive. Day 1, top 12 from Phase 1 compete in 6 matches. Only 1 team advances to the grand final. Day 2 and 3, the remaining 11 teams battle alongside underdogs ranked 13th and 14th. 1 winner per day advances to the finals. Week 5, second chances. Days 1, 2, and 3. The same format continues with underdogs ranked 15th to 17th. Each day crowns a new finalist. Week 6, the last chance. The final 11 teams, as well as the 18th team, compete across 3 days in 18 total matches. The top 6 teams will secure a spot in the grand final. No second chances, only the worthy will rise. Clash Squad mode. Before the grand final, the top 8 teams from Phase 1, based on the overall standings, will clash in a Swiss-style tournament. Key dates: Round 1, May 22. Round 2, May 29. The top 4 teams from this stage will advance to the final day of Clash Squad mode, which follows a single elimination format.
Welcome back, survivors. This is the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2025 spring season, powered by Red Bull. My name's AJ. I'm the Mustachio, down here with the one and only Neptune, the gentleman Garcia, your casters for the day. Now, we truly do apologize for this long delay. If we did not expect the day to start off in this way, obviously, we put the broadcast time 1 hour earlier so that we can actually go through all of the matches. But it looks like by the time we end this, my birthday will be over, Mr. Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, at least you're here with me celebrating. And
I
only
legit
with me.
thought I could actually end this broadcast and cut my cake. Looks like I will miss my cake cutting this year.
Let's see.
Oh, well.
Probably you can have your cake delivered to you, and then you can cut it on broadcast. I don't know if that's something that would work. But anyways,
I don't want to get fired, bro. Yes, tell me.
Anyways, for the viewers out there, I'm pretty sure like they have a few conversations already.
Yeah.
And yes, we are a little bit delayed. There's a few instances that is happening in the background as well, just to make sure that everything is working well for both of the teams, RRQ Kazu and Virtus Pro. We have to adjust our schedule and fix all those issues. And pretty much once everything is back on, we will expect an all-out battle between these two teams.
Absolutely. And of course, looking forward to the first game of the day. RRQ is all geared up. We've got a classic battle royale sort of active skill combination on the other side. And then we've got Virtus Pro going with the meta picks coming through for Clash Squad. But obviously, there's been some balance changes in the game as well, right? Some of the guns have been buffed up a little bit as well. So don't expect to see the exact same old meta that we were running just a couple of days ago last week. It's going to be a whole new broadcast today. And maybe you guys will be able to learn a couple of tricks here as well. I know I've learned a lot from the broadcast. I'll be honest, I'm not a very big gamer these days, right? I mean, life has gotten crazy. I'm a little bit too old for games. I'm always working. But recently, not just me, both Neptune and I have been very, very weirdly attracted to Clash Squad, and we have been playing way too many games, Neptune. We just played,
Yeah.
It was 30 minutes break for you guys, and we saw all the complaints in the chat, and some of them were asking like, hey, where's Neptune, where's Mustachio? We were playing Clash Squad. That's what.
If only there's a chance to broadcast those. I don't know. Scratch that. I don't want them to see how I failed in those games. But there's a chance to broadcast those games, and that will be a little bit entertaining. Like three is a little bit of break time for everyone while we grind it up. And speaking of grinding, I mean, there's a lot of things that you will get as well if you grind all of those on those ranks. But we are looking at the players right now. I guess they're prepped, are doing a little bit of test as well, just to make sure that we have everything set. So RRQ Kazu right now is on the screen and pretty much doing some testing as well. And this is what I love about Free Fire. They don't just jump in, they make sure that everything is well organized, well prepared for both teams before we jump into battle. And it's not just for Clash Squad, even in Battle Royale.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, obviously, we want to make sure the environment is perfect for these players before they head on in there and fight for some good, hard, cold cash, bro. I mean, just the champion alone in Clash Squad walks away with $30,000 US. And that is freaking ridiculous, because we are not talking about a 30K USD prize pool. We are talking about just the champion of Clash Squad walking away with 30K USD. That is ridiculous, and that's a bonus on top of whatever they can walk away with in Battle Royale. Every single team in Clash Squad walks away with some money. Every team in Battle Royale walks away with a little bit of money. If you are out there and you are dominating your local rankings, dude, become a pro player. Because I know many people that have been working 9 to 5, 8 to 6, I don't know, their whole lives, and they don't make that much of money, Nep. I mean, it's crazy to be able to live your life out and as a career be able to say that I play video games. Bro, that's next level. And to actually make a lot of money on it as well.
Definitely. And you did mention from one of the broadcasts wherein when you're playing, that is something that you consider as work. And that is true. That is true, even for the pro players. If you're playing, that is research or practice or whatever. As long as it gives you that advantage within the game, that is something that can bring you more. And there's a lot. Actually, esports has been, it's quite different from what we expect it to be when it just came out. And now there's a lot of money, a lot of jobs that is going into even everyone that you're seeing in the background of the players. That's part of the esports industry, and it's just something else. And that it motivates more of the players, the survivors out there, to be better, because if they have that chance to earn from playing, then why not?
Oh yeah, absolutely right. I mean, it's a whole esports ecosystem out here that Garena has built from scratch. And both you and I were there from pretty much the early days, from, you know, the MCPS days where we even actually had Philippines part of it as well in a couple of seasons. And, you know, those were the good old days where the game, quite honestly, wasn't as optimized as it is today. I can promise you guys, I picked up Free Fire many, many years ago when they first asked me to start casting for the game. And I wasn't a big fan of the gameplay, you know. I was onto some other games on mobile, and that kind of like kept me glued. Now, in the more recent times, though, there's been so much of optimization and upgrades to this game that I feel like it's ridiculous, and it has overtaken other mobile first-person shooter games. It is a third-person shooter game. It is crazy as to how fast they have taken over, and I'm enjoying way too much now, bro. But I have to say, though, I am a Clash Squad addict. I am not a big fan of Battle Royale as of this point. I like hopping into games back to back to back.
Yeah, I mean, quick and easy. Well, couldn't say easy, but quick,
Quite
fast. And
You are higher ranked than me. What are you talking about? It's not easy.
Well, it just so happens a lot of survivors out there are better in playing, and I get to join their rank. I get to join their lobbies, and they carry me all the time. Like, I end up winning a rank with 0 elimination, and it's okay. I still get that rank points.
Are you talking about the game we just played?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. See, I keep running around. I get all those information. I relay it to the team. But shooting-wise, I don't have that skills yet.
You know what, Nep? I think you just need to change your role to a support player then on Clash Squad. I mean, because you're not upfront getting those shots, but you can back up some of these rushes, and I know sure as hell I need some backup, bro. I keep running at them, and I'm not a shotgun player, all right? I feel Wasana. When Wasana was sucking with all of those M590 shots, I now understand him.
Yeah, M590 is really tough to handle, especially with like everything is up close. Once you have one target, you don't know who is behind you, and if you don't have that great communication, you know how it is when you have good communication as well. We played some games wherein we just don't talk, and then like we played recently wherein we give out information. And we win all those battles. We win all those matches because you can relay as well, and tagging is not that easy. It takes a few milliseconds for you to just react.
It takes a few milliseconds for you to find out where the hell your friend tagged, bro. Okay? Enemy is here. And I'm looking all around the map. Where is your freaking tag? And it's so small on my screen, bro. Okay, I'm getting too old for this. Like, just tell me where he is.
Bro, you know what my favorite line is?
That's right.
Help me! Help me! Help me!
Oh, I think someone on the Garena developers team, you know, just had this mean streak in them where they're like, okay, what if once they get knocked, we allow them to crawl? But they crawl around so slow, it makes no goddamn difference, right? Okay, so my goodness me, whenever I get knocked and I'm screaming, help me, and I'm trying to crawl behind some cover, I almost never get there, bro.
Right, like you hold your breath up until you get cover. And the thing is, even if you get cover, your teammates doesn't even bother rescuing you. That's the hard part.
I know, right? See, this is why you always gotta rank together with your squad. Okay, you gotta know your friends, because if you don't play with your friends, no one's gonna be picking you up once you get knocked down by an M590 straight in the face of your opponent because you're running at them with an AWM. That's so unfortunate. I respect these snipers in the game because I have not been able to snipe well yet.
Yeah, I mean, I tried earlier. Someone gave me AWM, and then I have an SKS already. I tried up close and personal, but there was 3 already rushing in against me. But
oh well.
Just a recap. Just a recap, guys, of what the picks or the active skills the players and the teams will be using. We have it on screen right now, and as mentioned earlier, I mean, the capability of disabling that capability as well has been used by, or has been banned by both teams. So Steffi as well as the A124 right here.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I'm looking forward to seeing exactly how much of impact Oscar and Zane bring into this fight on the side of Virtus Pro. We know what Santino can do. Obviously, Clue is going to be very crucial in terms of getting the information and making sure Virtus Pro does not make a mistake. And let us not fool ourselves. Just because Virtus Pro are on the 8th spot and they take on the #1 ranked team from our knockout stage and also the #1 team to qualify for our grand finals, we cannot underestimate what Virtus Pro brings to the table, right? You're looking at Nameless, Exposi, and Diamond, but we also have Fuwara in the lineup. Now, I have not seen a lot of Fuwara. I really wonder how this one's going to go for him.
So far, like from what we've seen, it's more of it's a little sketchy at some point. It doesn't really
as sketchy
look
as Get
or
Cruz?
feel like. I don't know, but it doesn't feel like from what we've seen previously for this team. But I guess we're ready. We are about to see how RRQ, Kazu, as well as Virtus Pro is going to fight it out, and we are jumping in to this map. This is Nextera.
Amen. Let's head on in. It's pistol rounds. And it seems like these players are not going to be wasting their 500 coins. They just, actually, except Ma'al, the sniper of the squad. And understandably so, right? You've got the scope on the pistol, but you need to find those headshots, which I have found to be extremely difficult. What a nade onto Nameless. My goodness me, that's how you spend your money. Fuwara could not shut down a bait just yet. Kiba strolling around. The pickup is not going to be possible. No glue walls in hand. And RRQ with just one more opponent to take down in Exposi. Exposi has a 1v4. This looks impossible.
Yeah, definitely. And the fire rate of M500 right now will not be that much against that G13. And there you go, the takedown as we look at the review. I mean, when we look at how... Yeah, I mean, it's tough though because how we look at it in terms of positioning, everyone has already made that pinch, and it's really tough to get away. Even if you jump, you will be damaged.
Yeah, absolutely. And Ma'al with the M500 headshot, the flick was just sublime by him. I've tried those flick headshots on my own. Yeah, they don't work. All right. Especially with the M500, bro. The rate of fire is just... so frustrating. Alfredo has got the mini Uzi. He meets Fuwara, Nameless in the middle, and a double nade by Dudes from afar. And that's going to be the game changer instantaneously. Kiba going in for the finish, and no pickup for you. Exposi has got the wrong gun, but the Santino saves his life. Abe could not go in for yet another strike.
Yeah, we look right now. Ma'al from a long range won't be able to go in for that fight, especially in being knocked down. So he needs a little bit more time to recover. But the rest of the teams right now will try to look for the two players of Exposi and Diamond. Kingfisher in the hands of Exposi up close and personal. And there goes a takedown against RRQ.
Freaking hell! What a headshot! Exposi now looking for yet another in a 1v2. Diamond not picked up just yet. Exposi gets sliced down with a sight instead. Dudes knew that was going his way all the while.
Yeah, you know, the damage of the site really amazed me, especially in Clash Squad. And you don't want, like, you need to keep distance, more distance from when you are facing a shotgun.
Yeah. I mean, dude, the scythe is just deadly. The fist is absolutely useless. Now I understand why some players bring in Cloud, right? I tried punching my opponents. Yeah, it was very sad. It was just a sad scene. And the game asked me, would you like to save this replay? I was like, no, why would I?
As a reference.
As a reference for what you should not do in your ranked matches when you're trying to get... Okay, now, once again, RRQ has got a long shot off of Ma'al, and Abbas is going to go in here for the finisher. Beautiful stuff by RRQ. 3 rounds in a row, they've had these openers, and Abbas does have long-range capability as well. Diamond in a lot of trouble. Fuwara from afar, though, will drop the sniper on the side of RRQ.
Duts from afar with that Kingfisher managed to go in for the takedown, but I mean, it's really tough right now, as Nameless will be seen. And that Coda right now will not give him any way out. But for Diamond, he's trying to just run in between 2 players of RRQ. But he did fall down from that mini Uzi.
Now, don't forget to hit that like. Ladies and gentlemen, survivors of all ages, Dudes. on the crouch, and it's not going to get caught out. Great repositioning coming through from the RRQ player. Nameless, on the other hand, it's got the MP5. Great rate of fire and damage as well. Doesn't really need to scope in with those shots, but Wara just ganked upon by two players at the same time. But Nameless will hold himself steady in this 1v2. And look at RRQ just moving on in for the pickup instead of the finisher. And now in a 3v1 again up against VP's Nameless. RRQ just with the numbers game. And this is where you see the winning factor of this Indonesian squad.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you go in for priority, and numbers really is an advantage at this point. And even if you are 2 against 1, there's also possibility the pickup will be done if you rush in. And you know how it is in that conveyor belt. It keeps moving, so you need to be careful as well, especially in where you run, so that you will have an exit strategy.
Yeah, absolutely, right? And RRQ now 3-0. As you guys can see, they've got up to 11 rounds to play here. So, out of this best of 11, let's see exactly who will get to that 6th round first. RRQ, easy enough game so far.
Yeah, well, this is one of, I couldn't say favorite, but this is more exciting, this part of map, Grab Labs, because it gives you a little bit of advantage of getting away by jumping. But like your trajectory is also being studied by the opponent in that regard. So you need to be careful as well where you jump. Hopefully you have a ledge that you can land on.
Yeah, I hate this spot of the map. So I mean, it's just so hard to aim and determine exactly where your opponents are going to come flying in from. And yeah, it's just so unpredictable, right? But that's exactly the kind of unpredictability that the developers expected when they created Grab Lab. Just a little bit of a difference here that Santino pulling in the distraction. And you saw Abe with a level 3 MP5 alongside Dudes as well. This whole squad just loving the SMGs with the newest update.
Yeah, SMGs definitely is putting in a lot in this fight. Expose trying to recover as Abe is just bringing that distraction. This high ground can give him that headshot easily, but backup has been made. No pickup is being done though, and it's a 1v1 right now.
Beautifully done.
RRQ Duts on his 6th.
Yeah, I mean, it was just beautifully sprayed, right? And once again, this MP5, this SMG, it has got a decent mag size, crazy damage, insane rate of fire, but you cannot deal with the distance and the damage that the M590 brings in here. So Dudes just very smartly just stays away from them. Good enough distance between him and the VP players.
Yeah, and especially in Grab Labs, you can keep that distance. You can keep being as unexpected. But let's see in how they are going to do this right now. I think there's a museum we are in. Everyone from RRQ is just heading in on the 2nd floor and taking this airdrop. But BP is also in there, 2 players to be exact.
Diamond with the revenge nade. Abe keep up both down. And it looks like they're going to expire before they get picked up here. But Diamond straight down as well. Good enough recovery coming on through. But Fuvara, out of nowhere, a god nade by Dudes will put him out of commission. The pickup is just not going to be possible. But a 3v2, the advantage on the side of Virtus Pro.
Yeah, let's see if Diamond will be able to recover back up on Nameless. And good pickup, though, with that smoke as well that has been done by Nameless. You know how it is when it comes to Diamond and Nameless. Like, even without a Cassie, they're still... you still can't pull them away from each other. But for RQ, they do have the airdrop to give them a little bit more of firepower and the Cassie as well.
And now we understand exactly why RRQ, the very instant thing that they took out of the equation was that Steffi, right? They took the Steffi out. They say, you cannot protect yourself from our grenades. And my goodness me, what kind of nades have been lobbed onto them. But this time around, it was that reversal. Diamond getting that perfect one onto them, and what a shot onto Nameless as well. But do they get the finisher or not? That's going to be key here. Dudes has got that level 3 MP5 on him. Diamond, good glue wall defense, and the headshot response coming on through. Diamond pulling the attention back to their squad.
And Maal right now will try to bring in some pressure onto Expose. Not only looking into Nameless right now, and those glass really save them. Yes, you might be able to move, but the information is already being seen, and while you're moving around. So regardless, Maal in trouble. It is a 1v3.
Yeah, beautifully executed here by Virtus Pro. This is that comeback gameplay that we're talking about, that we thought they would be able to pull off way early and keep things balanced, but now Diamond pushed back and had the med kit, but no space to play around with. And Maal just with the wild sprays with the M590 from the top, just found a decent enough clip to put the player down. But in a 1v3, Maal's obviously not going to pull this off, right? Can he get a miracle play here, Nep?
I don't think so. He's not aiming for miracle play. He's aiming that he will survive. Everyone from Virtus Pro is far away from the wall, and Maal grabs that victory. He was just waiting for that opportunity.
Dirty play by RRQ's Maal. But I have to say, that was absolutely genius, spotting out exactly where the center point of the final zone was going to hit, and he just maintained the advantage with that high spot. M590 sprays to the bot, and I don't even know how he got that angle, Nep.
Yeah, I mean, he was just waiting in a on that stairs, on that ledge, so just he won't be rushed in. Yeah. And everything else is already covered. Now, knowing that the movement, the shift is already onto the other side, he thought that they won't be able to get or use that wall or that door to cross through the wall, and he will still have the middle part of the circle.
Look at the reposition potential here by Exposy, sending out his Sentino towards the right-hand side as he keeps an eye on the middle part of the lane. This Sentino use in Clash Squad is actually quite OP if you look at finding a way to scout and reposition instantly. But Fuwara now being pressured by two players. M590 in hand, and Dudes from afar will be able to AWM him down to the ground. Nameless with the reversal with the M590, but could not go for the pickup as Dudes drops the God Nade onto him. Two players bleeding out on both sides as a equalizer by Diamond, but a wrong placement onto his glue wall puts him on the ground. Kiba with the reversal with the M590. Exposy now turning things around, but as the final player on his feet, they don't stand a chance up against RRQ. What a clean game from the Indonesians.
Definitely clean, and you know how it is with the grenade that Dukes has been putting in. Beaston in hand, as well as their removal of that Steffi. They have it already planned. Once again, RRQ is being mastermind at this point, and also with the active skill they use, it's pretty much like VR meta or things that they are used to be using.
Yeah, and that's why I said I really like the RRQ picks when it comes to some of these skills. Yeah, Virtus Pro looked a little interesting, but I didn't see the execution portion of it, right? On the side of RRQ, this is what's beautiful about this game of Free Fire. Whether it's in Battle Royale or in Clash Squad, the interaction of the guns and the skills and the movements is all pretty much the same. Even where you do battle in Clash Squad is a portion of the main map. So that really changes the whole gameplay, right? It just takes out all of the other elements of Battle Royale and just puts you in a 4v4. These skills are going to practically interact in the same way. It's just that more skills are viable in Clash Squad as opposed to Battle Royale.
Definitely. I mean, more skills. There's a lot that can be used in here up close and personal that is not very used in Battle Royale. Thus, the wide array that we have right now. Or probably Virtus Pro was just stuck to hold those. And that is the importance of the bans as well. Because if you ban important skills, and especially if it's widely used in battles just like this, you can throw off the tactics of the opponent. Well, we'll have to find out, though, if this is something that they can avert or get away with, because, I mean, that's only one game out of the best of 3 that we have between these two teams.
Yeah, and I don't think it's just a victory of the active skills here on the side of RRQ. We also need to look at some of their passive skills that they've brought in here. We didn't manage to highlight that to you guys just yet, but I guess we can take this chance now. Every single player on the side of RRQ Nep, they ran the auto. And, you know, that's just information gameplay once you get the knockdown, right? And on top of that, you have the Alvaro ran here by 2 players. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it was Maal was definitely running one. I don't know if Dudes was.
I think
Dudes was running the other one. So therefore, we see exactly what the thought process here from RRQ is. We are definitely going to be buying those grenades. Those grenades made a very big difference for them in some of those rounds.
Definitely. I mean, the grenades, the smokes, even the smokes that gave them a little bit of advantage in trying to rush in, and as well as trying to get away.
Yeah.
But it doesn't really it's rarely used though in ranked squad. So this is just a preview of what can be used, what can be done in the actual ranked mode, because like these pro teams have studied this overall from while they are practicing on Battle Royale, they are also anticipating how it's going to work out in Clash Squad. Thus, the information, banning, as well as getting all those active skills, positioning-wise, and even with the maps itself, I know it's randomized all throughout.
Yeah.
And now we have 3 specific maps that will be played by these teams. They still need to get information, what position they will be taking, whether is there a second floor, is there a high ground, is there distance that you will use. You will need to exchange weaponries depending on how your map is, or which part of the map is that you have.
And in the first race to 11 rounds on this next Terra map, obviously RRQ Kazu with a phenomenal, overwhelming victory over Virtus Pro. 6-0, not a single round grabbed by Virtus Pro. Obviously, we saw a couple of rounds where things could have turned around, especially that one round where we saw Virtus Pro get that double grenade onto RRQ, but still, it was that phenomenal comeback by Ma'al with the M590 shotgun. And reasons like why we see RRQ winning so much, right? 10 eliminations out of dudes, 3,437 damage altogether, 11 knockdowns. And as you can see, that Otho, the memory miss, the Alvaro, this is what we're talking about. And it's not just about the active skill, although bringing in this active skill of Scassi definitely made a huge difference for them as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Nikita as well with that firearms expert. You know how it is, a close range encounter, you need to reload a little bit quicker. So it's a few adjustments that we rarely use in Battle Royale that's being put in, and that's what brought dudes that 10 elimination. And when we look at it overall, it really is a one-sided map. Even Diamond, up close and personal, he is bringing so much from Battle Royale, but only 3 on the elimination.
Yeah, I mean, once again, it's just I don't know. This team has not been looking, on point for a long time already. And the roster change, I think they're trying to make something happen here for themselves. And obviously, Fawara is picking up those knocks, at least on the side of RRQ, getting those eliminations. Exposi and Nameless, 6 rounds and not a single elimination. That's insane. I've never seen that before. But then you look at the opposite side, RRQ. Look at the assists on that team, bro. Everybody is involved in these engagements. I mean, especially Kiba and Abe. That's just pure ridiculousness.
Yeah, I mean, it's more of, and I think it helps as well to grab those assists, those hits from afar, especially if you have a Moko. But when we go into head-to-head, Diamond against Abe, it's a 3 and 4 elimination difference. I guess it really is fair to put Abe against Diamond right now, because if you put Dotes there, it will be it would be difficult to see. But I know we're looking at the rushers right now, but it doesn't look like there's so much rushing being done.
Yeah, I mean, Diamond just wasn't playing the right kind of match here, and you kind of will be able to see what the ideation is on the side of Virtus Pro when you look at some of their active skills. I mean, they've got the Santino, they've got the Clue. The Clue obviously is going to give you all of that information, but Santino's not going to be rushing on in. I mean, you can use him in an aggressive manner to make the journey across the battlefield in the clone first and then swap sides. But you're just asking for trouble because you're sending your clone directly into the RRQ squad. So we see them kind of trying to just find their placement and play the breadth of the map, and that just didn't serve them well because RRQ was getting the job done from afar and from close range. I mean, they clearly are keeping up with the meta. The SMGs have got a decent boost this time round. I noticed that in the games right after the update yesterday, right? And these boys were just spamming it. I mean, 4 MP5s on level 3 for the players by the end of that game. RRQ definitely had that one out. I hope Virtus Pro shows us a little bit of a difference in this next game, though.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, they were not given that chance really to use that M590 in the perfect sense. This SMG that has been brought in mid to long range, it still brings in the firepower, especially with the like upgradability of the MP5. That's one thing though. That's one thing that really adds more to this weapon. And we'll see. We'll see if there will be any changes that will be done, can be done by these teams, because I'm pretty sure in the next map, and if I'm not mistaken, our next map would be in Kalahari. So still, it is RRQ's map. You know how it is. In Kalahari, they know every position that they can take, especially once they grab that sniper.
Absolutely. Now, whilst we wait for this match to start, I would just like to give a quick shout out here to all of our friends from around the world on this YouTube chat. Please play nice with each other. You know, we come here, we represent different regions. We obviously represent different teams as fans. But when we come here to watch a esports broadcast for Free Fire Southeast Asia, we have to remember it's for the love of the game, which is called Free Fire, and not really for any one of your individual teams or your nations. I mean, it's fine if you want to support them, but just please don't be mean to each other. Please show each other a lot of love as you communicate, because it's very upsetting to read some of this chat as we are broadcasting here. I mean, if you guys play nice, if you guys have a good environment in the comment section, we'll join you in the conversation as well, right? Now, bringing the conversation back to the matchup here, you can see the setup on the side of RRQ, man. So much of conversations happening there as well, as we see the A124 this time banned out on the side of RRQ, and John Virtus Pro, they've taken the Cassie out.
All right, so you can't give it to us. Let's just take it out. It's just a hassle right now. Not quite sure though if the Oscar will be working for forward, because Huarak really didn't show from the earlier match on how to make that work. But on the side, RQ Kazu still using that Koda and Tatsuya, and it seems like they still have more of the advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, the Oscar, Zane, okay, Virtus Pro is trying to say, bro, we got this. All right, bro, we know what we're doing. Bro, okay, I want to see, bro. I
show us.
Yeah, show me, not the money, but the plays, because I did not see a single glue wall broken down by this Oscar. I swear, I'm still waiting.
I mean, they could have just taken Tatsuya. I would say they could have just taken Tatsuya if you want to rush in and out. But for Oscar, it is viable, but you know how it is. And at some point, some maps, there are a few barricades that even if you break down the glue wall, you won't be able to run that far to knock back your opponent. So let's see if they'll be able to find that. But now they did put in the Steffi on their side, but onto RRQ Kazu, they do have that Homer to help with.
I mean, I am very, very glad they've got that Steffi, and I think you hit the nail on the freaking head. Your analysis is just on point, Nep. Yeah, you've got the Steffi. Yeah, you can block our grenades off, but we've got the A124, so good luck, my friend. And unfortunately, only one A124 can be on the map at any point of time in this new ruling, so it's going to be pretty exciting to see exactly how this variation is there. Because obviously, if that A124 is used a little bit too early, this is going to put RRQ at a little bit of risk.
Yeah, let's see how they're going to work this out. Is Santa Catarina at this point, and some will be going in for the back part of the ship, because that ledge is more of an opening as well as a good hiding spot to surprise anyone rushing in.
Absolutely. So it's a slower pace game this time around for understandable reasons. As I say that, Abe literally running in towards those Virtus Pro players, but he will get sprayed down. The numbers overwhelming him. Kiba does not stand a chance. Exposi, a sliver of hell. Ma'al and Exposi, the two snipers on both sides doing battle up against each other, but it's a 3v1. The rest of the players on the side of RRQ all down already, and as the final player, you can't bring no insurance with those revivals. You just have to 1v4 this right now.
Let's see what he can do though with a M500. Yes, he sees Diamond at this point, but no takedown, even that reversal, and he will be hit on the other side. Now, more numbers, more chances of being pinched, especially if you're going solo.
I mean, okay, all right, bro, they are proving everybody wrong with the forced pick of pretty much the same three active skills that they showed us earlier on, the Oscar, Zane, and Sentino. And they've won this round. But I want more because I always lose my pistol rounds. And you know, when we took the 30-minute break, Neptune and I were playing the Clash Squad match. We were down 3-0, and we whooped their butts 4-3. All right. So, Virtus Pro, we need more. RRQ has shown us that they're capable of making a comeback.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 3-1 split right now. Exposé on the second floor of that compound. Not quite sure though if they have information. Well, we'll have to see. And our Abe right now going in for this rush, and Diamond Mini Uzi in hand will try to go in for a follow-up. Who took down Exposé?
Lucky's asking, did you just say Santa Carolina? Now, I got to tell your wife, you've been talking to this Carolina chick behind her back, that you're saying her name on broadcast and whatnot. What's going on here?
It's Santa Catarina.
Exposé.
If it's Carolina, it would be referring to my car, my old car.
Hey, bro, I mean, what's going on here right now? Because Virtus Pro, 2 rounds in a row now, they've whooped. And those mini Uzis on the side of RRQ, I think that was a horse buy that was unnecessary. They could have let this round go, and they could have made a very, very big comeback in this next one. But they force bought, and that puts them in a little bit of a pickle for this round number 3 in terms of, buying capability.
Yeah, it does. It does. And it will be taken away from them. There's not so much of economy on their side as well.
Yeah.
And for Exposé, he will still be taking that long-range encounter. He does have a double VSK, but RRQ and the rest of, or Abe and the rest of RRQ knows that they only have close-range weapon, thus they are rushing in.
Absolutely. And oh my... It's the team effort this time round. Abe has got a mini Uzi, but ramped on by 3v1 plays on the side of Virtus Pro. But dudes out of nowhere. It looks like Ostefe was not used at the right time. Dudes just cooking it up. One more to end the squad of Virtus Pro. RRQ with the comeback just out of dudes.
Yeah, I mean... That was a takedown with the grenade and then a follow-up that ended them. And that's what they can bring in on that economy that they have. But lose streak bonus will be taken by RQ as well. So they can have a double on their weaponry right now. And let's see how well they can use it.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, let's see how these players kind of just wrap around this time around. It's a 2v2 on the left-hand side of the map. As Nameless and Fuwara push on 4th. Ma'al finding that high ground as the sniper on the side of RRQ. Nameless tagged up by that Oscar, but obviously no crazy stuff, Kiba. Low on his HP. 50 on him. Good glow wall! But through the corner, snuck on through. Nameless will be up on his feet as the nade misses his head. And Virtus Pro trying to desperately make a comeback here.
Yeah, Maal taking the high ground, and VSK really is working for him, and also had good sight on Diamond. Thus, the rush has been brought in. M590 to bring him down. And Nameless going solo right now against Abe, but no visuals. Oh, it was a visual from afar that damaged him, and Abe for the finisher.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is just RRQ with the crazy comeback up here, all thanks to this high ground play by Ma'al. Good snipes coming on through, and of course Abe with the M590. I've not been able to dominate with that gun, but this man clearly has no issues with that. 3 kills so far, 3,300 in his pocket, and he doesn't even need to spend his money since they won that previous round.
Yep, for Virtus Pro, I think they will go broke and they will need to win this game. Going in onto the top, Exposé and Fuwarak, while the flank will be done by Nameless and Diamond. And that is expected by RRQ right now. Thus, a nade by Jutz has thrown onto them, and that Steffi will be surviving or making them survive in their blood up close and personal Fuwarak M590 gameplay.
Yeah, and a 3v1 now, Ma'al. As Nameless makes it a 4v1. But the players are all very low. Kiba can make something work here for himself. As Nameless takes him out of the equation, Ma'al will now have a sticky situation on hand as Virtus Pro top their health right back up. Yeah, that's a no-go for them as Virtus Pro picks up the 3rd round for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, this back and forth is looking more prime for Virtus Pro at this point, and knowing that RRQ has more knowledge or capability in this map. They're making it work. Up close and personal, they are just putting in those numbers. But once we go into Refinery, you know how it is. This is RRQ who might be grabbing this round.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, this is... I understand why you say it, but at the same time, on the side of RRQ, you've got a lot of those shots. Well, Dudes and Ma'al proving me wrong with the VSS as well as the AWMY pulled out. This is going to be deadly if Ma'al finds a couple of shots. He's got a double snipe set up on his side. And Virtus Pro have got that one round advantage, trying to get to that airdrop now down the middle. And I think Virtus Pro is biting off more than they can chew. What a nade onto Nameless. This is going to bite away at his EP a little.
Yeah, a few more by Nameless, but they have already moved away, and RRQ will be in a safe spot. Now, let's see if they have that distance, though, as they pull away from the other side. It is Ma'al with that AWM, managed to go for the takedown against Fuwara.
See how they circle around here with that high ground. Dudes, in a 1v2, has got the better gun up against Diamond, but if Diamond cuts the distance with a glue wall, which he does have in his pocket, it could be a game changer, but RRQ will quickly reposition. Grenade up against a bay, and that's going to go wide. Still the numbers advantage for RRQ, and this is not going to look very good for the side of Virtus Pro when the circle closes in.
Yeah, let's see if they'll be able to rush in onto the other side. Once the circle closes in, Abe was already going for that elimination and a takedown. You know how it is. Abe on an M590, but Nameless does it as well. But Dutz finishing them off, or Abe rather, finishing them off with that final elimination.
Yeah, ruthless, man. I mean, CQC, obviously, RRQ has proven that the MP5 as well as the M590 plays on their side have been phenomenal up against Virtus Pro. And this now just puts them at equal footing. And we are on round 7 this time round, and for the first time on a round 7, because earlier RRQ finished it with a simple 6-0. This is a race to 6 round victories, and I actually thought Virtus Pro was going to get it done this time round.
Yeah, let's see, though, if they can rush it in. So far, it's a back and forth. So not everyone's getting the kind of economy that they need, the coins that they need to buy what they expect to have. But Virtus Pro is the one rushing in. Smokes, though, saved RRQ a little bit, as well as the glue wall.
Yeah, absolutely. Beautiful play by Fuwara here. But Kiba in the smoke is going to be able to avoid many of these engagements. Look at Fuwara just wildly just shooting around him, and Kiba was absolutely blind, and he still got the double on. I'm speechless. Kiba is a monster, Neb.
Yeah, I mean, I guess probably he has good earphones. Because you will only rely on audio cues as well as where your last position is. But there goes a takedown against Kiba by Expo C that will be giving them that chance. But knowing that position, it's more of a matter of time before he gets taken down.
But dude, that was no wasted movement at all. Every single pixel was intentional. This shot, boom! I mean, the jump, I love that player, Bay. What a crazy play on the World of Free Fire here. No wonder RRQ is one of those dominant squads.
Yeah, I mean, if you can time all those ledges, all those levels, and just run it smoothly as if you're running in a flat surface, then you'll be able to rush in and go for takedown even before they heal up. But speaking of healing up, Nameless really needs to heal up, because you know how it is. Ma'al will take advantage of that opening in the middle of this map in Mammoth and will take you down. But the rest of the teams right now is slowly creeping in. Not quite sure, though, if they were able to spot Exposé on the left-hand side.
And it's a good position for the sniper on the side of Virtus Pro. Diamond up on that high ground. Potential to engage with Ma'al and Dutz here. Exposé has got the right angle to play against Ma'al, but no openness just yet, as Ma'al very smartly uses the skeletal structure to block out the line of sight on the side of Virtus.pro. Now the smoke is going to make it a little bit more difficult for them as well.
Yeah, I mean, let's see though. Both Maal and Dutz are on AWM, and here comes the rush, Rebel rush onto them. And Powada, this is what he has been waiting for. But Expose will try to go in for the help, but the pickup is being done on RRQ, and 2 players who's already on that high ground will be knocked down and nowhere to be taken up. Thus, Kiba will take advantage of that finisher.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, it was a phenomenal performance from the side of RRQ here. Just absolute patience. And unfortunately, I just didn't see Exposy play much of a role in this at all, right? At this point of time, I would say just put that sniper away for the time being. And let's see what you can get done with those SMGs on the side of Virtus.pro. Because RRQ is really killing it. But then, you know, to make matters worse, you also have the M590 from the setup of the Indonesian squad. So, and they're on match point right now as well. Virtus.pro desperately needs to win this round.
Let's see what Virtus.pro will have to do. They take the airdrop, but Dutz is expecting that and throwing a lot of nades on them. A lot of pressure will be on them, but they also stocked up on a few of those loots. Expose now tagged a Bay up on this side, and that will reel everyone into his side.
Good rotation coming on through. The mini-map obviously needs a little bit of an update in Clash Squad, I think. I can't see anything. Suara now sets it up with the grenade. It's going to find nobody. But you can see Kiba and Dutz sticking together with each other. Grenade! Oh, it splits up and finds nobody.
Yeah, I mean, splits blitz really worked. And is that Ignis that we are looking at right now? A little bit of damage with that firewall, but not so much that has been brought in. Maal right now, slowly creeping in, but what can do? He does have an AWM, and he might be able to take down the one, but not so much once everyone rushes in.
Match point still for the team of RRQ. 1 man down. The question is, are we going to see a difference here in play? At Santino, at least, and the clone was just standing right beside him, so I don't think that was intentional. But Fuwara with the shot through the smoke, finding this connection as well. Maal could not get away! And Virtus.pro will stay alive for the time being. And now Dutz left in a 1v3, potentially a 1v4, if he does not stop the pickup on Exposy.
Fuwara just showed us what he can do with an Oscar as well, why it's not a questionable call. And there goes the finisher. He just rushed in knowing that there's a chance that he can knock back his opponent. Thus, he managed to hit him with an M590. And then there's follow-up to the final player who's waiting up on that second floor.
Absolutely. And of course, Virtus.pro staying alive. And now, we've got a lot of money on the table for anything they want. So we have got a clean battle on both sides. And as you can see, those glue walls are all stocked up. Everyone's got those nades, except for Wara. But it's okay. RRQ is going to be looking for the finisher, not like they didn't earlier. This Ignis firewall, going to burn them up a little bit. But there's nothing that they cannot recover from just yet.
Yeah, Kiba right now healing a little bit, or little by little, but nades onto them. Let's see if they'll be able to rush in. That information as well for the nade coming in has made them being distracted as a VP managed to go in for the flank. But they're also receiving damage from Dutz right here. And let's see if he can go for a takedown for at least one of the players from Virtus.pro.
What was the crazy bounce on the grenade, bro? I mean, insane stuff. Dude, we'll find the jump. M590 shot onto Fuwara. Kiba down by Nameless. And that follow-up from afar is going to sort them out. But now in a 3v3, as Nameless now finds one more for himself. Make that 2 more. Can he get the ace up against Abe? Abe shows himself, but he will stop the ace. But Diamond will end the round to keep Virtus.pro in this game.
Yeah, no ace, no problem. As long as they're within this game, they are still hoping that they can win this round. But yeah, it's tough though. It's tough because we're going to find a different area right now and back to where it began. But this is where they took, if I'm not mistaken, their first win in this round. And this might be a chance for them to grab that point.
Absolutely, bro. I mean, what a beautiful play by Nameless. Those 3 knocks were instrumental to keep our RQ in play. And now this is round 11 out of potential 11 rounds to be played. We have gone the distance. The winner of this gets the game. Fuwara! Straight into enemy lines and will be able to find one for himself. Nameless with a follow-up. And 2 players on the side of RRQ will be extinguished very quickly. And now in a 4v1, Virtus Pro with a comeback that I did not even think was possible.
I mean, it's just warming up. Fuwara is just warming up. And Dutz right now with that nade. And it has been invalidated. Diamond right now will try to keep distance, but hopefully not so much, because we know Dutz will have his eyes peeled from whoever's trying to go for that ledge to go in for the headshot. But there goes Expose for the finisher. And Virtus Pro grab their own point.
What a play! And I don't even know if or not those active skills came into play at all, because once again, I did not see a wall rush coming through from the side of Oscar. We didn't really see the Sentino play a very big role in the engagement. Steffi was used, but you didn't really see that block too many grenades off of the plays from the side of RRQ. This was purely won with the mechanical skills and the gunfights on the side of Virtus Pro. And I love that. I mean, because if you can stand toe-to-toe with RRQ, win out some gunfights, which they will completely annihilate some other teams on, you've got a good chance here.
Yeah, definitely. And I guess at some point there are a few features, especially from Fuwara. He is, I would say, the MVP right now when it comes to rushing. He did it in the final moments or beginning of the final match, wherein he rushed in against 2, knocked them back off, and ended up the water as long as he have some backup. And they managed to take down 2 already in the early parts of that game.
Yeah, absolutely. I was waiting to see what does Fuwara have in this fight to bring in. Game 1, those 6 rounds, it just wasn't doing it for me. Game 2, though, we get to see a little bit of the flavor out of Fuwara, and obviously the numbers are going to be so much more stacked this time round because we went the distance of those 11 rounds. You gotta love it. We've maxed out the number of rounds that we can have here in Clash Squad just to entertain you guys. How crazy is that, right? And they're still on the first series of the day, Neptune, and we are literally going the distance. It's going to be game number 3 in a little bit.
Yeah, game number 3 is still a question, though, of who's going to take this round, because both of them already have a point on their side. And we're going to go to Bermuda right now, the OG map, and this is the map that has the most area in Clash Squad. I was doing a review of how many or which area of the map is in Clash Squad, and this has the most number. And even when you're playing, like when we look at the matches, the history, most of it is in Bermuda.
Yeah, absolutely right. And obviously everybody knows this map like the back of their hands. So movements is obviously going to be very, very smooth in terms of how they maneuver around the battlefield this time around. If it's on Solara, I expect a little bit more patient gameplay so they don't make any mistakes as they try to get used to this location. But the maps that we've already played in this next one, especially Bermuda, they know each and every single nook and cranny. So what's this gonna perhaps rely on is once again those gunfights, right? We didn't see the active skills make much of a difference. So this time, if Virtus Pro actually brings in a different lineup of active skills that will allow them to get a little bit more aggressive, I wonder if they will take it. Or are they going to force this lineup of active skills, which they feel like is doing them a very big favor? Because I don't know, I didn't see it making a big difference. Snap, did you see a big play coming on through from them?
Not much, apart from what Oscar or Fuwara has been doing in the rush department. But even the Steffi, as you did mention, really doesn't have that much into that engagement. But again, you know how my mind works. I always see something that might not be expected by a few. This might be something that Virtus Pro is playing at or playing us with, because if they can pull this off, and then at some point in the future, if they go in the next match, most of these characters or skills will be banned, and they are free to use whatever that they can from the rest of the active skills.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is why I'm saying, right, global bans, bro. I think global bans will really change the battlefield, in total, because it is something that we have seen in terms of viability. Because obviously those bans, if they don't carry on through, it's just you gotta just wait for this game to be over, and then later maybe you get to use that skill again. And perhaps if you're spamming that one skill too many times, I mean, we've seen back-to-back now that Oscar, that Centino being brought in, maybe the global bans can change things like that. But of course, it is on the first day of Clash Squad. It's the first time Clash Squad has made it officially here to FFWS Sea. So I'm all fine with that. With the current ruling, I think we've still got a very, very exciting day on our hands. It's going to be a very long day based on how long this series itself is taking them.
Yeah, I mean, you know how it is. Competitive-wise, these pro players are very, very competitive. Give them something that they're not used to. Let's say the active skills. They will still try and do their best to make it work with mechanical skills, with the tactics, with communication that they have. And that's just one part. Active skills, just one part that can give you the advantage. It doesn't really matter that much for some, especially if you have accolades already on your side. You have practiced and did the hard work to make sure that you can go in for the fight regardless of losing a few.
Yeah, I mean, I enjoy playing Clash Squad. I enjoy watching them play Clash Squad as well. And some of these maneuvers coming through from both Virtus Pro and RRQ have been phenomenal in terms of pure mechanical skills. You gotta love it. This time around, instead of being a 6-0 comeback, it did take the distance on Kalahari 6-5, and a map where RRQ used to dominate on, they have just been whooped. Now we head on into the final game on this series at Bermuda. We have gone the distance. Let's see if we will go the distance in terms of the Bermuda rounds as well.
Yeah, definitely. I'm really excited to where each round will bring us as well, because some rounds will have those disadvantages, especially with the difference of the tactics that we've seen from these teams. RRQ mostly going in for the long-range engagement, whereas Virtus Pro focuses on a close-range battle, but with Expose in the back end, he brought in a lot in terms of assists, especially information as well as a sniper.
Yeah, and you can see the numbers on both sides here. Not very different, right? It's not like Virtus Pro got so many more eliminations as opposed to RRQ. It was a very, very balanced game between the two. On the damage side, though, if you look, RRQ, massive stuff coming through from the side of Ma'al, on the side of Exposi as well. The two snipers doing well. But when you look at the eliminations this time, Exposi really stepping it up.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of damage, yes, you can bring that in, but the opponents will just heal up. It's more of finishing them off towards the final battle. But head-to-head right now, finally, Jutz will be on the board going against Exposi. And Exposi, again, he is a rusher at this point, but from his role, he's more of a flex. He's going for the snipes, double DSK, and that's where he grabbed a lot of assists as well as the damage in comparison to Dutz.
Yeah, this is where the team accidentally filled up the Excel sheet, because this guy's, like you said, usually the sniper in this game, he played the role of the sniper as well instead of rushing in to meet up with Dutz, etc. So, not the best fair fight. I would have compared him up against Ma'al, and he definitely won out that fight. But up against Dutz, obviously, the numbers are lacking just a tad bit.
Yeah, I mean, but that's really brought it in from the earlier. Probably got a little too cocky on the nades. It was turned around, and a lot of nades has been avoided as well as deflected by teams of Virtus Pro. So let's see now what is going to end up as our active skills banned and picks later on as we head into Bermuda. And quite interesting though, I think Virtus Pro will not be changing anything. This is just a assumption. They will not be changing anything. They will just be dependent on the skills that they have.
Yeah, very interestingly so, right? I have a feeling as well that if they force that for the second game, especially because they have won that second game, they'll be even more confident with this lineup of active skills. course, we did see a little bit of a difference there with the Steffi being brought in, and that was mainly because in that first game, Dudes was raining down those grenades on their heads, and that A124 being dragged in by RRQ was the difference maker. But they weren't able to disable the side of Virtus Pro all that too many times with the A124, because as opposed to the first game, Virtus Pro this time learned their lesson. They're like, okay, I'm going to keep my distance. I'm going to play this from a good enough range so that you guys can't cap us so quickly. But it was a great fight back. I mean, RRQ almost took it away from them.
Yeah, that's one thing though. That's one thing that really excites me. How they adapt, how they change, and it's just a matter of minutes that they will need to make those decisions. They need to make those adjustments right now to find out how well will they be able to take any advantage at this point. But I guess we are up, and we might be seeing another picks or just the players waiting. Or no, this looks like they're talking into something in terms of the bans and picks.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a very interesting fight today for sure, guys. All right. So best of 3. We started the broadcast 2 hours and 5 minutes ago. We're still on the first series, but of course there was no thanks to the technical delay that we had at the very start. So we do apologize for that. But even in the series itself, as anticipated, it's going to take a while, right? About an hour and a half has been put aside for each series here because we know this can really go the distance. And like what Virtus Pro just showed us, they dragged it all the way to that 11th round, and they finally finished it off on that 11th round. But the question is, can they do the same thing here once again, or will they be a little bit more efficient this time around?
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing though that RRQ Kazu is discussing about. This is more of what they are talking about. How can they take advantage of what Virtus Pro has done on that game number 2, as well as use it or bring it back to their side, similar to what we've seen in Nextera. But in Bermuda, like what I mentioned, there's a lot of opportunities to be brought in and ranked in this map, so more chances that both teams are very proficient. So they will be trying to take advantage of those skills, bans and picks, as well as which part they will be ending up for each of the spawns that we have. But Steffi and Cassie on both sides being banned.
Okay, interesting. So this time, RRQ Kazu does not want them to protect their heads with the Steffi. We totally understand why. Cassie taken out from the side of RRQ so that they can't get super aggressive up forth. But once again, Oscar with the force. I don't even know why would Oscar be the main pick here for Fuwara. I haven't really seen a lot of those blue wall rushes coming on through just yet. But maybe in this game number 3, he will show us the efficacy of this Oscar. A124 and Tatsuya on the side of RRQ going in with the classic lineup.
Yeah, classic lineup right now. Let's see how 18 Deer MKS will be able to use this, and also if they can bring in the Homer once again. But waiting for Nameless and Exposé for their pick. And since they took away their own Cassie, I'm quite sure. I think they will still bring that Santino, but what will they replace Steffi with?
Yeah, that's a good question, right? Obviously, they want some sort of protection over their heads, and I actually don't really know exactly what they can bring out here. Oh, the Iris instead for the side of Exposé. Yeah, and so once again, Exposé is definitely not the rusher on the side of Virtus Pro. I'm not so sure why they listed him as that. But it's interesting because there is a possibility here that is the intention of Virtus Pro. Maybe Exposé is going to change his role a little bit, but with the Iris on his side, rushing into those battles, he's not going to be able to bring as much impact now.
Yeah, let's see if they will be able to make that work on them. Well, Iris was used earlier, if I'm mistaken, by Maal, so it's more of a switch up. Now, let's see if this will help them at this point. They do have that Santino, though, and again, still looking forward to what they can do with that Santino. It's more of a exit strategy, especially if you're stuck on a very, very high compound and you want to jump out, similar to what we see in Battle Royale, or just a distraction if in case they bring it in. So we'll have to find out, though. In Bermuda, there's a lot of opportunity that they can be used in a different manner.
Yeah, absolutely. And MBR Rocks, you are absolutely right. I'm actually under the weather. I fell sick yesterday. It's a little unfortunate. I thought I would need to cancel today's cast, but, there's no way I'm going to miss the inaugural CS at Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia. So I was like, it's okay. I'll suck it up. I took a lot of meds, and I am pumped up on the stuff from the drugstore, man. So it's good. I think I should be able to hold myself together, but I'm hoping these teams will really, really make me lose my voice here with some excitement because I wasn't too excited with that first game then.
Yeah, I mean, first game, it's all one-sided. Abe right now will try surviving up close and personal battle, but here comes the rest of Virtus Pro being picked up and responding.
Yeah, I mean, Abe had timing on his side. He could have recovered, but instead he just ran straight at his opponents. And Dudes will get the knockdown onto Exposi as well, all thanks to the ice grenade on his side. For Wara on standby. It is a 4v2, and RRQ are in trouble from the get-go here.
Yeah, for Wara, let's see if he'll be rushing in against Dudes. Information already relayed, a little bit of damage, but Warak will try to jump in. There goes the takedown. Lone one remaining. Ooh. And it is a solo mission right now where Diamond's already for the flank.
Yeah, beautiful play from Virtus Pro this time round. Pistol rounds, I hate the pistol rounds. If anybody saw my stats for pistol rounds, they'd just laugh at me, bro. I think out of 100 pistol rounds so far, I have won none.
Bro, I mean, it's a good thing that they couldn't break down and see the rounds, but for me, history-wise, you can see the history of my game, and they would be laughing at me overall.
Oh, you do see,
but I am ranking up.
That's insane. I don't know how you do it. Okay, on the games where I just don't play well, I'm just constantly on rank protection. I've seen rank protection so many times. Sick and tired of the word already, bro.
Let's see. There's no rank protection at this point for both teams. RRQ right now already losing one battle before Warak, a little bit to getting close though. And Dutz with that nade, he will not tag anyone. And Warak just like in time to stop his tracks to be able to avoid that.
Yeah, imagine if Dutz had the Coda on him. As well as the Alvaro, and him tossing out those nades would be a little crazy.
Yeah, it's just giving Coda to a different character, to a different player that might give them more advantage. For Warak right now, Mini Uzi in hand, and the rush managed to get away, and it's not so much of an Oscar use right now, but he still goes down from the hands of Abe.
Well, Abe with the Mini Uzi will be able to spray down Fuara, and Virtus Pro now down by one man in a 3v2 fight up against RRQ. Exposi with the far-off play, and you can see the rush coming on through from Diamond with the M500 in hand. Obviously, he's going to be in a very sticky situation as Abe now recovers his health. They've got the spot onto Abe. Thought his own team member was the opponent. A little bit of a miscommunication there, and Exposi though will not be able to play the counter. Diamond from the back, but Abe will sort him out easy.
Yeah, I mean, definitely easy enough to bring him down. And at this point, I mean, with that up close and personal, Mini Uzi will work for them, but that VSK as well as a Kingfisher from Maal didn't do so much for them. It's more of the close range Mini Uzi battle that we've seen from RRQ that brought them that win. But as we can look right now, Mag 7 be brought in by Diamond as well as for Warak with that MP5 and the Kingfisher coming from Exposi. I think we are looking at a 2-2 split right at this point.
I mean, the Kingfisher, great rate of fire, great range as well, decent damage out of the gun, and it's not very expensive at all, just 1,100. So resource-wise, it's a smart purchase from Exposi. And AWM and the rate of fire is just painful, man. Diamond will get the Mag 7 drop, and Dutz out of the equation. Maybe VP will have a little bit of an advantage here, but Diamond really low. Maal goes for the protection onto his brother, and Abe sprayed down. Diamond will get the knock, but instantly traded out by Dutz. And now one final player, Exposi. Kingfisher in hand, does not have a CQC gun in hand. And this is most definitely gonna put him at a small little pickle of a spot, and RRQ gets the mini Uzi drop onto him. Virtus.pro, unfortunate, just brought the wrong gun to this fight.
And that's one thing, it's more important on what weapon you can use, and it needs to match your position and your role. So that's one thing that will be needed, though. But you know how it is. Once a few players from your side has been taken down, you will be risking to go in a fight with a wrong weapon. So it's good enough as well to be close to the rest, just in case they have been taken down. Then you can pick up what weapon they have.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a situation where Virtus.pro needs to play it a little bit more smarter, right? And Exposi, that just wasn't, I guess, the right situation for him to whip it out. But now with the VSS, I'm sure he's going to be a little bit more effective for Warap. Moving on forward with the M590. Ice Grenade is going to be tagging up the player first. As a Bay, level 3 on the MP5. This gun, this SMG, hits like a truck net.
Yeah, let's see if someone will be hit by a truck at this point, because so far he's being cut in his approach. Either it is a container or a glue wall, or someone who will try to go for the pinch is stopping them. And 18 Deer taking down Nameless right now, and still the movement prime for 18 Deer and the rest of RRQ.
Yeah, I mean, see, unfortunately with the active skill bans here, they just can't seem to stop RRQ, right? In the previous game, they banned out that A124. This time around, they take the Cassie out. And without Cassie, yes, RRQ is not going to be as tanky on the front lines. But, you know, they now have that A124 as RRQ goes in here for some of these rushes. The SMG is just way too deadly, Nep.
Yeah, and that's one thing, though. You will need to be up close and personal, and we've seen how well, especially 18 Deer, as well as Duts and Abay goes in for that rush. With a proper weaponry, they can do it, and I think 18 Deer is going into his prime state with that M1887, but I see Nameless as well with the M590.
Yeah, this is where Exposi can shine with the sniper. But he has to make sure Fuwara and Nameless don't make a mistake here. Now, VP have already moved in towards the center of the map where the airdrop will land, perhaps putting them at an advantage for coins, but they get sprayed down to the ground. Abay will find one as well as Fuwara gets put down. Diamond is found. Exposi, again, the sniper on the side of Virtus.pro, alive because he's just not involved in these fights. He should have actually stuck to the role they gave the production as the rusher, because he's not really functioning well as the sniper.
And one key factor as well for RRQ winning that game is that boost that has been given to Maal, not only going in, jumping inside that container for that elevation, but he went above it, so he got a clear view of everyone who's rushing into that alley.
Yeah, absolutely. And 4-1 now, 2 more rounds to end the series with a victory here for RRQ. And it's a 2-2 split for the side of Virtus.pro. RRQ, on the other hand, with a 1-3 split. Maal once again staying back. The much more effective sniper from the side of Indonesia. Abay, MP5. Oh, what a swap with the Santino. Life-saving.
Yeah, really, that is one feature that we have in Santino. Let's see if a rush can be done. Abay going in for that flash freeze to put a little bit of damage, but looks right now, M590, while Fuwara rushes and heals up, but he goes for the takedown. Good thing Nameless will be on the follow.
Bro, I just learned something from Virtus.pro. That's how I'm going to use the Santino. You know I'm a rusher. I'm always getting in there. I want to get the first kill of the game. And dude, that Santino play on the rush was just absolutely phenomenal. Unfortunate that we didn't really get to see the follow-up on that, but now 18 Deer in a 1v3. And finally we see the Oscar rushing through the glue wall, breaking it down. But RRQ will play the counter. Maal now the final one, and the sniper can't get the job done as Fuwara finds him from the back.
Yeah, Diamond as well for finishing a touch. And RRQ right now will, or Virtus.pro rather, will be, points will be reduced to, or the lead will be reduced to 2 right now. Let's see if Virtus.pro able to bring back another point on them, especially if they have more weaponry. And Farafal from 2 or from 1, and we have 2 AWM, 2 M590 if I'm not mistaken. And well, that is a huge deal for VP right now.
Oh yeah, a double AWM setup on this location on this map is beautiful. A lot of open area, good line of sight, but Exposi needs to hit hard with those shots though. Now glue wall erected already. Exposi in trouble. Ma'al will be dropped by Diamond's AWM from afar, and a beautiful jump shot from Fuwara. M590 winning it out, and now it's a potential 3v1. Dudes is going to quickly expire, all thanks to the shot from afar. And this is now going to put 18Beer in a pickle. He does have the MP5. It's just on a level 2, and the numbers game plays against him.
Yeah, I love what Fuwara did there at that point. He went in onto that glue wall, waited for the footsteps as well as the backup. There goes the rush. It didn't hit the player as well for the knockback, but he knows that, hey, they have the advantage in terms of numbers and can go for that elimination.
Absolutely, man. I mean, this is a great comeback here from Virtus Pro. And RRQ still 2 rounds away from finishing this off. And this is a compound where you can most definitely see RRQ winning, right? Cutting the distance very quickly. Ma'al has got some long-range options as well. But he will position himself up against Exposi. Diamond and Exposi. Gonna be keeping an eye onto Ma'al. And a beautiful smoke cover from Ma'al. That's a pro play right there if you've ever seen one.
Yeah, I mean, from afar, especially in that middle, you will be able to spot anyone who's trying to target you, especially on that sniper. And it's a good thing they brought in that smoke for him to get away from that box. Now, let's see, though, if that will help them take the point. A lot of damage being dealt in onto RRQ as well. But Virtus Pro right now, with that rush from Abe, might not help them.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, and we did see in a tight space earlier, the Oscar coming in very handy. But there is a winning condition for that Oscar's wall rush, right? You need to make sure you've got the numbers game on your side and the rest of your team members are ready to take the fight. Because once you rush in, it's just chaos in that, right? So you have to... And you need to have a good enough CQC gun, preferably a shotgun. The M590, very deadly. So let's see if or not that kind of pans out well this time for Virtus Pro. It's still going to be... a cheeky long-range attempt from Ma'al. Exposi missing the first one. Will not miss the second shot. Does find the connection and the drop. But Abe goes in to finish him off. And that denial comes on through. Exposi down on the ground from Fuwara as well as he circles around, dropping him in the M590. And now in a 2v2. But of course, Virtus Pro can make this into a 2v4 if they get those pickup. Exposi down. Fuwara once again shining. The player that was underestimated now, just proving why he's on this roster of Virtus Pro.
And let's see, Nameless right now will try to bring this name. And there goes the hit! That nade, that freeze managed to take him down on that AOA, followed by the M590.
I mean, that was a brilliant play. First off, with the ice grenade, just to make sure even if he does get the pickup, he's not going to be able to do much with it. And then rushes on in with the M590. Obviously, in a range like that, the shot is going to be deadly. And it's a shotgun, right? So you've got the spread as well. So beautifully played. And now we are all equal 4-4 on round 9.
That's pretty much what we've seen from game number 2. It's just a back and forth. It's more, though, an advantage by Virtus Pro at this point. And Abe pulling at a wall right now against 2 players of Virtus Pro. And the rush is on, but it is that glue wall that will stop him. And let's see if he'll get a few more from this airdrop.
Absolutely. And, well, the airdrop is always a big blessing, especially in terms of getting you some extra money in the other rounds, but that's in regular Clash Squad. Now we are in round 9. So yeah, these boys are stacked. It's all about the upgraded weapons, right? You know, the Groza X, the AWM-Y, and that's exactly what these players were looking for. But now VP making sure they don't make a mistake here, and Fuwara again will deliver. M590 gets the drop. Abe will find one for himself as Exposi is found and Nameless with the trade. It's a 2-for-2. Dudes with the grenade this time. It goes wide, and Ma'al from afar will get the knock with the Kingfisher. And this is still a round that RRQ can win here, Nep.
Yeah, let's see if Duts will be able to stop Nameless. But the flank is being done by Diamond right now, and that will leave Duts in the open. He is going solo right now with Ma'al on the back foot. but the blue will be closing in, and this will reveal them in their position once they move up. That Centeno is still in that area, and one good exchange can bring them on, but I don't think they will be using it. It is now a 2v3, but Virtus Pro is on to the other side. This blue can be some trouble.
Oh, beautiful shot from Goods. Can he get it? Beautiful, but straight to the chest. Missed the headshot. And now he is going to be under a lot of pressure, and the circle of all things finds the man. All right, Virtus Pro now with the lead as they pick up the 5th round win for themselves. It's a 5-9 scoreline. RRQ falling behind, surprisingly.
That's one thing, as we mentioned earlier, taking the high ground at this point is really an advantage. You have visuals on your opponent, and you can plan your approach, similar to what we've seen Virtus Pro did, especially for Wada, as he jumped in there, or jumped above using those blue walls, and then waited for the perfect opportunity to jump against RRQ.
Absolutely. I think this is now a point where Virtus Pro can either win it or lose it, right? Because they're on match point, and if they lose this, I think it's going to affect their mental health a little bit here. A good grenade onto a bay. One more follow-up, but it's a smoke that they lay out there. This is a little bit of an interesting play from Virtus Pro.
Yeah, I mean, not quite sure what the smoke is for. Probably a misclick.
I think misclick. He's like, wait a minute. Oops. I thought that was a frag.
But it's okay. It's okay. I mean,
if it was a frag, it would have been deadly, bro.
Yeah. Or it could have been which team has a Steph? No one has a Steffi. I was expecting someone that could be a good feint so that they can use that and then use an actual nade later on. But Abe right now on the flank, though Dutz is already down. I don't think they will be rushing in for the pickup, and Virtus Pro can just take advantage of the slowdown that we have, as the blue will be closing in a bit.
I mean, dude, if RRQ loses this I will not know what to say, because they started off really, really hot. And Virtus Pro has turned things around, and Fuwara has woken up. But now shot from afar, 18 Deer hopping on in as well, but he will get straight down. It is now a 1v3. Ma'al, the sniper on the side of RRQ, will not be able to pull this off. What a close shot onto Fuwara. And now in a 1v2, both Diamond and Explosive really low. Can Ma'al pull off a brilliant play here as he drops down to that lower ground? Diamond with the M590 obviously has the advantage, Nep.
Yeah, let's see. AWM will not do that much work up close and personal. There you go. It is Virtus Pro after losing a horrible battle in game number 1. Magic came back up close and personal against RRQ.
Holy shit, what a comeback. My God, that was unbelievable from Virtus Pro. They just absolutely capped RRQ after looking like an absolute joke in the first game, getting beaten 6-0. And in the second game, pulling it the distance into round number 11, winning it 6-5. And now with this phenomenal finisher, after going off-handed with the picks, I think, this is just a crazy, crazy counter. And those bans obviously played a huge role here now.
Definitely. I mean, the bans itself, with the switch up in how they ban each of the most important skills that can be used against them. And again, the first pick that we've seen from Virtus Pro, we were expecting that it will be a good deal to use against the current meta that RRQ has. And then game number 1, it was a 6-0. So RRQ's mind, okay, we can do it. They're not changing that much. Overconfidence, I would say, that has brought them to this point where Virtus Pro is just chilling and just using mechanical skills, and then at some point, perfect timing on the active skills.
Yeah, and I think Fuwara just really outplayed RRQ this time around after that first game loss, right? In that first game, Fuwara was like a big question mark, like, what is this guy even doing on this roster? And he really really showed up in Game 2 and Game 3 especially. It was multiple knocks. The M590 plays out of him was phenomenal. And this goes to prove exactly what we said. Even if you're on that first spot, even if you're taking the team from that 8th spot, yes, they may be down in terms of those eliminations, but in Clash Squad, things can turn around. And they were technically the underdogs in this fight up against RRQ, but they showed up strong. They showed that they have got the heart and the communication on their side. And my goodness me, everything went the way of Virtus.pro. Very impressive victory over RRQ.
Yeah, I mean, it might not be the 0 win that RRQ had, but it really went the distance, and Virtus.pro just played it along quite fine. And it's not just going for elimination. It's more of, as much as possible, go in for double elimination on one specific rush, and then it just snowballs from there. That is what I've seen from Virtus.pro, especially when it really matters. But with the switch around of the scenario as well as the area of the map, that probably is something that caught them off guard in terms of how RRQ is working the distance. So Expose will need to be a little bit more cautious, because there was one point wherein he was caught off guard with 2 snipers, and he's the one who went down first, and then the rest of the teams of Virtus.pro is already in the rush.
Yeah, and I also think that RRQ had the element of surprise catch on Virtus.pro in that first game. I mean, those grenades out of Dudes was unbelievable. But we just didn't see those grenades and those beautiful knocks coming on through in Game 2 and 3 as often, right? Because obviously Virtus.pro is like, okay, all right, we need to look out for this. And when you're not looking out for those grenades, they are deadly. When you are looking out for them, there's a fair chance you get to block them off with those glue walls. There's a fair chance, you know, you get to play some sort of a counter. And obviously Virtus.pro played it so well. And Expose, from not performing to finding his long shots, this is very impressive for the guy. And you know, he definitely did not play the role of a rusher. He was still the sniper on the side of Virtus.pro. But this time around, he was getting the job done, which was fantastic. So everything went right for Virtus.pro in this Game 2 and 3. Great enough. And I think they won out fair and square in terms of gunfights up against RRQ. So it was a very respectable win from the side of Virtus.pro as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Virtus.pro, it's just showing on what we expect in them in Battle Royale is showing right now. It's more of how they can rush quickly, how can they position themselves well, and even if it's a similar setup that we've seen from both teams of RRQ and Virtus.pro, it's more of how can they adapt to quickly at that, because we've seen earlier that the snipers rarely goes in up close. But we're going to go for an interview and hear what Virtus.pro has to say in this fight.
Our very first booyah and the ticket to semi-final. Right now I'm here with
เนมเลสครับจากวัตตาโปครับ
ไดมอนด์ครับจากวัตตาโปครับ
Okay, let's start with something simple. How are you feeling right now after getting this booyah? Do you think you can get it from the first place? คิดว่าเราจะได้บูย่าตั้งแต่แรกอยู่แล้วไหมแล้วรู้สึกยังไงบ้างกับการได้บูย่าในครั้งนี้
จริงๆผมส่วนตัวผมไม่ได้คิดอะไรครับผมคิดถึงแต่แฟนผมอย่างเดียวเลยครับ
Ooh, he didn't think about anything, just his girlfriend. Okay, how about you?
ก็เอาจริงก็ไม่ได้คิดอะไรเหมือนกันอยากเล่นให้มันสนุกพอครับแบบเล่นให้มันที่สุดอะไรอย่างเงี้ยครับก็ผลออกมาดีครับ
So on this side, he didn't think about anything at the same time, but he just wants to have fun, just only pure joy and excitement. And it turned out so well. Okay, how about the second game in round 3? Do you think you'll get naded and be wiped out of the map just like that? ตอนเกมที่2ราว3เราคิดว่าเราจะโดนบอมแล้วก็ตุ้มหายหมดเกลี้ยงเลยไหม
จริงๆในเกมพี่มอนเขาก็เตือนครับว่าระวังโดนระเบิดนะระวังโดนระเบิดนะแต่เขาพูดเยอะเกินไปผมรำคาญผมก็เลยวิ่งไปตายระเบิดเลยครับ
Okay. So Diamond already warned him about the nade, but he was like, this is so annoying and whatever. I just went in there and got naded. Boom, gone. Okay, how about you, Diamond?
ก็แบบผมคิดไปแล้วครับว่ามันต้องมีภาพนั้นเกิดขึ้นแต่ผมก็แบบเตือนมันไว้ก่อนนะแต่แบบเอาไม่อยู่จริงๆครับ
ยังไงก็ไม่ทันเนาะ
ไม่ไหว
วิ่งไปแล้ว Yep, as Nameless said, he already warned him so many times and he thought it would happen for real. And yep, turns out it is real. So So, last question. Is there anything you would like to say to the other teams who are about to compete? มีอะไรอยากฝากถึงทีมอื่นๆที่กำลังจะแข่งไหมคะ
ก็จริงๆอยากฝากถึงทีมหนึ่งครับว่าขอบคุณมากครับที่มาช่วยซ้อมให้แล้วก็แข่งวันนี้ก็สู้ๆครับ
มีผู้ซ้อมที่ดีก่อนหน้านี้
ใช่ครับ
So he would like to say to a team that helped him to be to practice and everything, and good luck to that team. And you, Diamond?
ก็แบบอยากให้ทีมไทยทุกทีมสู้ครับ
He wish every Thai team good luck and fighting. Okay, thank you so much for this interview session. Now let's get back to the shoutcasters.
Cutest interview in the world, bro. What else can I say? These boys are really confident, and they deserve to celebrate because it was a phenomenal victory over RRQ that looked way too good in the first game. I mean, 6-0. They did not pull away a single round. Second game, we saw the fight in them, and in the third game, they showed us who is boss. Virtus Pro, so impressive in this 2-1 victory.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, 6 points is a target from both of the teams, but compared to 6-0, as you did mention, it might be a fluke that Virtus Pro, or it might be a feint that Virtus Pro has pulled in there. It's more of finding out what rotation they have, and well, it did show that Dutz was quite prime in the sniper or in the grenade rather, and they need to find a way. And even in the interview, it came up of that grenade elimination. So it's more of the stubbornness as well, but they made it work, and well, they grabbed this win.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is exactly what we expect out of them in the overall grand scheme of things. Let's take a look at some of the stats here as well and look at the assists on the side of Virtus Pro. So phenomenal. Nameless Diamond X Posse with a 10, 11, 17. Obviously, you see a lot of assists on the side of Dutz and Abe, but not as much in some of these other games that we did see them really excel on. A damage category, on the other hand, we do see RRQ actually had the advantage here, but they were not finishing the job net.
Yeah, definitely. And pickup is being done. Smokes is helping Virtus Pro to save up, as well as the glue wall. So that is something that they will need to consider the next match that they played in, because I think that is why Oscar has been put in. Having that chance to rush in while a pickup has been done, it really helped them to win this match.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is the difference maker, right? The Oscar play, I was wondering, where is it going to come out? Where is it going to come out? And finally, it did. And it was a game changer in that battle up against RRQ. The Oscar made a difference. But again, you have to apply caution as well before you rush on in with the Oscar. And I think Virtus Pro actually executed it very, very well.
Yeah, well, that is the end of the first series of the day. We're going to go for a quick break. When we return, the next match of Clash Squad is going on. So don't go away. Keep watching. We'll be right back in a bit for more of Clash Squad.
No retries, no excuses, just one path, victory or nothing. New feature, live broadcast situation. This season's live streams will include live in-game challenges. Who will rise? Who will face punishment? Don't miss a single stream. More than a game, it's your legacy on the line. Will you survive or become a legend? Challenge your limits. In the ultimate test of skill and strategy, only the strongest will survive. Welcome to the arena where legends are forged. To claim victory, you must challenge your limits. This season's special features. This tournament introduces exciting new challenges, unique team skills, man-picked active skills for Clash Squad mode, champion rush format, randomized map order, total prize pool $378,000 US. Warriors will battle for glory and the ultimate reward. Tournament format. The tournament features 2 competitive modes, Battle Royale and Clash Squad. Battle Royale, 18 teams, knockout format with 2 phases. Clash Squad, 8 teams in a Swiss stage format. Both modes culminate in a grand finals where champions are crowned. Knockout stage. This is where the battle begins. Survival gets real. Phase 1, April 25 till May 11, 2025. 18 teams divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, with 6 teams each. 3 weeks, 54 intense matches. Daily format. Group A versus Group B versus Group C. Top teams advance, the rest are eliminated. Phase 2, May 16 till June 11, 2025. 1 misstep and you're out. Week 4, only the strong survive. Day 1, top 12 from Phase 1 compete in 6 matches. Only 1 team advances to the grand final. Day 2 and 3, the remaining 11 teams battle alongside underdogs ranked 13th and 14th. 1 winner per day advances to the finals. Week 5, second chances. Days 1, 2, and 3, the same format continues with underdogs ranked 15th to 17th. Each day crowns a new finalist. Week 6, the last chance. The final 11 teams, as well as the 8.
Welcome back, survivors. This is the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2025 spring season, powered by Red Bull. By the way, Red Bull is the official energy drink partner for both the spring and fall FFWS Sea 2025 season. So we thank them and welcome them as our official partner.
We are also partnered and powered by Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra, the gaming phone that the players have been using to get peak performance in their Clash Squad and Battle Royale for this tournament. All the specs that we have right here for Samsung S25 Ultra has really exceeded expectation from all of the players, even of all of the users. So why not grab yours so that you can get all this power in the palm of your hand?
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, if you want to dominate some games out there, you need a decent enough device to match your fantastic, phenomenal skills. And obviously, that's why these boys are having such crazy games out there. You see the maneuvering. I mean, not a single wasted pixel. Some of the moves out of dude, I am jealous. I'm going to try those moves in my games right after we're done with this broadcast. But it looks like it's going to be a long day. We've got 6 series in total. We are just done with the first one. If we go the distance on every single one, it's going to be a really fun one, but it's going to be a very, very long one.
Yeah, hopefully you join us on this one. I know this will be an exciting but also a lengthy battle, but you're going to learn a lot. Even AJ already mentioned that there are a few tactics, a few movements that he will be using. I know I'll try, but definitely that's the word, try. Not sure if it will be successful overall, because you've seen me play. I like, but old fingers really are not fit to move like Dudes and the rest of the teams, but pretty much close to Maal or Exposy on a sniper.
I don't accept that excuse. No old finger excuse is going to be accepted here, because, you know, look at Vietnam. You know, if you fail, try and try again until you succeed. And, you know, the region as a whole, the teams as a whole have really, really stepped it up. Obviously, we're going to see them in action in a little bit as well, right? For the first matchup of the day, we did see the performance between Thailand and Indonesia, but now we get the pleasure of seeing Vietnam rise up to the top. WAG, one of the most, if not the most promising team out of Vietnam, going to be in performance right now.
Yeah, and they are going against Evo's Divine, a team that in this competition has managed to grab the most amount of booyahs in a day. So let's see if they can go against this team WAG. But I do agree with you in terms of evolution, in terms of adjustment and their performance. Really, WAG is something else, and they have been the motivation by the other Vietnamese region after PE Sports jumping into that EWC. So let's see what more they have to offer, especially as we are looking into the same map but in different order, starting off with Kalahari.
Absolutely, man. Looking forward to this one. Obviously, the map was a little randomized in the previous game where we saw Bermuda in for game number 3, Kalahari in game 2, and we started things off at Nexterra. This one's just going to be a little bit of a shake-up. We still don't have Solara in the mix here. And I see a comment here. In fact, it's a question from Eagle Bangla on our YouTube chat. What benefits will the teams get if they win Clash Squad mode? Bro, the benefit is they get to go back home a little bit richer. Every team in Clash Squad, there's a total of 8 teams. They are already $2,500 richer. But if you win Clash Squad and be the champion of Clash Squad, you walk away with 30,000 USD in your pocket. So that's a huge bonus if you ask me.
Yeah, definitely huge bonus indeed. And looking at the bans and picks right now, Steffi and A124, similar to what we've seen earlier against Virtus Pro and RRQ, has been taken out. I guess they are taking that into their books as well, just to avoid being naded, as well as not being taken by that thrill battle.
Okay, so the Steffi A124 bans, I understand. On the side of EVOS Divine, dragging away the Cassie, so this is gonna make them a little bit more deadly in the close range combat. But Tatsuya on the side of Tikui, Zane on the side of Cyrus. Obviously, Cyrus will be looking to be a little bit tanky on the front lines. And without the Cassie on their side, this should serve them quite well. Santino for Russia seems to be an interesting one. So we've seen the Russia bringing in the Santino. Now we get to see the sniper play the Santino.
Probably it's more of positioning wise that he is looking forward to, just in case he will be stuck in one high ground, he can get away for the help. And with the help of Koda as well from Aim God, I mean, if he will be backed away or backed by Ray with that Cassie, then they can be a little bit more of tankier. And they also have that Oscar, probably front line for Coach Hill.
Okay, so this is a very, very decent lineup coming through from the side of EVOS Divine, I think. Very aggressive. You've got a little bit of trickery from Rasia, the sniper on the side of EVOS Divine as well. I'm definitely liking the Indonesian side. On the side of Vietnam, Homer is going to make a very big difference, but that's mainly in terms of the one-on-one engagement between Alan and maybe some other players. So there's the potential that this Russia is going to be splitting away from the rest of the WAG players. X-Ball on the Iris, this is where I really believe that he can actually get something crazy done here, right? But what's going to be dependent on whether this Iris works well or not is the terrain that we do this battle on. Because regardless of the map that you do battle on, in each and every single map, you've got some very crowded terrain and you've got some open terrain as well, where the line of sight and that Iris can actually be used to full efficacy. If you've got these close range combat, that Iris is not going to be very useful in a couple of those rounds.
Yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see though on how the X-Bor is going to pull that off with that Iris. And yeah, we are going to feature a few or a new list of characters or active skills right now in terms of this battle. Let's see if how this will be or how dynamic this will be in this gameplay. And so far, the snipers definitely will be using that M500 at this point. And let's see how will they take all those elimination with that 1-2-1 split for EVOS Divine. A little bit of damage has been dealt onto them already, and WAG's 2-2 split have led Tikui as well as Cyrus already in front line.
Yeah, there's a big potential this one goes into a game number 3, mainly because both these teams are very neck and neck, right, equal. In some of the daily battles, we even saw WAG take on EVOS Divine, where EVOS actually took their L up against them. But it wasn't a very big loss in the overall grand scheme of things. Now, 2 players being sprayed down here, but the pickup instantly coming through, all thanks to the Tatsuya's Rebel Rush dash coming on. Rasia with the M500. Oh, deadly shots coming on through from this guy. Alan is really low, and EVOS Divine haven't managed to pick up their 2 players just yet. Ray, and there's a little bit of a pickle as he tries to top his own health back up. Aim got back on his feet as well. So big plays from EVOS Divine to make that rush come back through.
Dude, Aim God, the moment he get picked up, he just rushed in. No regards to his HP, knowing that Cassie is already triggered, and he is connected with that electrotherapy. He had no question on his mind right now, but to go in for that elimination. So they grab that first point right now, And as we look, Alan as taking long-range engagement with that Kingfisher, and Cyrus, Tikui, as well as X-Bor with a mini Uzi. So a 3-1 split might be happening.
As anticipated, Alan is going to be splitting away from the rest of his team members because of the unique active skill that he brings into this engagement. And Kingfisher in his hands will obviously make him pretty deadly on that right-hand side flank. This is just series number 2. We've got 2 more series to go after this. Buriram takes on GOW in series 3. Then Falcon goes up against Bigatron Delta for the final series of the day.
Yeah, let's see now. Takedown onto Alan already, especially with Russia on that VSK. And Razia finishing that off with the help of another player. This is Aim God. And it is left to X4 right now on the other side. But nope, to no avail. There's not much that he can do on that pistol, especially when you have Russia on that sniper.
Yeah, but still it was a smart play from WAG because they didn't force buy in this round. So they kind of reserved the economy a little bit for a strong round 3. And I think that's a very smart move from the Vietnamese squad. Now at least they get to play a decent round up against EVOS. But EVOS has not lost, which means they obviously have 2 rounds worth of advantage and equipment to bring into this 3rd round. So although WAG can buy, EVOS still has out-purchased them in terms of the defenses. And Russia, the long shot at the opener to get the early drop. And of all players, it's X-Bor. But thankfully, Cyrus is there for the pickup. X-Bor's right back up on his feet as that medkit now starts working. And Tikui down on the ground. Cyrus, a sliver of health left on him. Aim God will not be able to get the final bullet in the coffin here as Alan tosses a God nade over him. Kochil with a comeback. Cyrus, a sliver of health. Russia looking for one. Can't find any just yet from up top. CQC, and Cyrus makes him pray with a mini Uzi.
Yeah, it's a 2v3 situation right now, and WAG losing Cyrus. Not so much that Alan can do at this point, especially with that M590 in the hands of Coach Hill. But no recovery for Coach Hill, or make that a recovery being done, especially with the slowdown and the stalemate that has been brought in. But Alan right now is stuck in one corner, and X-Bor is on Overwatch, trying to look for where Coach Hill as well as Ray is.
Absolutely, and this was a brilliant play overall. Both sides. X-Bor, though, had a good vantage point. It will be sprayed down. This is an opportunity for a comeback here. Alan, but he misses that opportunity, all because Coach Hill had the better gun, M590. But now X-Bor has got a little bit of distance to play here with the VSS. No medkit, though, and that's going to be a big problem.
And there goes a problem. MP5 right there. Even in long range, you've seen a lot of damage being brought in to X-Bor, thus making it difficult for him to recover. And even with Alan, with all that information, there's not much that he can do with that mini Uzi, especially in the front of an M590.
So round 4 we go. And thus far, WAG has not set up any sort of response yet. And very understandably, because EVOS has been able to out-purchase them round after round. And now you look at that Santino, the body double, kind of making that rotation round for Russia. And in the meantime, Russia is holding the left flank. He can immediately drop by to play that backup here. And he does exactly that. And now in a decent 3v3 for the side of EVOS up against WAG.
Tikui going in for the rush and still unable to go for the takedown. So Rebel Rush to move away. But Alan was already being taken down, as well as Coach Hill, though, but not so much is being done to pick him up. So it will be a 3v3 situation right now, and they need to keep the distance, especially for WAG, to make all those information and all those shots count.
Yeah, X-Bor better watch out, man. I mean, he's staying away from all of these battles. He doesn't have a helmet on him, so those headshots are going to be very, very deadly. And you don't need a very strong shot on top of everything else. Now, MP5 in the hands of Aim God! Beautiful spray! But there is the trade coming on through from Tikui. Cyrus going in for the pickup. Russia with a finisher, maybe. Gets the first tag, and Cyrus says absolutely no to him as WAG wins their first round against EVOS.
And that's one thing, though. I mean, even if you're on the pickup, position is really important so that you can back away, and the active skill really saves it at this, or not so much. No, I was thinking he had a Rebel Rush, but he's position-wise to pull away, and then the M590 to be able to fire back, even trying to turn around, not to get hit, so that he can survive.
Yeah, and this is opportunity now for WAG. And they've got the purchase power. X-Boss, sorry, up on top. Aim God in a 2v1. Will get tagged up first. No knocks coming on through that. And both teams with those glue walls just pulling a little bit of a pause in this fight for a little bit. But you can see that electrotherapy making Kochil very, very dangerous.
Yeah, and that's one thing though. I mean, you know how it is. We saw it earlier, especially with Aim God. Once you're connected, you can be a little bit braver at this point. But 3 players right here. It is deadly, especially a nade will be thrown at them, but they are aiming for this airdrop, and they were able to talk off their weaponry as well as a few more. So Cyrus, will he be able to hold this ground? Because it's really risky at this point, especially when you are surrounded by a lot of players from Evo Divine.
Absolutely, and this is, oh my goodness, what a shot by Cyrus. Aim God just looking for Alan, but those glue walls built around him will keep him safe for the time being. And the code has been used already, so Aim God just needs to wait a tad bit here. Now attack from afar. Alan, grenade, don't pop yourself, bro.
If he can bounce that off through that glue wall, through that opening, he might be taking advantage of that. But Alan has been taken down by Razia, and Cyrus not so much that he can do that M590. Razia pulling that Santino shape splitter, but no position has been done. It's more of the distraction to pull away from that crosshair.
Now X-Ball will be able to trade out Aim God here. Razia, the final player. Can this Wonder Kid turn the situation around in a 1v2 as Kui gets eliminated? X-Ball still alive and kicking and going, sneaking just right below Razia just to make this a little bit more tougher for him. They know the sniper needs to reposition now as the circle moves in.
Yeah, and they are rushing in right now, but doesn't want to risk bouncing off from those tires because you know how Russia is. He can't turn it around that quickly.
And Razia doesn't have a med kit here. This is going to be a problem for the boy to play around with. Wonder Kid sneaking around. X-Ball has the same gun from that lower ground, so Razia's head in a lot of trouble. Oh, does have the med kit. Waited a long time, and now pressured by the blue. My goodness, Razia making a crucial mistake here. And I think this is it for EVOS. Razia goes down. WAG gets the round.
Yeah, I mean, he couldn't jump in with the few HP that he has. Even if he jumps, he will be eliminated. So that's one thing, though. EVOS Divine losing one of the game. But they do have 3 points their side already. So let's see if there's something that they can bring back up. But back to another part, Santa Catarina. I won't make that mistake. If I did make that mistake, I'm pretty sure I said it right earlier.
yeah. Lucky's just deaf. Was it Lucky or Vic? Either one. Someone just got some crossfire there.
But whoever that name is, I'm pretty sure the wife wouldn't even know. So she knows my history. So if it's something that she's not familiar with, she wouldn't bother.
Yeah, look at Neptune, man. This guy's definitely a playboy. Thanks, Paul. Oh, crucial position here. Taken by the WAG player. Good glue wall, but Razia knows exactly where he is. On target already as Razia tries now to break down the glue wall of X-Ball. And a counter play can be pulled here. You can see the Santino being sent out by Razia, but the Santino gets stuck in the river. This is not a good position for him to teleport himself over to, unfortunately.
Or maybe if he really wants to get away, he can risk it. But Coach Hill, no risking it. Export a little bit too close to a sniper, but there goes a payback against Aim God. Russia right now spotting one, turns the corner a little bit wrong, but a little bit of jump might take Tikui down.
Yeah, Tikui throwing that on himself. That's unfortunate. But Razia up against Tikui. Kochil down on the ground. Razia the final hope here for the squad. First shot will find the connection. And the second one, on the other hand, will be feigned a tad bit. Cyrus now for the final shutdown. All surrounded. And WAG picks up the third round in a row.
Third round in a row, catching up. It's all tied up right now. And I love what WAG is doing. They are dividing and conquering this. And even Tikui had a little bit of trouble taking Razia down at that point, but still managed it up close and personal. And knowing who you are going against and bringing them into a position wherein you have the advantage, that's what they did right there.
Absolutely, and obviously this is not going to be a quick series at all, looking at how equal these two squads are, right? And WAG, because they lost the pistol round, they had to give away the second round. And the third round, of course, grabbed phenomenally well by EVOS. But this is a great comeback now from the Vietnamese squad. Aim got M590 in hand, but the glue walls barricade himself right in. The airdrop is going to be key here. They've got extra coins for this next round.
Yeah, let's see if they can take advantage of that. Because if they lose, the coins wouldn't matter that much. A little bit of nade action, and that cleared out some of the glue walls. And Tikui has been taken down by Coach Chill as well as Cyrus. So it's more of two players, make that no players remaining. That's payback for the 3 back-to-back win in those rounds.
Yeah, the team ace coming on through here for EVOS. Not a single player on their side was dropped. On the WAG side, we cannot say the same. All 4 players just crawling around, hoping to get picked up. Unfortunately, EVOS is not very kind in situations like that. They go in here for the finisher, and look at this, man. Razia, 8 eliminations so far. Kochil with 9. AimGod and Ray are being heavy carried. They need to step back in here if they want to win over WAG.
Yeah, let's see, though. I'm seeing mostly M590 from other players, and for Razia it's a double AWM. For Xbor it's AWM as well as a VSK, so both snipers long range, and Ray VSK as well will be hit with a nade and up into Coach Hill.
I mean, that was a great nade, but Coach Hill feels a little tickled here. And shots from afar, Tikui. Most probably Razia finding those connections with a long shot. But Tikui will be able to quickly recover his health. One more medkit used up already. And this is what they need to do to their opponents, right? Just bleed them out. Now, Tikui has no medkits at all on him. And this is going to put WAG in a little bit of a pickle. But on the other side, on the side of EVOS, Ray and Kochil have run out of medkits. Oh my. This does not look good.
And that's a good start, though. I mean, once you reduce the resources of your opponent, it's a good chance for you to start that rush, especially when the blue is closing in. But as we look at the position right now, it's quite difficult for WAG because the blue will be closing in a little bit, and they have an opening, or Evo's Divine has an opening on the other side with that second floor coming from Razia. So let's see if there's something that they can play with right now, especially in this close quarter battle.
Kui. Oh, beautiful shot on the M590. Kui will be able to find yet another knockdown. Ray and Razia in a 2v2. WAG very low on HP and no recovery for Alan.
What?
And the finisher is there from Razia and a fantastic nade from afar.
Yeah, I mean, this is prime position out there, especially on a sniper. And I think that was Ray who was taking it on that second floor. And with Ray backing off and giving out that position, then that takedown from the other side is, well, it is inevitable.
Bro, Razia is freaking deadly with the double AWM snipes, bro. I mean, we know the rate of fire on the AWM is very low, but the damage is deadly. This guy has a double AWM setup, and he switches back and forth between the two AWMs with such ferocity that there's no lag between the shots. He is hitting with the AWM like how some of these players hit with the M590. That's insane.
Yeah, well, you saw how he used that VSK as well at up close and personal against Cyrus, if I'm not mistaken. And we know how he can play. And X4 right now putting a lot of damage across that glue wall.
I mean, beautifully done. He had the Iris, and this is the kind of map that the Iris comes in very handy. Had the glue wall penetration, saw the guy behind, all thanks to the Iris, because once you shoot at that glue wall, you mark the player as well. You get the glue wall penetration. Wonderfully done by WAG, just reading the map and playing their advantage. And they pull one round back for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, 5-3 right now. Evo's Divine on match point, and WAG, they need to make a comeback, but not so much can be done. Especially they need the up-close encounter, up-close battle right here but we're seeing a little switch up in terms of weaponry for WAG. So they are keeping their distance, a few AWMs, and then once they get close, that's when they pull that M590.
AimGod's buying that grenade, and I think he needs to hold back a little bit here because he's not really having a good day. Let Russia do the picking first before the rushes on the side of EVOS go a little crazy. That's what I would say if I was their coach. Because these boys, Ray and AimGod, not really looking their usual selves here. And this is giving a big advantage to WAG.
Yeah, let's see if this is WAG can take advantage of the long range. Tikui, though, a little bit too close, but all stuck into one area. They will be receiving a few damage because of the nade, and Tikui might be taken down. It's a good thing Cyrus will be able to back him up.
Russia. Can he find the spot? Yes, he does. Cochildo down. God nade by Cyrus. Oh, the first shot in. Tikui tagged up. And that will force him back. And Cochil has an opportunity to survive here. Tikui, M590, trying to find the finisher. Cyrus will get the elimination as no pickup comes on through. Expo from afar will drop Russia. And this is a game changer. But 2 players extinguished on the side of WAG as well.
Yeah, good turnaround from AimGod, especially coming from that glue wall. Now AimGod will need to deal with Alan right now, as well as Ray, who is on the other side, but up close, no need. There goes WAG. Alan being eliminated, and Evo Divine grab his win.
Yeah, brilliant play, but a phenomenal comeback from WAG, I have to say. Initially, he was making them look like they're no contest at all. And just when we thought that Indonesia was about to upset and embarrass Vietnam, WAG showed exactly why they are in the top 8 and showed exactly why they are one of the more feared Vietnamese squads out there. Phenomenal comeback, but it just wasn't enough. This guy, this wonder kid, Russia, with the double AWM rush is just another level, bro.
It seems like he played so much of sniper only in the game, and he just got used to using that up close and personal, long range, switching it up, and doesn't really need to reload unless there's an opening for him, and he can hit that. And it's mostly reason why he gets that Santino, because most of the time he is on the upper floor or probably the rooftop. So he needs that to get away if in case needed, as well as to back up the rest of the team.
Yeah, I mean, the sniper on the Santino, very, very effective in Clash Squad. We saw it being used in an aggressive manner. We saw it being used in a defensive manner when the Russia was using it in the previous game. And now the sniper, just trying to find that reposition when things get a little bit sticky out there. But it is phenomenal because we very rarely see a rushing sniper in the current meta. I mean, the previous metas, we most definitely saw a couple of those. But that was the sniper meta, right? And it's now not really the sniper. This child is just another level altogether now.
He's
he's
the meta. He is a child. That's why he's a wonder kid.
Yeah.
But he is a meta, I would say. Yeah. Razia is a meta himself.
Yeah, absolutely.
He is just something else. And that's a good acquisition as well by Evo Divine. Really having him there's a huge future for this guy because or for this kid. Because pretty much from what we've seen the other sniper has done, not so much is being done similar to what he has. And with more experience and more more games to play, there's a lot more that he can offer and study their opponents as well. In the names of Moshi, Do, Explore, I would say, if not tied up in performance or skills, he's a little bit higher already because of what he's done.
Absolutely. And usually when you call someone a kid, it's an insult. And when we call Russia a kid, it's paying him great respects, right? Because he's got, young adults here, way older than him. They've been in the industry, in this esports circuit for a long time. They've played on the world stage, and Russia is still showing up strong against them. is phenomenal. And if you look at the performance of Russia as compared to the rest of his team members, he's still one of the main heavy hitters on your squad. And when your sniper is the one getting the job done, you know your team is going to rank very, very high, because it's all about getting the numbers thinned out before you even get to that close-up face-to-face battle, right? Be it on Battle Royale or in Clash Squad. So this was a phenomenal matchup, but a good enough try by WAG to make their way back, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that far. 6-4 on the scores right now, but it has been brought in by Evo's Divine. And as you did mention, the sniper is really something else, more of information plus initial damager, so that the rest of the team will be able to rush more successfully.
Yeah.
And if not, there's still a leeway for them to be able to survive instead of being taken out completely, because not everyone is in the same place. So that's what the sniper is doing right now, how important it is, and how viable Russia might be able to do the same in the next game, because so far 10 elimination for Russia, and the damage is by far higher than anyone. But Cyrus did get 10 eliminations, more of backing up as well, because only 28-19 in damage.
This is insane. Once again, the highlight for Russia, 6 assists is decent. They won the game. It really doesn't matter. Yes, massive numbers of assists on the side of WAG, but they could not chug out the numbers like how EVOS Divine did. Kochil getting 9, and the Wonder Kid even outplaying his big brother Kochil Ray Aim God with the 10 eliminations. This was a phenomenal performance from Russia once again. But of course, we can't take much away from the side of WAG. I think Xbor played his role very well. Unfortunately, he was out-sniped by this MVP.
Yeah, and MVP definitely with that Santino, Rafael, Nikita, as well as Moko. And surprisingly, we are looking at a BSK in the hands of Russia compared to most of the time AWM that we've seen. So it's pretty much a balance in both BSK as well as AWM on the sniper. Like him earlier parts, you can use that, you can pick that up and still have that capability of a long range from the sniper. And speaking of snipers, head-to-head 10-5 elimination comparing Russia against Export.
Yeah, this mad respect once again to the child, to the Wonder Kid, Russia. I mean, double the eliminations of Xbor, outplayed him. In fact, managed to find the opening snipe onto him a couple of times as well. 6,757 damage versus 3,925. You can clearly see who's the more aggressive one. You can clearly see who's running at the faces of your opponents. And it's so unreal. Obviously, we don't expect Xbor to run at his opponents. He's the sniper of the squad. KD average, a 1.67 versus 0.71, and the AWM damage, obviously Russia's going to take the cake here as he runs the double AWM. So impressive from this child. And it's just so amazing that because he's just starting out his professional career and he's already topping the charts.
That's why it's more of a compliment really to tell him or to say that he's a child, because there's a lot more that he can do and there's a lot more that he can be better of once he grew older, or probably improve more, get more experience in this game. But we are still looking in to another game that will be brought in this map later on. Again, this is a best of 3 AJ, and well, looking forward to what WAG will offer this time around. I
mean, you know for a fact that I'm a big fan of WAG. I'm a big fan of Vietnam, but I just want a 2-0 because I cannot wait to see Series 3 and 4. I'm sorry, WAG. You need to move out of the way or wrap this up quick. 6-0, 6-0, comeback phenomenal. Let's clap for WAG. I want to hear myself say that, but I also know that Russia and gang, they're not going to be making it easy on WAG at all. And I'm actually a little bit jealous of Vietnam at this point of time because they've got my favorite Red Bull on their table, the classic gold can.
The classic gold can. It took a while before I found the apple muscat flavor, and it's a good thing that I have found a store as well. And fun fact, that is, it took me a while as well, 3 supermarkets to find that. But, well, now we are ready for what we have in our picks right now, because for the bans, pretty much the same as what we have earlier.
Yep, Cassie Steffi out of the equation. A124 dragged in by WAG. What are they trying to disable, I wonder? And of course, with the A124 dragged in on the side of WAG, I expect to see a more aggressive side of the Vietnamese squad. Tatsuya Zane going to be dragged in here from the side of EVOS Divine. So you've got the capability to run away from some of these rushes that WAG can bring. And obviously, Kochil with the Zane will be able to withstand quite a number of hits as he takes the fight up against the Vietnamese squad.
Homer and Coda being brought in by Cyrus and Alan. So information gameplay for the rusher, Alan, and a little bit of a disabler as well for Homer. So I guess that is what they're working for. But speaking of disable, one of my favorite, Raiden, will be brought in by Ray, as well as Santino is back on the hands of Rasia.
I mean, Raiden is very, very effective. I have played against a Raiden player before, and I absolutely hated that guy because I was just stuck to the ground. I was so slow. And on top of, to make things worse, I had the M590, which was already a very slow gun. So yeah, you can imagine the outcome of that match. I did not win. I went into rank protection again.
That's why there was I have one preset wherein I have that Raiden. Whether I switch up to a Raiden, a Coda, that is something that I often use in Clash Squad, and it has been brought in by EVOS Divine right now, and I do agree. That's the reason why I brought that in. The Spider Trap really is something, because the moment you get hit, and if I'm correct me, I'm wrong, chat. The moment you hit, even against a wall, you will be stuck and unable to move. So even if you, I rarely use M590. I'm more of a, if not a mini Uzi MP5. That's what I use to go for up close encounter, and the jump shot will be avoided because of that Raiden's spider trap. But there's no avoiding this battle. EVOS Divine WAG right now, and as we often see, or as we saw earlier, Rasia and Export will be pulling that M500.
Yeah, let's see how the setup is. It's just a pistol round, so I don't care about it. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. It's very important to win your pistol round so you get a little bit of economy on your side. So round number 2 can be a fairly easy one. But of course, the knock is going to take a while unless you are proficient with those flick headshots.
Yeah, let's see if we will be able to make that work right now in terms of position. WAG, 3 players already in the middle, while 3 players of EVOS Divine backs away, just waiting for them to pick out or probably just show themselves in terms of firing. And there goes the Raiden, but it has been destroyed, and Cyrus gets away.
Alan tagged up a little bit here, but he's got the backup from Tikui. It's all about, the beautiful sprays, and Aim got downed already. Tikui turning around at the right timing here, but Rasia from afar, the M500 will do the damage, and Rasia has been the only effective player on the side of EVOS thus far. Aimgod and Ray both down on the ground, and obviously not a lot of glue walls to play around with, so those pickups are going to be close to none. Rasia sprayed down, Kochil the final one in a 1v2. Pickup can be made here. Kochil circling around up against Cyrus, but Cyrus buying a lot of time for himself as Kochil quickly repositions. Very smartly played. That's a beautiful finisher from WAG.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's more of a buying time, putting that distraction while the pickup is done, and then go in for that surprise hit. But before we went there, it's more of a, like, EVOS Divine being stuck in one side that brought them to a loss. Their split is quite spread, thus they can be taken down by WAG, who is stuck together from the early part of that game.
Chat is talking about how Rasia is a millionaire practically with 7 million followers on his YouTube channel. He's just 16 years old, bro. Goodness me. I fear for him though, because he's very successful at a very young age. I do hope he's got, very decent guidance to help groom this young talent, because he can really, really go places. But it can also turn into a disaster.
Yeah. We've seen so much. We've
Yeah,
seen
I
so
know.
much of that. But again, I'm pretty sure like everyone surrounding him
Yeah.
was in a good like really in a good spot in their heart to help him. Otherwise, he might not be able to make it at this level as a pro player. But there's still a long journey. That's why a little bit of warning coming from the uncles, or I'm the uncle and your brother here, Mustachio AJ, as a battle starts.
Yeah, and your brother will tell you don't trust anyone because, when you're rich, everybody wants your money. Cyrus, Uzi. Oh, good jump through the window. Has managed to defend himself for a little bit, but now the Wonder Kid Russia, the only one left on in here, has got that long range capability. Needs to try to pull this off somehow. Aim God is not going to bleed out, but WH is going to make sure they extinguish him. But Russia will be able to take advantage from afar. And now CQC, X-Ball versus Russia, and X-Ball will be able to nail it down this time for the side of Vietnam.
And it's more of getting that information, and X-Board taking advantage of the damage that has been dealt onto Razia while he sprays in against Coach Chill and or against Evo's Divine Aim God, and with that blue damage as well, it hurts even if only a millisecond with touches you.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was a tad bit unfortunate there for Russia. Obviously, both players having the same gun, the Kingfisher, in a CQC. Not very effective, but a decent rate of fire. And it was a fair fight between them because they had the exact same gun. And Russia just kind of a little bit in the panic mode as he tried to save his brother from the drop. And now it's the airdrop reach here by WAG. This is going to provide them with some very important resources. And you can see Alan on that level 3 MP5, but he gets sprayed out with a mini Uzi? That's just illegal.
Well, had it with a rate of fire. There's no escaping that. But let's see T-Quee right now going back and forth. And not so much can be done, especially with the rest of WAG already on the floor. It's more of blocking off the approach for Evo's Divine that ensured WAG to make that win. And it's all 3-0 right now, similar to what we've seen in the first round.
This is a blitz play from WAG this time, as they are determined to make this comeback up against EVOS to show that they are no chumps in this competition. And of course, it's that winning pistol round that is the biggest game changer here, right? Of course, a lot of resources on your side that you can pull in for the game number 2 for the extra bit of advantage. But what a nade. And that is going to be a split blitz that does not connect with anyone.
Yeah, I mean, that's tough, really, if you use that. But speaking of connecting, Aim God receives a little bit, needs to recover, and it's just a waiting game right now. Probably for someone to peek in, but Cyrus a little bit too impatient. Probably spotted Aim God already, and Cyrus managed to take down Aim God. Now here comes Array trying to go for the rescue as well as Coach Hill.
Aim God down on the ground. No one of his brothers close enough to him, and WAG making sure that they will be able to punish if at all anyone does come close. And the Ice Grenade is going to have the final say in that fight. Allen now backing up Cyrus. He's got that level 3 MP5 SMG, and he will punish Russia accordingly. Coach Hill backs away. Cyrus, though, really low, but will be able to have this glue wall on his side.
Yeah, let's see if the glue wall can save him against 3 players. And Kingfisher in hand, not so much that can be done, or MP5 rather, not so much can be done by Ray. But Coach Hill with F590 up close, and there goes X4, DSK takedown.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic plays. Once again from WAG, 4 rounds in a row. Hey, I gotta show EVOS exactly who's boss.
And it looks like a pattern right now. Everyone who used that Coda has more advantage, as you did mention. It is a hack at this point in CS, because the moment you are in position in close range and you activate that Coda, you will be that Aurora vision. You will be able to spot out where they are, and you can time it, especially if you have that MP5 or that M590.
Absolutely, and it seems like EVOS is just being absolutely outplayed 4 rounds in a row, and Russia has not been able to activate at all in this game. with just a single elimination in hand. But of course, you're always going to have your winners and losers in these Clash Squad matches. A little bit of disrespect here in chat for Russia, as if the players in the chat have never lost a Clash Squad match before. I'm sure they've lost many.
You know, you know it is, and that's the warning that we had earlier as well. Because if you are performing, if you are that great, the moment you make a mistake, then like all eyes are still on you, but in different light. So let's keep it a little bit light in the comment, and this might be a payback or comeback coming from Evos.
I mean, dude, this level 3 MP5 hits like a truck, and Evos Divine finding that out the hard way. Now Rasya up on the roof. Hope he's going to be able to get to him to pick him up just yet. Ray trying to make a comeback here with the M590 though. Will be able to find a beautiful knock. And the glue wall keeping T Kui on the safer side of things. Cyrus not going to get picked up just yet. X-Ball, can he get to him? Unfortunately, the idea is there, but those glue walls! T Kui protecting his brother. X-Ball shut down. And Evos Ray with a sliver of health, trying his best to stay in this play.
And T Kui, that boost, and it's similar, the same approach from Aim God as well as Ray with that up close and personal with that glue wall. They are waiting for that boost before they make that finisher, but it really didn't work for for Ray rather, or Coach Shield rather, and that is the moment that they fell down. Thus Ray trying to recover, he will be taken by that boost as well with that 180.
My oh my. Blitz play by WAG. And now on match point, and Evos has nothing. Rasya. It looks like Evos desperately needs him to get activated before they start winning a couple of rounds here. Coach in a lot of trouble as a aggressive WAG finds a double knock instantaneously. But Allen knocked down. And it seems like it's not going to be too much of a complicated situation to play the recovery here. It's still a numbers victory on the side of WAG as they aggress on fourth.
I would say though, this map is quite tough, even on a sniper, and even in Russia, unable to recover. But there's only a few openings that you can take to be able to take those snipes, so they can't depend so much on Russia. It's more of that close quarter encounter and engagement that they need to work on to go against a full squad of WAG rushing in.
Let's see a hit, but not. Evos can make a comeback here. WAG says, sit down, boys. It's not just about one wonder kid. It's about a wonderful nation called Vietnam. And it is being represented by WAG. Beautiful play. 6-0. They shut down the Evos stock instantly there.
Definitely. I mean, it was it 4 on 6 earlier, or was it a little bit more higher in terms of lead? But 6-0, it's tough, really. I mean, more of what RRQ has brought in against Virtus Pro for their game number 1 before Virtus Pro came back. So the question is, will this be a comeback by WAG similar to what we've seen in the first series? And I'm pretty sure you are itching away to start the next game, AJ.
I wanted a 2-0. I'm hungry already. I am tired. I'm sleepy. I am sick. I'm kidding. I am absolutely pumped up for some Clash Squad, bro. I cannot wait for this to be over so I can jump into Solara again and get myself a few more ranks instead of staying on rank protection, bro.
I get a few more protection.
Damn it.
It's a good thing that there's protection as well, rank protection as well, because otherwise, like, for me, I will be keep losing all those games if it wasn't for the carry that has been done. Alternately winning and losing, rank protection really saved me.
And you're still higher ranked than me, so that says a lot about me. Yes.
No, it's more of the tenure. I played a few more because you've been working a few more than I do. So.
You know, it's insane that WAG just shut Evos up, and all of their fans instantly with that 6-0 but it's very evident that EVOS Divine can't seem to activate if Russia is not getting those eliminations. Because this time, they really managed to find the cap on the sniper on the side of Indonesia. And I don't even know how they effectively did that, right? Because I'm trying to look at some of the active skills that they used in here. So they banned out the Cassie. And on the side of WAG, they had the A124 Homer, Koda, as well as Iris. The Raiden just didn't work out all that too well on the side of EVOS.
Yeah. It's just because the Raiden is there, it's more of anticipation that it's being used. So, and we saw earlier when it was, I think it was Cyrus. The moment that spider trap is very close to him, he just take it away, and it didn't affect him. And that slow start as well has brought WAG that, I would say that, a chance to build momentum.
Yeah.
Thus, they were able to get like the 6-0 that we are seeing right now compared to the 6-4 that we had in Kalahari.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, it was a brilliant play overall in the grand scheme of things, and it seems like there's just no stopping these boys. 6 eliminations, 2,927. Earlier, it was the sniper on the side of EVOS getting the highlight. This time, it is X-Ball from WAG.
Yeah, WAG's X-Bor with that Iris, Raphael, Moko, and Otho, and we are seeing Rocky as well as a pet. And I did mention earlier that with this increase of or reduce of cooldown for the active skill, they will be able to use more of that in the battlefield. But going into scoreboard right now, elimination-wise, it was just all WAG, especially with the scoreline that they have, and even the assists is not so much that EVOS has done or can do from that game.
I mean, it was a abysmal play this time from EVOS, but only because WAG outplayed them to the T. Not massive on the eliminations, leaning on to just one player or two players on the side of WAG, like how it was on EVOS, right? And everybody doing their work. You see a lot of assists coming on through as well. It was a full-on team play from the side of WAG, and they figured out how to deal with EVOS, stick together. But now EVOS can also break that apart. They just need to bring in more grenades to break this teaming up of WAG.
That's one thing, though. That's why they need to probably still ban that Snuffy so that they will have that advantage, bring more grenades, and there's not so much that they can do once it rains on them. But in terms of firepower, like WAG is much more powerful in this game, but we are switching in to another map right now for the next game, and we are looking into next era, and switch of terrain will show a switch of tactics as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think EVOS is going to look for a little bit of a comeback here. But looking at the momentum picked up by WAG, I think it's going to be obviously a tough one. And history tells us that WAG has won too many of these daily battles between themselves as well as EVOS. So I'm a tad bit nervous here for the side of Indonesia.
Yeah, let's see what Indonesia have to think and have to do at this point, and because anticipating on what happened in that second round, all the losses, hopefully it doesn't go to waste, because I'm pretty sure they will be talking it out. No overconfidence as well for WAG's side. Otherwise, they might be caught in a trap later on, especially as EVOS Divine will also make a few more adjustments. But initially, it will depend on the skills that is being used. It can give us a previous storyline of what position they will be taking, as well as what approach they will be doing in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, it seems to be a little weird that EVOS did not pull away a single round, because obviously they were playing so much more aggressive in the previous one. So there is a potential here that EVOS purposely lost that just to torture my soul a little bit longer.
Hey, EVOS, what are you doing? Why are you torturing my brother?
I don't know if EVOS knows. I'm really hungry, all right? So I'm waiting to have my dinner. They are not making this any easier on me. Map order, Kalahari and Bermuda has been completed already. We now head on into next era. 2 first series of the day, and on both of them, we go the distance, and we've got a total of 6 series for today. So holy Lord, it's going to be a long one.
Definitely is a long one by the looks of it, and I don't think the next matches will be letting it go that easily, losing on a 2-0. But sure hope that happens, though. Sure hope that happens, and we get we get to find out who really is a winner in this fight, because they don't want to risk to be in a lower standing in the Swiss stage, but that has a few advantages as well in terms of who you are going against.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, overall, I think there is a potential here for a comeback. But once again, the A124 and Steffi getting taken out of the equation. So there's no disabling capabilities on the side of WAG. There's no blocking of grenade showers here. And it seems it's kind of crazy that WAG bans the Steffi, which means they might be bringing in this threat that I wanted EVOS to play against them. And I guess they figured out that if we stick together, these snakes can break us apart. And they want to play the grenades instead on the side of EVOS. I don't know what they're thinking, but I love it.
Let's see, though. I mean, it's more of a switcheroo, I would say. If they anticipated the approach, or if they anticipated one tactic coming from EVO's Divine, they managed to pull away from that because of like taking away A124 earlier, whilst EVO's Divine took away Steffi. Then it's more of anticipation of what the other teams are thinking. If you can find out what skills they have, you would, like I mentioned earlier, you would be able to read what tactics they will use.
Koda dragged him here by Engod. Tatsuya Cassie on the side of WA. Oh, my lord. It looks like we are going to go OG here on the side of WAG. Zane Homer for the side of EVOS Divine. Obviously, extra tankiness, information gameplay on the side of EVOS, plus the capability to disable and slow down out of raid. It's all dependent on the timing, though. And because there's no A124 to stop them, EVOS might be looking for a very quick finish on the WAG. I'm expecting a super rush coming on from both sides being planned here.
Yeah, let's see what will be the next pick by Alan and Xbor right now, because definitely the rusher will have a say. Clue, get information. Yep, this might be true. The moment that they close the distance, activate the clue skill, and then you will be able to find out where the opponents are, and then definitely rush them all. That tracing step is something else. I been using it, and it has been helping not only me but the team as well to grab a win.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, Santino here with the X-Ball. I don't really know if or not we're going to be able to see some crazy plays out of Santino, but I'm looking forward to it. We've seen a couple of moments where Santino made us scream a little bit extra loud here on the broadcast because of those phenomenal plays. So we don't expect round after round for that Santino to be used very effectively. But if it is in a game-breaking moment, I am most definitely going to lose my mind. I think it has most definitely been that one active skill that has been a little interesting. I don't know if I'm going to use the Santino. Maybe I'll try. I'll try.
Yeah, you can try. I mean, Russia has used it quite differently. I think Xpor will try use it differently as well. It's a different approach. For Razia, it's more of positioning. The moment he gets positioned, he needs to get into a different one. He pulls that off. For Xbor, they're in the same spot. They're in the same role and is using the same active skill from what Rasi used earlier. But there might be a few difference, especially if you are trying to go for a rush, similar to what we've seen with that Tatsuya and that Cassie. So let's see. We'll have to find out if they can pull it off quite easily, quite beautifully, because they really need that if they want to move up to the next level.
My IMAX look deadly on the stream, man. I can assure you guys I had decent sleep. Yesterday I played Clash Squad until I think 2 o'clock in the morning. And then I woke up early in the morning at 7 and I continued to play Clash Squad. All right. I'm addicted to Solara.
After we played, I played a few more rounds.
Of course you did. Crazy guy.
I mean, I don't want to lose a few points, so I tried to catch up. But, well, going into the battle right now, a few damage dealt by WAG. Looking at the split at this point, there's not so much of a rush that we're seeing, or probably it's because it's just a pistol round. AJ.
Yeah, this is why I hate pistol rounds, bro. So many shots onto the shield and the man still running around. Tikui trying to change that though. Beautifully done with the headshot, but he gets fired upon as well. Here comes the rush now from Ingod, but the job is not done. And my God, Tikui, he blazed on through with a double kill alongside Cyrus.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing. If you have a rusher and connected with that electrotherapy, it is really deadly. Like, there's not so much of damage being dealt on him. There is, but recovery is being done by that Cassie. So that is one thing that WAG is taking advantage of.
This is a great start by WAG, and as we've already assessed and people already know very well, you lose your pistol round. Round 2, you're going to be touching a little bit. You got to run those mini Uzis. And thankfully, there's no helmet on the side of WAG. So the best way EVOS can win this out is a couple of headshots. And Rasia might just be able to get that done. Oh my God. This is the bum rush backstab in a 2v1. And you can see the quick reposition coming through from the EVOS player.
Yeah, Ray right now almost in trouble. Managed to get away, but shots onto him. Let's see if he will survive. Tikui once again rushing in quick. Shots from Rasia couldn't make any difference because they're so far away.
Yeah, absolutely. And now in the 3v2, numbers game. Advantage here for EVOS. Aim God a little lower than HP Allen. Gets the headshot instead onto Kochil. Instantly wiping him out. And the mini Uzi working to the benefit of WAG as well.
Now, let's see. Aim God onto the flank. Rasia on this fence. Probably the moment Tikui jumps out, he will be able to go for the takedown.
Wow.
He did. He managed to clear it out because he was not spotted. There's no chance that he will be spotted standing on that fence, and that introduction through that window will give him an opening to take those shots.
I mean, beautifully executed here. And by none other than the one and only deadly kid, Rasia. And look at this, man. Now, he has got that double VSS running. I mean, we've seen the double AWM set up by this guy. But the double VSK, on the other hand, is a little bit deadly. I don't like the rate of fire on that. You don't have as much damage, but here in Clash Squad, especially when your opponents don't have those helmets and the vests, it gets a tad bit more easier. Santino will be able to get away in the nick of time, but Ray with a God nade from afar drops Cyrus.
Tikui right now rushing a little bit too close, and has his back against Aim God. And it is a now losing battle for WAG. X-Board, the only one remaining, though he has no time to recover. And there goes Rasia up close and personal. He just wants to bring it on.
Oh, absolutely. And this is obviously expected out of EVOS. They not only want to get this victory, but they want to end this fast. It was a very, very quick round coming through from them this time around. And obviously, Rasia, just so phenomenal. 3 eliminations so far, and I don't think he is going to slow down.
Yeah, I mean, there's no slowing down for this kid, especially if they have the economy, the weapon, and as well as a good position at this point. So let's see on what they will be taking. There's a potential Russia to go in to that second floor, take the other side of this compound, but the rest of the teams of WAG as well will try to go in for the split. Nades onto them, and they were able to penetrate with help of Aim God.
Yeah, beautifully done by Aim God, and Ray gets the God nade as well. Cyrus, the pickup onto Tikui is there. X-Ball getting the job done, but Tikui going to be dropped once again. The mini Uzi, Coach will find a headshot onto Cyrus as well. Everything's going bad for the side of WAG, and EVOS pulls another victory to their side.
I mean, this is not looking good for WAG. Let's see if Evo's Divine can continue this on, and not so much of adjustment can be done. Probably it's because of the map as well, but this is round number 5 onto Intellect Center, and WAG is just making some noise. Hopefully they can get a good position as well, because Evo's Divine is doing a number on them. Razia already on the flank. The rest of Evo's Divine on the right-hand side going into the mid. And it's similar approach for WAG. It's just quicker for Evo's Divine at this point. And Aim God will try to go in with this rush. But there goes Ray with a God Nade and another one. But as we see, it's only X4 remaining. Not so much that he can do from this distance unless he can take down all those teammates or opponents out from afar, then it will help them as well. Otherwise, Evo's Divine will be grabbing a point, and it looks like it. Up close and personal, X4 is not in a winning battle.
Yeah, I mean, he's just outnumbered, and he's going to get crushed. Evos now going in for the super rush to victory, letting go of game number 2 to get a 4-1 lead on this game 3 to pull in the final finisher, and now one more round victory for EVOS to match point.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, Farmtopia, this is one of my most hated map because of all the moving parts and a chance as well to spread away, and it's very difficult to come back, especially if they take that catwalk, and you can be seen, or you can see your opponent as well, but will not be able to take shots, especially with how they position. So let's see WAJ nades onto them, but not so much of damage though.
Nah, I mean, it was a decent try. Orco Shield going to be dropped by X-Ball from afar. VSK getting the job done. As a sniper should function. And Aim God, oh my, X-Ball. Wow, tried to sneak in a shot. So go ahead to miss that and pays a big price up against Aim God's M590.
Yeah, I mean, if that shot really went through, that's 2 down already for Evo's Divine. But unfortunately, it's a full squad. And Alan, and she goes sneak away a shot against Ray. And no pickup can be done as Tikui is just recovering together with Cyrus. Will there be enough space for them to move around?
3v2. He was looking for that match point. Smoking out their area so that they can find a quick reposition. Circle closing on in. Double ice grenade. Aim God in a CQC up against 2 players, and he will still get the 1-up against Cyrus. And the numbers game will overwhelm WAG as EWAS reaches match point.
Yeah, I mean, this map of Farmtopia, it really spreads you out. And like, not really in a good spot to stick together. WAG isn't doing that much in terms of damaging Evo's Divine in this fight. And knowing that Razia is already back in play, it's tough. Information plus damage will be dealt. Now, this is one of my, I don't know, there's a love-hate relationship in this map of Grab Labs, because it is good because you can get away from harm by just jumping, but it's also tough because aiming is quite off.
Yeah, I don't know where you found the love. I just have a hate relationship with this map. And Aim God feels me. Tikui drops him with the M590. Oh, beautifully done by X-Ball, finding the head of Ray from afar. And instant deletes coming on through as well onto Ray. Good shield with a sniper of health left on him. And Razia, the wonder child, once again turning things around for EVOS.
Yeah, there's an advantage that he can have because of the height that he can take. He can make a snipe, but he has been taken down. Here comes the rush. Cyrus won't be able to get away, but X-Bor might have an opening, especially if he tries to go for the pickup against Razia. The Blues closing in, and it might spell trouble for them as Aim God will try to go in and heal himself.
This is mission impossible for X-Ball to protect his squad. But you know EVOS is going to get the finisher here. Oh! X-Ball, nasty shot on Dugo Shield. Still alive, waiting for Razia. Razia, possibility to make a mistake here, but the Santino helps X-Ball quickly reposition. Uh-oh, this is GG now. He's got barely any health on him. 7 HP, and Aim God from 300 kilometers away. M590s him to oblivion. And EVOS Divine picks up the victory over WAG.
Well, you were asking for a good use of that Santino. That looks like a good use, but it was just a little bit delayed. A little bit too late though.
That's a terrible use, bro. What are you talking about?
I mean, repositioning, getting back onto that second floor. But it's just tough though. It's just tough. And the sniper, in trying to go against 3 up close and personal. It's tough for WAGX Expo right there.
Yeah, if it was Russia, it would have still been tough, but I kind of have a feeling this kid would walk away from it and still get the round victory. But no shade to Expo. I think he played a very good game, but of course outplayed by EVOS. I mean, brilliant stuff again from the wonder kid Russia, right? I wish I could play like him. I would stop being under rank protection.
I wish I could be young like him.
So you were once. You enjoyed it already.
Yeah. But not like what he's enjoying right now. Imagine the time that we had, the age that he had right now, the opportunities. There's a lot more that is in store, not just for Russia, but also the viewers out there, whether you're young or as long as you're younger than me. There's a lot of opportunities, and that's a lot. That's a lot, I would say.
7 million subs on YouTube. Yeah, bro, it's a lot. This kid is rolling right now. And obviously, you're going to be able to walk away with a fat stack of cash from Free Fire as well, right? Not just in Battle Royale, but here in Clash Squad as well. I will not be surprised if EVOS makes it deep into the playoffs and even fights for the CS Championship.
Yeah, I mean, they are looking like a tough contender, especially in Clash Squad. And they might have a record wherein they lost, but I think that is a acceptable loss. Because they already have the lead, and they're just like waiting out what tactics will be pulled by WAG at that point. The moment that they knew it, they just pull back. But let's see what will the interview bring us for EVOS Divine at this point after Clash Squad.
Alright, thank you, casters. Survivors, this is exactly what we've been waiting for all night. Finally, a win for Indonesia! Congratulations, EVOS Divine. And I'm here with Kochel, who is actually having his birthday today. Happy birthday, Kochel!
Terima kasih.
Selamat ulang tahun. Sepertinya ini kado yang cukup indah ya, bisa melangkah ke babak selanjutnya di CS Mode kali ini. Gimana tapi tadi perasaannya harus 4 versus 4 berhadapan sama WAG cukup ketat kan tadi kita lihat. Silakan dipikirkan jawabannya, aku akan translate dulu. So, do you think this is a sweet birthday present for you? And how does it feel going against WAG in 4 versus 4 or the Clash Squad mode?
Ya, kita lihat dari match 2 aja.
Oke.
Yang pas match kedua itu kayak songong banget nyemutin kita.
Kebakar tuh di situ akhirnya.
Ya, di situ ya kesel lah, panas kan liatnya. Padahal adik-adik kan musuhnya.
Iya sih. Oke. Jadi
ada lagi Kak.
Apa?
Chicken.
So basically what he's saying is that yes, going against WAG was pretty hard for them, especially on the second round. But that's exactly where EVOS Divine felt the turning point, because it was actually not embarrassing, but more like quite provoking for them to get emoted by WAG. And it's really motivating them to actually win the third round. And that's exactly what happened. So congratulations, EVOS Divine.
Chicken.
And sorry, WAG. He said this time, you're the chicken. Oke, di hari ulang tahun kamu, adakah hal-hal spesial yang mau kau sampaikan buat keluarga yang lagi nonton juga? Karena tadi mamanya Kochel sempat menaktir para caster juga hari ini. Makasih Tante. Is there anything you'd like to say to your fans and to your families regarding today's success? Apalagi ini hari ulang tahun kamu, especially on your birthday today.
Buat yang dukung kita dan ngucapin gua ulang tahun, terima kasih doanya buat Mama, makasih juga udah ngedoain kita menang dan doain aku menang. Oh, buat Ayang.
Buat Ayang.
Terima kasih sayang.
Kochel said thank you so much for all the birthday wishes, and also thank you for wishing them to actually win the game against WAG. He also said thank you to his mama as well as his girlfriend. He said thank you baby in Bahasa.
Thank you baby.
All right, last question. Who do you want to go against on the next round? Siapa yang mau kamu lawan atau yang mungkin jadi prediksi lawan kamu di ronde selanjutnya?
Pengennya sih Buriram.
Ooh, Buriram.
Iya.
Okay, so he wants to go against Buriram and he predict that EVOS Divine will be going against Buriram on the second round today. Let's just hope for the best. Let's see who's going to be their opponents. But for now, I think that's it. Sekali lagi terima kasih banyak Coach El.
Sama-sama.
Thank you so much and happy birthday once again. Enjoy your day. Kita akan kembali dulu kepada para casters. We're gonna go back to the casters. Take it away, casters.
What a coincidence, Coach Hill and AJ sharing a birthday.
One is so good looking.
So that's it. You need to share birthday to be good looking. That's why I'm not.
Unfortunately, none of you guys can. Well, Coach Hill is blessed. The 22nd of May is a good day. But obviously, jokes aside, phenomenal matchup coming on through here, courtesy of EVOS Divine. 6-4 victory. WAG put up a decent fight, and then WAG whooped them clean 6-0. EVOS could not make a single comeback there. But obviously, they tried to do the exact same to WAG. WAG managing to win that single round. But at the end, it was still a crushing blow delivered by the Indonesian squad.
Yeah, I mean, the question is, was that Bermuda map probably is a map that EVOS Divine really didn't bring it all, probably trying to anticipate what WAG has to offer, because Wonder Kid Razia has managed to grab another MVP and made EVOS Divine take that win as well. As you mentioned earlier, the moment Razia pops off, it will be a win for the team.
And it was most definitely a phenomenal play coming through from this guy. And we didn't really see him all that too much in that game number 2. But in game 3, he made that super comeback, right? Very, very effective play on the long-range shots. Let's take a look at the eliminations here. Coach Shield actually taking the MVP this time around, mainly because of the eliminations, but lower amount of damage. You can see Razia, 17 assists, 3,266 damage. Obviously, the most amount of connection with those bullets was found by this kid.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the kid knows how to work that snipe, even up close and personal, as you mentioned, from first game and the last game. He really can bring it on. That assist, like 17 assists, that is a lot. That has, I would say, helped the team as well, especially if you have your eyes all around the map, all around the area. But for our head-to-head is Bomber versus support Ray going against Cyrus. 4-2 on elimination, and in terms of damage, it's more of Ray. He has done a lot, especially with the bombs as well as the assists that he has put into this fight.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, and obviously, running the Nikita on their squad as well was really, really effective for them in the overall grand scheme of things. Extra reload speed as they took that very fearsome fight up against WAG, and the reduction of healing that WAG had to suffer from those shots by the player that was running the Nikita as well. Obviously, it's not going to be the most suitable situation out there in Clash Squad when you only have limited HP and a very tight space to work with.
Yeah, definitely. And that's one thing, though. It's if you have the advantage of healing a little bit faster, that will really help you. But it's not just all of the battle. It's more about how you can take that rest. But speaking of rest, we're going to go for a quick break. 3-minute break. When we return, more of the battle continues at this point, and a lot of fans are looking forward to what the next match is. But again, we're going to go for a quick break. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
Winners gain extra preparation time for the Grand Final. Grand Final. Champion Rush. Last squad standing. The ultimate showdown begins. Teams carry their momentum from earlier stages. Objective: reach 80 points and secure a booyah in the next game to be crowned champion. If no team achieves this after 10 matches, the highest scoring team wins. No retries, no excuses, just one path: victory or nothing. New feature: live broadcast situation. This season's live streams will include live in-game challenges. Who will rise? Who will face punishment? Don't miss a single stream. More than a game. It's your legacy on the line. Will you survive or become a legend? Challenge your limits. In the ultimate test of skill and strategy, only the strongest will survive. Welcome to the arena where legends are forged. To claim victory, you must challenge your limits. This season's special features. This tournament introduces exciting new challenges, unique team skills, man-picked active skills for Clash Squad mode, champion rush format, randomized map order, total prize pool $378,000 US. Warriors will battle for glory and the ultimate reward. Tournament format. The tournament features two competitive modes, Battle Royale and Clash Squad. Battle Royale, 18 teams, knockout format with 2 phases. Clash Squad, 8 teams in a Swiss stage format. Both modes culminate in a grand finals where champions are crowned. Knockout stage. This is where the battle begins. Survival gets real. Phase 1, April 25 till May 11, 2025. 18 teams divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, with 6 teams each. 3 weeks, 54 intense matches. Daily format. Group A versus Group B versus Group C. Top teams advance, the rest are eliminated. Phase 2, May 16 till June 11, 2025. 1 misstep and you're out. Week 4, only the strong survive. Day 1, top 12 from Phase 1 compete in 6 matches. Only 1 team advances to the grand.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show. This is the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Spring 2025, and we are on Clash Squad mode right now. 2 matches already done, and it seems like it has been a long day, but we still have a few more that will be happening. And this broadcast, as well as this season and next, is powered by Red Bull. Make sure that you are refreshed and energized all throughout the battlefield.
I mean, I think Red Bull definitely helps me keep myself energized all throughout broadcast days, especially on this Clash Squad day, where we have 6 series and only 2 have come to a conclusion. We've got 4 more on the table here. My, this is going to be a long, long birthday for me. But of course, in better news, it's going to be Buriram in action right after this, and I don't know how the opponent's going to take this fight, because Buriram may just be looking for a quick win.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of close range encounter, close range battle, we know how it is with Buriram United, and if they have a chance, definitely on trying to remove an active skill from their opponent, as well as use more to their advantage, they will try to do so. But regardless, mechanical skills, pretty much, it's more showing for Buriram United right here.
Yeah, so they take on GOW, and GOW is definitely the underdogs in this fight for sure. But the question is, what is GOW going to do? How is GOW going to get it done? Are they going to be... I think just allowing the teams to ban 1 active skill is too little, right? Because the viability of the skills that can just crush teams out there, too many meta skills to be played with, and that never used to be the case in the past. Nowadays, it most definitely is. Free Fire is a very, very balanced game, and you can find viability regardless of what sort of a style you choose to play out there with the active skills.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, but in terms of style, I'm still looking into a 3-1 or a 1-2-1 split from Buriram United, because we're so familiar on how they work. Wasana and Get High will be working it together with Jonah, and then Moshi from afar, similar to what we've seen Evo's Divine with Rasia as a sniper. But up close and personal, we've seen Moshi really working that like that sniper as well. So I think there's little to no chance that he can be blocked off for this fight.
Oh no, look at Wasana's face. It looks like my face. We are both sick. I share a birthday with Kochil. I share an illness with Wasana. Okay, Buriram's in trouble. So so I was about to say that. Wait, what? They banned out Zayn? Why?
I don't know. Probably just to make sure it's not used at this point.
Wow.
And, or probably to free up what they...
Why did they ban it? To make sure they don't use it. Wow, Nep. Good job.
Yes. Wow, Mr. Obvious. To free up a ban or a usual ban that they can use for their own. I think that's what I have to say.
I mean, temporary shield points. You do not get no shield against us. They just want to crush their hopes early. But Buriram will be bringing in that Cassie just to make sure their front line is a little bit stronger, and obviously get high combination with Wasana is going to be very, very deadly. Wasana with the Coda. So you're going to have that information gameplay for Wasana, and Cassie just powering him through with the assist out of Get High. Jonah on the Sentino. This is going to be very deadly because he's the bomber and he's also the sniper, or the secondary sniper of the squad on the side of Buriram.
Yeah, let's see though. Clue and Homer has been brought in by DN and Demon, so it's more of a counter to that Coda, but not so much of a specific location as it pulls, like as Coda does it. It's more of where they are in the map. And for Moshi, Iris has definitely a sniper active skill in Clash Squad.
I mean, very, very effective in Clash Squad, especially if you are playing on very open ranges where there's a clear line of sight. Now, if you're going to be playing in a map like Kalahari and you drop on Refinery, for example, this Iris may not be very effective from the get-go because, you know, your opponents are not just going to be staying out in the open, you know, trying to look for a cover behind a tree or something. They're going to have decent enough defenses. But of course, let's see exactly how this pans out, right? Because I expect that Iris to play a lot of dividends to the side of Buriram, especially towards the later parts of the game.
Yeah, let's see and how they are going to use that. But I guess we are going to start the game right now. And, well, piss around that you hate the most.
Oh, yeah, I hate it.
But as you can see, both sides will have the M500 to their side. Wasana and Moshi will be wearing it, as well as DN and Demon.
Yeah, I only hate the pistol rounds because I haven't figured out how to get the flick headshots with the M500. The G18, you know, I mean, clearly Wasana showing us how to use the M500 there. The G18 has got great rate of fire, but it's just not my cup of tea, man. So on these pistol rounds, I usually just don't buy anything. I just keep my coins for the second round because I know I always lose my pistol rounds. So if you're if you're GOW, I would have saved for your money, so...
Yeah, I mean, it's smart. It's like saving up economy, just stacking it up for later. But speaking of stacking up, there's a stack up right now on the middle and the top part of this area. And Demon right here will be rushed by 3. There's not so much of going away. There's no backup is coming in, even for Ton, who tried to went in from behind.
Dan. Looks like we've got a 2-0. GOW, come on. We want to see some action as well from Vietnam. Although I desperately want a 2-0 series here and a quick finisher, I also want to see GOW move up higher in the ranks. I want to see them pull a huge upset over Buriram as well. Because as a brand, for their nation in the world of Free Fire, I think it'll mean a lot to Vietnam, right? So many people are looking to GOW to pull off a miraculous victory here. And I say miraculous because you know it's going to be difficult.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's something that would be difficult unless they can throw something to stop Buriram United. But as you can see right now, the duo with that Mini Uzi and even like Wasana didn't let go of that M500. So I think they will be trying to get all of those resources up. And that's the reason why most of them are falling down.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Wasana just being cheeky with the site there. And you know the side gets, WAG! Sorry, GOW. I'm calling out the wrong Vietnamese squad here. Moshi, the final player, M500, will be denied. And Deanne gets the final chip in here as GOW now pulls one round back.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like what Buriram United is treating this next round or second round similar to how you treat your pistol round. They are saving up economy, making sure that they have firepower later on, and it does matter, especially if you are setting up a good fight in the next area of the map.
And clearly you saw Demon fishing earlier with the Kingfisher, and the backup from him on that high ground paid dividends for sure. GOW pulling one round back from Buriram. Look at the Sentino from Jonah, making it all across the battlefield. Oh, what a play by Moshi, dropping Demon. And now this opens up the back alley for Jonah to pull in a backstab as well. Deanne, beautiful sprays to protect himself and drop Osana.
Yeah, MP5 used to take Wasana down. Now it's a 2-2 situation. The Uzi in the hands of Yanbin will try to go in, but the glue wall saves one right here and needs to back away. It's just 2 players from Borneo United that need to deal with, but pickup has not been done. Moshi has been brought down, but here comes Wasana still on the fight, but GOW will be eliminated.
I mean, great plays coming on through. And it was Moshi initially with the shot to the ankle. My God, that would have hurt, bro.
Achilles heels.
Fair enough.
Heels, you know
Don't need a bullet for the Achilles heel, but, you know, if it works, it works.
Well, let's see how it worked this time. Moshi right now, double VSK. Jonah with MP5 and Mini Uzi from Wasana. I'm pretty sure there's something that they will pull off later on once they get too close, but I think they're saving up a little bit as well into this fight, knowing that they have a capability in a close range. For GOW, it's more of similar as well, but in terms of rotation, they're just trying to go for a pinch.
Fun fact, if you did not know, Achilles heel basically means that it is a vital point in your body. If you do get an arrow shot through your Achilles heel, you die. So we understand why Moshi got that shot there.
Yeah, I mean that's what happened. That's what happened at this point, and I love the dynamics as well. I mean, it is quite viable. But speaking of viability, not so much a Yanbin can do against 3 players who's going and ganging up against Thon. And it's not looking good for GOW right now. Demon will try to make a number, but not so much.
Yeah, man. Moshi spotting one out. Oh, Jonah, this is a deadly SMG. Level 3 on the MP5. Jonah will finish Yanbin off. And the final survivor, Demon. SK in hand in a 1v4 up against Buriram. Yeah, we kind of know where this one is going to go.
Yeah, everyone else is rushing in. Not so much that you can do. But again, GOW tried to go in for the pinch against Buriram United, but the distance that they took, as well as how they positioned themselves in here, gave an opening to Moshi. Thus, that takedown, that initial takedown, and then the follow-through by the rest of the teams just made all those elimination work.
Oh, yeah. And now Buriram, they are not strapped for cash, unlike GOW, who can only go in here for a single purchase on their main weapons. And you see a triple stack on the SMG, the MP5, but none of the MP5s on the side of GOW is a level 3. Level 1 and a double level 2, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
See if Jonah is on that level 3, so you know this man's going to hit like a truck, and he's always getting behind them with the Sentino. It makes him so much more dangerous. Wasana, grenade, ice grenade, thankfully, and Tan will be able to escape as the airdrop is picked up here by Buriram.
Oh, this is what I'm talking about. Up close and personal, you cannot take on Moshi, even the sniper, and that is why he is one of the best sniper in Southeast Asia. But as we look at Yanbin right now, to level 2 against Wasana's Mini Uzi, but the movement itself, I think Wasana might be able to do some trickery at this point.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And 2 players still up on their feet here for the side of GOW. Maybe a little bit of a difference here. Deanne, oh my goodness. Wasana just making things worse for them. Rushing in with the Mini Uzi of all guns. And Tan as the final player with the level 1 MP5 in his hand. It's going to be a while for him to drop any players out there. But that gives away his position. Tagged up. Wasana gets the finisher. 4 eliminations, and Moshi running the town here with a total of 6 eliminations so far in these 4 rounds. Sorry, 5 rounds, I have to say.
Yeah, I mean, he is more of the initiator as well as going for long-range information gameplay as well, while Wasana and Get High just roam around. Jonah, well, is being left to his own thing, and he's doing quite well, especially from how he used that Santino. So let's see how they will be able to use that, especially in this area, which is difficult though, not so much that can be used on the snipe, especially there's a lot of openings right here, rather a lot of covers right here in his area.
So, ice grenade, just tickle stun. He smiled, did not laugh. Showdown with a shot from afar. Then was Sana with a god nade onto the air as well. 2 players down, bleeding out. Tan can't get out into the open just yet. Spots 1 player, but the enemy Uzi will drop him as the headshot takes him out of the equation. Demon as the final player will be able to take the knock onto Jonah, but 3 more players going in here for the chase. Get High, the first one to get there. MP5, level 2. Demon running away, and that's the finisher.
I mean, the movement of Get High, he's being aggressive. Probably got lost in chasing over Wasana, so he had to make his own way. But there's only one to deal with. It's Demon, so that's so much of pressure for him. If he managed to be taken down, pretty sure Moshi and the rest of the team are on backup. So,
yeah,
GOW already at a loss here as Borem United is on match point.
I see, and look at Moshi, Wasana, Jonah, all 3 of these players, only once they have died in the past 6 rounds. That is just phenomenal in terms of performance. But we kind of figured that out already, right? In a gunfight, 4v4, GOW, they don't really stand a chance up against Buriram. We were thinking that maybe some sort of a phenomenal fight here could be shown by GOW. But it's the same old. And obviously Buriram living up to the promise of a great squad. And now Get High. MP5 in hand up against the M590 that puts GOW in the driver's seat. But they are going to lose the end early on.
See, there goes another takedown on Yanbin. And will try to chase and make a pinch against Spawn right now. Oh, the takedown with M590, but not quite so much can be done. Borem United, as quickly as that, ends their game number 1.
Oh, yeah. And thank God for Buriram. So I can finally eat my dinner a little bit earlier. But of course, I think they're just going to shave off half an hour from the potential long broadcast for us. Is this going to be a 2-0, or are we going to see Buriram give some face and GOW take advantage of that and be able to rip this one away? Oh, Wasana's ripping off his headphones. Now you know the boy's pissed.
Let's see though what the commotion would be, or what will be happening on the next game.
I don't know.
But you know how it is. He's just focused on like listening and hearing his teammates. So he had to take it off so that he can listen from afar.
Like, what you saying, man? What you saying? I'm a sick boy. Delena says she needs to try putting on those fever patches too. I don't think it improves your in-game skills, Delena, but it definitely helps with the fever.
I'll put fever patches above my eye.
I'll put a fever patch on my eye. Pretend I'm a pirate for a day. But I don't know what GOW can do up against Buriram, bro. I mean, this team is insane.
Well, it is expected. It's so unfortunate though that they are matched up with this team, because it's really tough, especially on how it is, like the reason why they keep winning this battle royale mode is not because of the long range engagement. It's more of what clash mode is offering on battle royale. So it's very evident that Borem United know what they're doing, will do the same thing similar to what they've done in BR.
Absolutely. And, you know, extra pocket money for everyone. So in the grand scheme of things, GOW is not really upset. They've got a bonus of 2,500 USD just for showing up today. So I think they're going to be all smiles. If they get to the 10,000 USD, they're going to be happy. 30,000 USD, I don't think GOW is at that level just yet. 10K, maybe they might be able to work some magic out here for themselves.
Let's see though on what they can do right here. There's still a few contenders that they can challenge at this point, but sorry GOW, it's just that Borem United is a different kind of monster overall. Whether it's Battle Royale, whether it's Clash Squad, though they have some downsides when we saw them in the knockout stage. But
Yep.
I think the ideation is they don't want to be the king of the knockout stage. They want to be the king of all. So
yeah. I mean, obviously, right? Because we have seen them be the king of the knockout stage in the past, and they have not been able to pick up the championship just by dominating the knockout stage. And I think they just want to make a little bit of a difference this time around. They want to pass off that bad luck to RRQ. So let's see how that goes.
Well, as we go on game number 1, it's 6-1 and the scoreline between Brave United and GOW. It's better though compared to what we've seen before, which is a 6-0. But again, some teams might just want to roll out a little bit longer. But speaking of longer, long-range engagement brought in by Moshi with 7 eliminations, 7 knockdowns, and 4,065 on damage.
And this is what I'm talking about. A proper lineup of active passive skills here for a sniper, and he was very effective out there. And we all know Moshi as the deadly sniper, the clutch king Moshi, although he hasn't really been showing us the clutch gene within him in the recent matches, in the recent competitions, but I'm very sure it's hiding somewhere in there. The only reason why he's not clutching it out because the rest of his team members are keeping up with him. Look at these numbers, bro.
Yeah, it's not keeping up. You know how like Brave United is trying to chase for that MVP all the time. So like it's a battle, internal battle between them while they're going against a different team. And that's how they're built. That's how they're practicing. Like there's no losers and all at this point. Like Brave United is just making sure that they win themselves so that they can win for the team as well.
Yeah, and even here, Get High is not really doing badly in terms of the eliminations department. He's running that Cassie, he's running the electrotherapy. Obviously, he wants to be very close to Wasana, pump him up, and get him the opportunity to find these eliminations. And Wasana most definitely did it. 7-1 eliminations in comparison to Yan Ben. You kind of know exactly who wins this out. And a 7 KD. I don't even want to say the number.
Well, it's tough. It's tough, definitely.
It's tough, yeah.
If you're going against this team, and I know there's a lot of hype for Brave United, because they've showed it. They showed it right now. It might be GOW, but if a different team, there might be a similar, if not close to a similar result. So
yeah,
it just happened to be the result. That is what's important right now. If you can't bring that number, then there's not so much of cheer.
Yeah, man. I don't even know how you win this if you're GOW. It's Buriram. The only way you win it is if Buriram lets you win it at this point of time. And it's just because GOW hasn't had the consistency nor the capabilities to show us that they can take clean 4v4 fights back to back to back to back. I mean, maybe a couple of rounds, I'm very sure GOW is more than capable of winning those, pulling it away from Buriram. But to win a whole game as it's a race to 11 rounds up against the 2-time world champs, it's going to be a tough one then.
Yeah, I mean, it might be tough. This is tough love coming from us to GOW. I mean, we love the team. We love that they managed to get top 8 from first phase of Battle Royale knockout stage. And it's just that, like, there's not so much to say, Brave United. There's a lot more that we can say in upcoming matches, in upcoming days. And it's just that GOW just need to learn from everything that they're doing right now. And as you did mention, they're already earning from being here.
Yeah, absolutely. And at the end of the day, I don't think they will take it too hard upon themselves if they do take the L in this matchup, because obviously they understand that their opponents are just way too lethal, right? But they are going to give it their best. We've never seen Vietnam give up in the past, and I think they are really, really trying out there. Because let's face it, in the past, GOW wouldn't have even qualified for Clash Squad. And the fact that they are here now shows the fight that not just this team has, but the whole region. You know, I don't know what has motivated them, but something has spurred them on to bring out their very best. And this is, I believe, one of the best performances we have seen out of Vietnam thus far as a region.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is one of the instances where Vietnam has been represented in the final stage with a better performance of the Battle Royale, and now being Clash Squad as well, this is a good jumpstart for them. It's just unfortunate that a team that motivated them to act and be this way is really not showing up, and that is the name of PE Sports. So I'm looking forward to them being challenged on what's happening on the Vietnam side.
You're looking forward to them being challenged. I'm looking forward to seeing Clash Squad being implemented on the Free Fire World Series global stage. Can you imagine Fluxo in a 4v4 clash? Oh my lord, it will be fun, bro. But of course, you know, more conversations on that a little bit later on. Cassie Steffi taken out. Okay, very interesting bans coming on through here. And Buriram taking out the Cassie because GOW will have the first pick is very smart. But now they don't get to pump up Osana with the Cassie.
Yeah, I mean, no Cassie, no problem, I think. Let's see in what they have to do right now. A124, it is quite comfortable for Buram United. We've seen them use this in Battle Royale, but the Coda against them, plus the Tatsuya, and another one, Homer, that will be able to probably slow them down a little bit. Let's see what will be the response, though, for Moshi, or by Moshi, and Get High right now. It is a Clue as well as Iris, which is normal. It's a good thing that there's little to no chance that Iris will be back.
Yeah, I mean, no Cassie for Get High this time around, but he brings in the Clue. The tracing steps obviously is going to be very, very helpful for Buriram to spot out some of these players. Iris, we saw it in action earlier on already. But on the opposite side, it is this time in the hands of Demon. Sentino being ripped away. Then again, technically, Jonah didn't even want that Sentino. He went in for that A124 pick very early on. So I wonder how Demon is going to be making use of the Sentino. I mean, we've seen some brilliant plays out of this active skill so far.
And pretty much like what or how Rasia has used this more position-wise, and not too much of a distraction, similar to what we've seen Jonah, because Jonah is using this as distracting the opponents, as well as the moment that he finds an opening to go in a huge flank, then he'll be able to use it, switch it over, and now, like at that moment, he will be behind the rest of the team. But yeah, not so much. The sniper, you don't have that much position, you don't have that much opening. So let's see how Demon will be able to bring this on as we start this next game. And as we look right now, it's pretty much the same as what we've seen earlier, comparing on the weaponry. But yeah, we'll have to find out how this works.
Yeah, my hated round, the pistol round. Let's see who pulls it away. W has got two M500s on their side, but Wasana showing them how to use the gun. Knocking down Demon very early, but Yanbin on the opposite side with the G18, getting the catch onto Wasana. Moshi with the God nade out of nowhere. And two players now bleeding out on the side of GOW.
Yeah, and I saw someone rushing in with fists at this point. Let's see how this works. Jonah right now. Dian on the jump. And the takedown. About to happen, but Moshi in the backup saves him. And now it is just Demon trying to go against three players from Buram United. Oh, make that no players as Jonah finish it off.
I mean, I can't say I'm surprised with this one. And Wasana, multiple headshots with the M500. Just showing us exactly how to use the gun. And I don't know, how is he getting these, bro? Because I'm trying to flick my button up and I'm just shooting the sky. I'm trying to go slow and the rate of fire is just playing against me. My goodness me, I need to learn some lessons here.
And probably there's how he used its implementation of how he used that throw gun, and well, definitely not the M590, but a practice for him to use the M590. Oh, full hit onto three players of Buram United, but let's see if they can get the back in here, especially on Dian. Very, very close to them.
Oh wow, they're actually gonna let Wasana bleed out. That is insane, as Demon gets the catch on him. The Kingfisher fishing out the king himself.
See if they can respond. It's very little recovery that can be done. Moshi fell to the ground before hitting it, and he will be taken down. GOW managed to take one round.
I mean, this is just fantastic coming on through here for the side of GOW. It was a phenomenal round that started off with the knock onto Wasana, and Demon just ran away with it from that point on.
Yeah, let's see. Demon right now still not letting go of that Kingfisher, staving up, and while the rest of the teams has already taken up their weapon. Still wondering what they will be bringing in. Yanbin and Ton. A little bit of exchange right now in the middle of this map using that zipline.
Yeah. Oh, beautiful nade. Yes, a double tag onto both Get High and Wasana. But there can be no follow-up as GOW all out of grenades already. Glue walls. Instead, GOW has got a lot of defensive capability here, but Dian does not use his glue wall. Gets sprayed down onto the ground. And the first elimination is going to come on through. Tan dropped by Moshi as well, and the elimination does not take too long.
Yeah, I mean, all over at this point. Back to Demon, going against 3, potentially 4, once Moshi has been picked up. Here comes a Demon trying to jump in on Jonah, and the rest of the teams is just in front of them. And there you have Burim United getting another win.
Beautifully done.
First blood.
And GOW, I thought they were about to just crack the code here on Buriram. They pulled the previous round, but it looks like the Slayers are still on that perfect play. And now look at the investment coming on through here. Osana and Gang, all of them double on the weapons. And the mini Uzi investment coming through from GOW. The rest of the team members are actually going to eco this round. So probably another one for Buriram.
Yeah, definitely another round for Buriram. Not quite sure though of how they can make it work. If they can take down at least one player from Buriram United, then they can get the weapons that they have on the loot crate. But it will be tough. A risky call though, as DN has more information, probably has been relayed. And Demon right now, as similar to what we've seen earlier, putting that Santino out just in case he gets hit, he can get back.
Yeah, and Osana tagged up. But thankfully, we'll be able to quickly reposition. Good glue wall set up here by Jonah. As the rest of the GOW players storm the front, Tan almost getting the catch onto him. That A124 now popped as Jonah does not want GOW to aggress on fourth. And GOW, yes, they have been disabled, but are doing very well on this eco round.
Yeah, let's see. 3 players already on the floor who will be trying against Moshi and Wasana. But Ton has been taken down. Wasana brings Ton and Demon out. Now Yanbin with only a sliver of health will not be able to survive. Only Dian remains. And there goes Burim for another win.
I mean, Wasana has got that level 3 MP5 in hand. And I don't know if the MP5 got a buff, but it is hitting like a truck for sure. I accidentally purchased it in one round, and I have not stopped buying that gun in my Clash Squad games. Because I'm a spray and pray kind of guy, and the MP5 delivers on all the prayers.
What happens most of the time when I play is, whatever weapon takes me down, that's what I'm going to buy.
Wow.
And hope that I can
What
do
a
the
strategy.
same. Because up close and personal, you saw how they took you down. So I can try to replicate that.
I'll try it out as well. Oh, no, grenade! Yanbin easily sidesteps that, so no damage onto him. Wasana tagged up just a little bit. Tan out in the open to back up the rest of his team members. Shoots at DN instead of the rest of the Buriram players. And good glue walls on the inside here near that airdrop. And Buriram will be able to find that fight right back. Jonah with the headshot. And GOW is actually hanging on for their dear lives here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, probably a position that we have right here, as well as getting that airdrop. Get high, M590 as he falls away. Managed to go for that hit. But we saw earlier, was it Yanbin or Dian who went against Wasana up close, not even moving with that MP5, both of them. It just so happens a level 3 against possibly a level 2 that made a difference in that fight.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just Buriram doing Buriram things. GOW, I thought Yanbin was actually going to get away there as Mochi shot his knee. But the follow-up shot from the guy was just absolutely deadly. And into round number 4 we go. And it looks like it's going to be the first quick series of the day.
Yeah, quick series indeed. Only 2 more for Buriram United to end this series and rush on to Wasana as well as Jonah, but they quickly back away. Now let's see if they'll be able to find a shot. Wasana teleporting back into the spawns, getting a hit on the...
And the scan coming through there from the Clutan. Oh my lord, the M590 still loses against the MP5. But the end was there for the trade out. Can he go in for the pickup onto his buddy though? Fortunately, the pickup is there. Jonah to do the damage, and he will be traded out by the end again. The end just trying to save the life of the rest of his team members. And in the 2v3, but Get High just rampages on with the M590, and now Demon all alone. But unfortunately, up against 3 players, this is going to be nearly impossible for GOW to grab the win on.
Yeah, definitely quite impossible, especially with the blue behind you. And you'll be forced out. So Get High will try to go for the snipe. And Santino will be pulled the moment it gets in front of them. He can go for a backstab, but not so much because Moshi is above them. And I love how it's starting up for the support. The Tiva really is working, especially in this level of a clash mode and clash squad mode. So I think I'm going to use that as well in my games.
I think it's really smart to pick off of some of these players and see exactly how they're running their active passive skills here. And to try it out in your own Clash Squad games is just genius, right? Because instead of figuring out what is meta, you just look and see if or not it's working out for other players. Obviously, when it comes to practicing with the individual guns, it's going to take a little bit of time in the terms of the learning curve. But it's Free Fire, bro. It doesn't take all that too long.
Definitely. Well, let's see if this will take longer, because Buriram United is being rushed right now, and the rest of GOW has taken the spot in one edge. But Get High, VSK in hand, follow-up with that as well will be deadly on Yanbin's. Good thing that he managed to heal up, and the Melters can clear the way for GOW.
Yeah, and just to be clear, it doesn't take long to learn. It takes a very long time to master. And Buriram, they are masters of Free Fire for sure. Done now, level 3 MP5 in hand, but in danger zone because just surrounded by Buriram players. And Tan up in the air, but not for long at all, as Moshi from afar will be able to AW him down back to the ground. Yes, gravity keeps him up into the air. The end with a sliver of health. And Get High brings him back to the ground. Wasana. Come on.
At least he's looking at the screen.
Yeah. Unnecessary.
The screen.
That's dirty.
He's just happy. He's just happy that they managed to do it quite quickly. And well, again, Buriram United doing Buriram United things, ending it up as quickly as possible. And let's see if who will be our MVP for this game, because it's very, very close between all players.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously, gotta love Buriram for that, right? A very clean, quick series. The first one of the day. So far, we have only been pushed into a game number 3 in the first 2 series of the day. And guess what? We are not even at the end of our broadcast just yet. We are only at the halfway point. We've got 3 more series to go, and it only gets crazier from here.
Definitely. And after that one match that is starting it off from where they got it from the knockout stage, there will be a matchup or random alignment based on their standings of 1-0. So we still don't know who will be going against who, especially for the winners of the first 3 matches. And well, it still depends. It still depends on who's going to fight later on. It might be a long battle, it might be a short battle. Hopefully it would be the latter.
Absolutely. And of course, it is going to be the final series of the day for the setup, right? Like Neptune said, it's Swiss round, so we obviously have to take the teams that have won, pit them against each other. We got to take the teams that lost, pit them against each other. The losers will obviously be punished at the bottom. I mean, if you lose twice, you are out of the competition. That's exactly how Swiss stage works. And none of these teams want to take the L, right? Up against GOW, Buriram did not break a sweat, but hopefully they do break a sweat a little bit later on as they meet these winners. The winners in the form of, RRQ, EVOS. It's going to be pretty tough to fight.
Let's see though of how they are going to treat this, because it's not that easy. It's not that easy once you go against your rivals in a clash squad mode, because pretty much there's a few difference when it comes to battle royale. You have that wind up, I would say, in BR, but on clash squad mode you only have a few seconds to prepare, and not all the skills available for you, and it can be denied as well. So that's just a brief introduction to clash squad mode, but that can be a huge difference later on once the top team's going against the top team.
Yeah, and of course, if you're new to Free Fire, don't jump into Battle Royale very quickly, right? Get into Clash Squad, practice your aim first. I know it's insane. Not many people will say practice on a ranked mode, but it's Free Fire. Go into ranked mode, practice as much as you want. You'll be able to sharpen your skills when you know you're on ranked protection. So that is the motivating factor. I've been on ranked protection so many times, it has spurred me on to win my matches, so I break out of it.
Well, yeah, I think you're telling my story there on this season's rank. Going into Clash Squad, the moment that you get the rank that you preferred, and you jump into Battle Royale. Because to be honest, as we mentioned earlier in the beginning of the show, all the area of the maps that is being played in Clash Squad is part of Battle Royale. So it's a good practice to sharpen up your skills in a close range encounter before you head in and run around the map and find that specific moment that will apply to Clash Squad.
Yeah, most definitely, right? And obviously Buriram has been running around these Clash Squad maps quite a lot, because they know it like the back of their hands. No wasted movement coming through from them at all. Pretty much like RRQ, but RRQ has actually pushed the distance a little bit in their own matchup, so I don't really know exactly what's up there. But in the grand scheme of things, it'll be really, really nice to see RRQ take on Buriram at a certain point in the competition.
Definitely. And probably it's because it's Virtus Pro who went against them. And as you did mention, it's Virtus Pro might have been 8th in the first phase of knockout stage, but it doesn't mean that they're like not that tough as a contender when it comes to Clash Squad mode. So there's still the firepower, there's still the tactics that we've seen from them. But we're going to go for the interview and listen what Buriram and United has to say, as well as welcome Misa.
Another booyah from Thai team, and right now I'm here with
โมชิครับ Get High ครับ
Okay, ทั้งคู่ How do you feel after this perfect win, like spotless win, spot on รู้สึกไงบ้างกับการที่ชนะขาดลอยแบบหลุดลุ่ยขนาดนี้
ก็คงเป็นการฝึกซ้อมมาอย่างหนักครับ เพราะว่าเราก็มั่นใจในแผนที่เราซ้อมมาเลยทำให้แบบผลมันออกมาขาดอย่างนี้ครับ
Okay, so he's confident in his plan and what he's been practicing. That's why he got the spotless win. แล้วเราล่ะ รู้สึกไงบ้าง
ดีใจครับที่เล่นกันเป็นทีมเวิร์กนี่ครับ
He feels so happy with his team and his teamwork. That's why we got this result. Okay, do you think you can go to the semi-final? คิดว่าจะไปเจอกับทีมอื่นในรอบเซมิไหม
คิดว่าจะเจอครับ เราต้องเจอผมในรอบชิงอีกแน่นอน
ต้องเจอต้องถึงไฟนอลเลยเนาะ
ใช่ครับ
Okay, you'll see him for sure. He'll be there in semi and also in final too. แล้วเราล่ะ
ครับมั่นใจครับเข้าแน่นอนครับ
สุดยอด confident. He said he'll be there too, guys. Let's see. How about your pick? What did you pick? เราเลือกตัวอะไรไป
เป็นสกิลไอริสครับเป็นสกิลเจาะไอวอล
แล้วเราล่ะ
เล่นคูลครับเป็นสกิลเปิดแมป
โอเค แล้วทำไมถึงเลือก
ก็น่าจะเป็นแผนที่เราซ้อมมาด้วยครับ
ก็คือตามแผน
ตามแผนใช่ครับที่ตามออกมาเป็นแบบเหมือนกันเลยครับ
เหมือนกันเลย ไม่มีอะไรออกนอกแผนหรือแตกต่างไม่หลุดแผนเลย
ใช่ครับ
Okay, so I asked them what did they pick for their skills, and they said they picked Iris and Clue according to plan. Everything is all according to plan. That's why the result is here. Hey, last question. Is there anything you would like to say to the team that you're about to face in 1-0 group? มีอะไรอยากจะบอกทีมที่เราจะเจอในกลุ่ม 1-0 นี้ไหม
ก็เบาๆกับทีมบุรีรัมย์หน่อยนะครับพวกผมมือใหม่ 4-4 ครับ
ได้ไง มือใหม่ได้ไง
มือใหม่ครับมือใหม่จริงครับ
Okay. He said, please be gentle with us. We're new in class squad. Okay. How about you?
ก็ไว้เจอกันครับ
Alrighty. See ya. That's it. Canada. Okay. See ya there in the next round, guys. Now let's get back to the shoutcasters.
안녕하세요. 어떡해.
Welcome back. Sorry, my cough is killing me at this point of time, but not killing me as much as GOW whooped Buriram in one of those rounds. Apart from that, it was just Buriram all the way through. Unfortunate for GOW, but fortunate for us who want the broadcast to end a little early, because there is no such thing as early on this Clash Squad broadcast, because we are only halfway through right now. We've got three more series to go, and there's a potential that the two final series of the day goes the distance to a game number 3 again now.
Yeah, we'll have to find out though if that happens. But for this match, it just happened. 6-1 is a record for both Kalahari and Xterra. Didn't even get and stand into Bermuda, but we kind of expected this. GOW, I mean, this is a valiant effort that they've done to manage to get 1 point for each map. But it is tough, really, to go against Buriram United, and it seems like a record will be done already as Buriram United will be the tough contender. But as an MVP, this is what I'm talking about. How anyone from Buriram United can get an MVP from the team.
Yeah, gangster spirit here. You've got the J Beeps running in alongside Antonio as well. Clue, and when your support player is getting 7 eliminations, you know your team is doing absolutely fine. This guy was more involved in the engagements because he wasn't running Cassie and the electrotherapy, pumping up the rest of the players. He was just running the Clue, so he was in the thick of the action. And since he had the tracing steps, he could get right behind his opponents and shut them down as well. And clearly, he's a walking tank.
Definitely, I mean, a walking tank, tracing steps, plus that dragon glare, it really helps him track all those opponents. But as you can see, Moshi got most of the elimination as well in this fight. It's pretty much a similar story that we've seen in the Sniper's storyline, because they get the distance, or they get the information, they get damage as well, and if they can do so, they can finish off an opponent who's already down from a distance.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And of course, GOW unfortunately could not walk away with too many eliminations this time around. There's the only one single round where they won, which was pretty fancy, and I thought that they were going to make a decent comeback, but Buriram just did not allow them to go crazy, kind of winning out round after round, keeping the pressure on them in terms of finances. GOW couldn't really get the right guns, and when they could get the right guns, Buriram were rushing at them with the double snipe setup. They were rushing at them with those grenades, stacks of glue walls. So overall, they were tortured. Buriram, they had good fun. 9-2 eliminations. Moshi wins that. 3,008 to 2,000 damage. Moshi wins that. 9 KD to unmentionable KD, unfortunately for Demon. And it's not because Demon's a bad player. It's because Buriram just did not allow themselves to be touched.
Yeah. And for the reason why, there's a good explanation. The reason why there's no AWM damage, because Demon didn't bring in the AWM that much in the fight. Probably more of a BSK, especially with the position that they were on in terms of economy. So GOW was broke at that point. But speaking of broke and getting in break, we are going to go for a quick break. When we return, more of the action will happen. The final of the setup match for Clash Squad about to happen. So don't go away. Keep watching the stream, because we'll be right back a bit, continuing Clash Squad mode.
The last chance. The final 11 teams, as well as the 18th team, compete across 3 days in 18 total matches. The top 6 teams will secure a spot in the grand final. No second chances. Only the worthy will rise. Clash Squad mode. Before the grand final, the top 8 teams from Phase 1, based on the overall standings, will clash in a Swiss-style tournament. Key dates: Round 1, May 22. Round 2, May 29. The top 4 teams from this stage will advance to the final day of Clash Squad mode, which follows a single elimination format. The winners gain extra preparation time for the Grand Final. Grand Final, Champion Rush, last squad standing. The ultimate showdown begins. Teams carry their momentum from earlier stages. Objective, reach 80 points and secure a booyah in the next game to be crowned champion. If no team achieves this after 10 matches, the highest scoring team wins. No retries, no excuses, just one path, victory or nothing. New feature, live broadcast situation. This season's live streams will include live in-game challenges. Who will rise? Who will face punishment? Don't miss a single stream. More than a game, it's your legacy on the line. Will you survive or become a legend? Challenge your limits. In the ultimate test of skill and strategy, only the strongest will survive. Welcome to the arena where legends are forged. To claim victory, you must challenge your limits. This season's special features. This tournament introduces exciting new challenges, unique team skills, man-picked active skills for Clash Squad mode, Champion Rush format, randomized map order, total prize pool $378,000 US. Warriors will battle for glory and the ultimate reward. Tournament format. The tournament features two competitive modes, Battle Royale and Clash Squad. Battle Royale, 18 teams, knockout format with 2 phases. Clash Squad, 8 teams in a Swiss stage format. Both modes culminate in a grand finals where champions are crowned. Knockout stage. This is where the battle begins. Survival gets real. Phase 1, April 25.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show. This is a Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Spring 2025 Clash Squad mode. We are done with 3 series and we are looking for the next 3. As AJ mentioned before the break, we are halfway through, all throughout, but doesn't stop just there because not only are the teams still not over with their matches, they are not stopping because they have a powerful device on them, which is a Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra in hand.
Absolutely, man. I mean, you're talking about the next-gen Snapdragon 8 Elite Galaxy processor, enhanced Vulkan engine, improved ray tracing technology, everything that this phone gives you, you can use to dominate not just in your games, grabbing those booyahs, but also maybe exploring, creating some content. I mean, maybe you are the next Rasya. Maybe you're the next Rasya with 7 million subscribers on your YouTube channel, because if you're playing so much of Free Fire, you might as well put it on the internet.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you can record your gameplay, you can edit it in the phone, you can make some changes, and with AI capability, there's a lot more that you can do in this phone, and you won't be worried that it will hang up on you, it will lag up on you, because it has top-tier performance. So definitely this is something else, not just for gaming, but for every day as well as multitasking as well. So there's a lot of things that you can do on this phone, and hopefully what it can do is it can save us a little bit time in waiting in this game, because we want it to get over with, especially for the setup, because we want to know who will be on that 1-0 matchup.
At this point, I have given up on waiting for the broadcast to end early. I know it's not going to happen, right? So why hope for something that's not going to happen? The only question is, how long is this going to take? You know, how long is it going to take before I get some food in my tummy? And because I'm super duper hungry, how long is it going to take before I can find a little bit of rest? Because these teams are not going to be making it easy on us, especially the final 2 series. When we get the winners going up against the winners, it is definitely going to go the distance, Neptune. So I am looking forward to it.
Look at the bright side. It's still a best of 3, and it's a good thing it's not a best of 5.
Oh, so, my. Don't say that.
well, it will happen. It will happen eventually, but
Yeah.
not today. That's one thing though. But we are looking at Team Falcons right now, who are prepped, ready, and as well as BTR. This is a revenge mission that Bigatron Esports has started from the previous season. They are the Falcon Hunters, and now they're up against the Falcons.
Yeah, I think now you see the regret on their faces are showing, you know? They're like, oh, guys, we shouldn't have messed with them the previous season, guys. You know, now they're going to get us. So, map order, next era, Kalahari, Bermuda. Doesn't matter, wherever they do fight, they are surely going to be going back and forth. I don't think Falcon Hunters are capable of snuffing out Bigatron as if they had no competition at all. But if they do, I will be very impressed. And obviously, just as equally as impressed if Bigatron manages to do that to Falcons as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, vice versa, it would be impressive because as we look at this two teams, it's really a tough battle, a tough call to really find out who's going to win. But speaking of winning, let's see if this ban can help them win. And Bigatron took out the Iris, one of the advantage that Limit X7 might take at this point. And then for Team Falcons, they also took out that Cassie, and not so much that can be done right here. So why not deal with Steffi, especially on the side of On Fire?
Oh yeah, absolutely. So like you said, Cassie, Iris out of the equation. Bigatron Delta, Bigatron Esports obviously don't want to deal with all of those glue wall penetration capability on the side of Team Falcons, and M82Bs are rare here on Clash Squad, so that Iris is very, very valuable. Steffi, and the response on the side of Bigatron is the Tatsuya and Zane, and we've seen a lot of the Zane pick coming on through here today already. Extra layer of defense on you obviously helps you survive a little longer.
Yep, and onto the side of Team Falcons, Potato takes on Koda and Keroro with that 8-1-2-4, and we've seen that being used by Bremen United earlier, and they can put into battlefield, but a double rush for Bigatron Esports. So you have a Tatsuya that can rush in and rush out. We have an Oscar from Koja that can rush in, knock back your opponent, plus Santino as well with a little bit surprise factor or positioning wise. Can be useful for the side of Fights.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, if Santino goes out there and wrecks havoc, I will be very happy because I'm actually a big fan of Santino now. But with the Oscar, we get to see Bigatron Esports play a very aggressive game. I'm looking forward to this. Team Falcons, on the other hand, are going to go in here with a very basic BR sort of a lineup with the A124 and Homer being dragged in as well.
Let's see on how both has a disabling factor, a thrill of battle, as well as senses a shockwave. So this too is what we've seen from the previous season of Battle Royale. That has been a previous season of previous year Battle Royale. There's a huge disparity in terms of performance, especially if you have this on your fight in the close range battle. The only question is, will it work this time around? Especially there's a few adjustment that has been done because of the update. And speaking of update, for viewers out there who hasn't updated just yet, make sure that you update and play the game as well, because Clash Squad is getting exciting.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, if you guys have not updated your games, I have no idea what you're doing with your life. Free Fire is life, baby. Clash Squad is what I live and breathe these days. Bigatron Delta not splitting up just yet, all sticking together. What was that from Pyong? I have no idea what he pulled off there, but it was not a great idea to go straight into the firing squad of Falcons. On Fire traded out though, but two players on the side of Bigatron down on the ground. Diggs could not get away and could not find the Punisher, as well as Potato catches him off guard. Three players snuffed out on the side of Bigatron, and now it is a 4v1 if they get to pick On Fire up.
Yeah, let's see if Faiz backs away. Potato already in here, and I thought he's going to use that side, but no, he goes down. It is Guerrero right now, putting that finishing elimination, and yeah, sure, that's quite questionable. Probably trying to go in, use into the bottom of that area to be able to go for the backstab, but a little bit too slow though. And Team Falcons takes this first win. The only question is, will BTR be able to get back into this fight?
Well, they think getting the Deagle, and the Mini Uzi is going to bring them back into the fight. They've got no money on them now, as they have purchased themselves to literally $0 on every single player. The Falcons, on the other hand, obviously have kept some aside for a rainy day. And you see the discipline out of Falcons. They are still on the pistol, so they want to finish off Bigatron Delta. They know that they can technically out-purchase them, but they don't go all out. This is very interesting from Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, when I'm looking at it for Team Falcons, if they can keep that distance, they might be able to beat them despite of the fire rate with that Mini Uzi. But they are a little spread out, though, and everyone from Bigatron Esports are stacking together. And there goes the side elimination. Koja will be able to steal away one of the Mini Uzi, so that is an advantage that they can take as a Kyong tries to go in for the chase. And there goes Dakota being pulled on fire for the finisher, as well as Dix on the finisher against on fire, but it's still a 3v3.
Absolutely, and Pies now from up top. Potato. I wonder what Potato means and why he named himself that. A sliver of health on him, and Potato actually managed to sidestep that, all thanks to the jump, but he is going to be sprayed down either way. Kororo with the A124 already. Oh my lord! Limit from the back, helping out Kororo, and both of them shoot down Fires as he flies through the air. Unfortunate Dix, super low on that help. And Limit looking for that final blow.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, not so much that can be done. The pickup has been done. Oh, what a hit! But Limit X7 as quickly as that, as expected from a sniper. And as you did mention, this is an economy game for Team Falcons right now. They only dealt with this pistol, kept their distance and time their approach perfectly so that they can get the weapons from Bigatron Esports.
Yeah, okay, all right. So now if Bigatron wins this round, it's going to be big because Falcons went in there for the eco round. They got the victory. Now they've got the money. They're expecting this to be an easy one up against Bigatron. But you can see those Kingfishers on the side of Bigatron that can make a very big difference here, especially on this segment of the map.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, two have already taken that high ground, and it's a deadly position that BTR has right now because it's very difficult to really rush in. Dix, though, receives a lot of damage as they're crossing, and that's one thing though. You need to be careful as well, even if you're taking this this area, this moving platform at this point.
Falcon, let me try to find a shot onto the head. Potato with the backstab. And he's going to circle around the wrong way. But he's going to have a decent enough vantage point up against the Bigatron players. Now on fire, fighting Fires. And beautifully done with the MP5. Fires actually managing to jump out of the way for a single second there. But that's not going to be for too long. And on fire will finish off a player from across the battlefield as well. Two players left though on the side of Falcons. So Bigatron Delta have got an opportunity to make a comeback here.
Yeah, let's see. Bigatron Esports right now, two on the Kingfisher, putting a lot of pressure on fire. MP5 on fire, as well as Mini Uzi by Potato, who it might be an ambiguation or disambiguation of Protector and Potato. Imagine having a protector that is Potato in shots. That is tough right now. But here comes a rush on fire with that Rebel Rush, but a misstep that loses that fight.
Oh, beautifully done. And this is what I meant, right? So Falcons played a double eco, and they were expecting to guarantee a victory here on this round 3 against Bigatron. But those Kingfishers were able to fish out, not fishes, but birds out of the air. Bigatron Esports, great victory for them.
Now we have a double VSK as well as Parafall by Dix right here, and you know how it is. Despite of a low fire rate, they can get in that damage, but on the other side, they pull up. Karora's pull that Kingfisher, and Potato will have that MP5. Limit X7, definitely he will have a VSK, and they teleport in to 3 players of BTR. Let's see how will they fight back.
Bigatron Delta has got that long-range capability here, all thanks to the previous round of those Kingfishers, but they purchased the Mini Uzi for the CQCs. I don't think that's the best gun to be buying, though. The MP5 would have been a little bit of a better option. And this map obviously is going to pit you in certain spots where you will have to take the TQC. They're hoping to maintain a little bit of distance here. Potato has got the gun I'm talking about, the MP5. Very strong, but on fire. Gets the headshot with the mini Uzi, and that's going to be big for the side of Falcons.
And Potato saving himself after that attempt to take down 3 through the smokes. On fire right now, trying to go in for the pickup. There goes a nade. Koja takes it, and the pickup might avert the approach of BTR. BTR right now, Young will be spotted, and up close and personal MP5. Not so much of movement can be done by Dix right now. The Blues closing in. It seems like it will spell trouble for Bigatron Esports. Not so much of saving for him, especially with the pressure coming from Keroro.
Absolutely beautiful execution here by Falcons, and a 3-1 scoreline now they pull for themselves. This is a beautiful play, and Megatron hasn't been able to respond much. I obviously had big questions with the mini Uzi purchases. I just don't think it was the right move coming through from Megatron after they pulled off a phenomenal victory the past round.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not quite sure though if they spent it in a few more resources. Probably that's a reason, or trying to replicate what Team Falcons has done. But as we go in, this is Grab Labs, and Team Falcons a little bit spread out though compared to what we've seen Bigatron Esports has done. They always stick together, not even leaving a sniper behind. So let's see if this will work again for them to take back another point.
Yeah, tell me what you think, Chad. Will you spend your money on defense, getting the vest as well as the helmet, or will you spend your money on getting a good gun? Because my strategy is always the offense, and Koja will be able to spray down Potato. Beautifully done as they try to look for Limit as well. Limit cooking up that nade, spotted out, and the sprays are perfect from Koja, and a 2 for him so far.
Yeah, that smoke didn't save him that much. Keroro right now spotted Kyong already. Here comes the jump, and ice grenade on him. But Kyong was just a little bit too late in jumping out, giving Keroro much time. Save up. On fire though, up close and personal will be taken down. The Kingfisher coming from Koja, and Keroro will try to go for the spray. No praying for him, but on the side, he's being beat down while he's going for an execution, and there we have it. Bigatron Esports grabs another point. The lead is only 1.
Yeah, absolutely. Beautifully executed here. And they've got the MP5. That's what I'm talking about, right? Bring in the right SMG to the play. And if you can't afford the right SMG, just save for a rainy day, because it's just way too risky to go out there with a forced buy. Bigatron Delta now with a decent round for themselves. Let's see how they can make something out of this. Faiz can go for that level 2 on his SMG, but chooses to let it remain on level 1. A curious decision made here.
Yeah, as a sniper, probably he's not expecting close range. Probably help later on. BSK is already on him. Dix and the rest will try to go in for rush, but Dix has been taken down. Here comes Kyong for the spray. And up close and personal, you know Team Falcons is prepped because they have Ripple on that M590. Only one remains, Pais, who is hanging back in the middle, and there goes a takedown by Limited 7, showing a pixel and will be hit as quickly as that.
Yeah, this is a damn good shot, bro. I mean, what a jump coming on through, and Falcons will be able to take the lead for sure. Cyber airdrop will appear this time around, so this is a huge plus. And obviously, everybody's going to be running towards the center of this compound. But that's just open territory, bro. It's like shooting fish in a barrel, especially if your opponents have got a grenade. And it looks like both teams have invested on... Okay, all right. Falcons have got more grenades, so Bigatron better watch out.
Yeah, I mean, Guerrero and On Fire is ready, and I guess they are getting close. A good thing only 2 players from BTR has rushed in. There goes a flame wall onto BTR, but not so much of damage. But here comes a 3v2 situation. Nades already being thrown, and the airdrop has been taken by BTR. Managed to survive though, but the only question is how will they be able to pull away, especially with 3 players will try to go rush in. One takedown. Dix has been knocked down. And the Koja eliminated. Young taken down. Bai is the only one remaining. Not so much that he can do from afar. Even on the snipes, he will be able to, or he won't be able to get those elimination in.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, again, it's this Falcons outdoing, outplaying, outclassing Bigatron. And it was just a clean firefight, right? All the way through. Just the mission number 1 was to get to the center point, go get the cyber airdrop, and of course, mission number 2 in a CQC, do the boys in, and they all had the M590s on their side. You had a long-range cover by On Fire as well. Everything going the way of Falcons. And now Limit has got the double AWM setup. Let's see how he works this one out.
Let's see, though. He does have the elevation to work with and might be able to prepare. On Fire, though, receives a few damage from afar, but Limit X7 will try to go in for those snipes with nades coming from Koji. Might be disruptive at this point. Young, up close and personal, and 590 trying to rush and break through these glue walls of Team Falcons, but this can give an opening for Limit X7, though Potato has been taken down by Dix. And there's no stopping Bigatron Esports right now to get close. Oh, make that On Fire and Kiroro stopping them as they get close. Only Faiz remains once again. And it seems like this is over for this game, for this match, as it is just about time as Faiz will meet his demise. Even if he jumped down, he won't be able to survive because On Fire is already on there.
I mean, they're toast. This is match point. Oi! Faiz will be able to get one. Still a 3v1 though. Oh my goodness, the guy's super low. And Limit missing a shot. Okay, all right, Limit. We got questions, bro.
It's a timing. It's a timing matter. Faiz, I don't think Faiz will be able to heal up that quickly. And there goes a nade coming from Team Falcons, ending game number 1.
Brilliantly played. As anticipated, it was an all-out massacre. Falcons outplaying the Falcon Hunters. Who would have thought that?
Yeah, I mean, it's like the Falcon Hunters hunted Team Falcons back then because of the element of surprise. But now there's not so much of element of surprise. It's only a small quarter. You can identify where the opponents are, especially with Limit X7 right there. Have a good idea where they are running to, and it is bound that Team Falcons will get back against the Hunters.
I mean, it was just a phenomenal setup when it came to some of these eco rounds. Bigatron Delta, of course, managing to win out a couple on their side, which was great, but Falcons just won a majority of the battles, and it was just very clean gunfights back and forth, right? Outclassing them with the mechanical plays. That's really great. But I do feel Bigatron Esports is kind of holding back a little bit because we've seen the more aggressive side of them. That is the confident Bigatron. Unfortunately, we're not seeing much of that today.
Probably they're not working through the skills that they used to in Battle Royale because of the bans and picks system. So that is something that they will need to be a little bit tricky in terms of how they can outsmart Team Falcons right there. But mechanical skills overall, we know that BTR or Bigatron Esports has what it takes. But there are some factors that they need to consider as well. The distance where Limit X7 will be, and Faiz is already surviving all those battles because he is a sniper, but how can the rest of the team survive with the help of Faiz? That is one of the questions that they need to answer.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously Falcons are going to be making this very difficult for the side of Bigatron Esports. And if Bigatron wants to make a comeback, they need to win that pistol round out. But I don't even know how, because Limit with the M500, bro, yeah, headshots are nasty, man. I don't even know how he's doing it, but he's doing it really, really well.
Yeah, I mean, snipers are built in terms of responses. Their flick is more of a signature for them. If you can flick with M500, then you can do it with a sniper or if you can flick on a sniper, you can do it with M500 as well. Even like M590, like Moshi has used that up close and personal. Everyone from Bodega United can use that. Everyone from Evo Z1 can use that as well. It's more of even Rasia can pull it off. It's just that it's more of comfortability as well as the distance and the damage that you can bring in without risking your own HP.
Yeah, I officially want a fight between Rasya and Moshi, right? So
1v1
Esports versus Buriram. 1v1 would be phenomenal. I wish we could actually have those as well, right? Maybe some show matches before Clash Squad. Okay, maybe not Clash Squad because the Clash Squad days are very long. Maybe some 1v1s before some Battle Royale matches. I'll opt for that.
Why not? I'm pretty sure someone is listening and getting that idea, those gears turning already. Why not add
global
a 1v1?
bans. If you want to listen, global bans. That's what we...
Definitely. I mean, global bans really will change. There's a lot of options. You know how it is. It's not just one adjustment. We've seen that. We experienced that for this season. It's not just one change, one adjustment. It's a lot in one go. So they're just listing it out. And I'm pretty sure they're listening not just to us, but everyone out there, even in the comment section. If you have a suggestion and it is viable to be put into esports, why not? That can be considered as well for those mastermind in the background who's working this out.
Absolutely. I mean, you just gotta love the changes brought in here for FFWS Sea this time around. I absolutely love it. I would have kept it to 4 series. 6 series, I think, is asking a lot from our audience who have to stay up with us. But it looks like teams like Falcons are looking to get this done very, very quickly. I mean, we all have to praise Buriram for the blitz that they took up against COW. But obviously, we acknowledge that blitzing through Bigatron Esports is not going to be as easy.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, they might be able to do it, but again, they've shown so much potential of taking down Team Falcons, or probably Team Falcons just let them do that from the time that they are being hunted. But for Limited 7, he is our MVP. 6 elimination, 3,815 in damage, 7 knockdown, and he is wearing a Homer, Rafael Moko, and an Otho that is mostly being used in this Clash Squad.
Oh yeah, Otto's memory miss is just so deadly out there. When you get the knock, it slows down the other players around that guy that got downed as well. And then the rush just comes through for the rest of the players, and Falcons are able to get the wipeout so easily. But one similarity here between all of the MVPs, a majority of them have been the snipers.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's because of the damage that they can put in from distance, not really risking it, and then the potential of taking elimination away from the rest of the teams. And, well, in terms of elimination, we have On Fire with 9 elimination and 2 assists, 39-65 on damage. Kuro with 8, Limit with 14 assists, and probably that's a reason as well why he's an MVP. And then Potato with a 12 assists and 3 on that elimination. On the side of Bigatron Esports, well, because of the result that we have, it seems that it will need a little bit more work.
I mean, Limit got more assists than Bigatron got eliminations, right? So that's insane, first of all. And let's take a look at this, right? 6, 10, 10, 15. Dude, Limit got 1 assist less than the whole squad of Bigatron. So, insane stuff. Let's take a look at the head-to-head here between the Rifler and the support. On Fire versus Koja. Eliminations-wise, obviously, he wins that out. Let's take a quick peek at the KD as well. A 3 KD versus 0.67. The margin is not that big. This still is a very winnable match for Bigatron. As you can see, the assist here a little bit high on the side of Koja, but that doesn't really mean anything if you can't really walk away with those eliminations.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, elimination matter. It's more of taking advantage of the numbers, especially as you roll in within a game. And that's what Team Falcons and On Fire is showing right now. As long as you can put in all those damage, as well as you can deplete all those resources, and then that's when you can beat down your opponent. Now, let's see though, because so far we are looking into another win for Team Falcons as a revenge for the Falcon Hunters. But we might also see a little bit of struggle that the Bigatron Esports can bring into this fight, and let's see if they can grab a point in the series.
Absolutely, and I'm looking forward to Bigatron Esports just showing us exactly what they have. But is it going to be enough to snuff out Falcons? We've seen it in BR. But the crazy thing is, it's not been the most consistent play, right? I mean, obviously we hype it up like crazy because Bigatron Esports, they are the underdogs, and they were really beating down on Falcons at one point of time. But Falcons were winning out the majority of those fights in the grand scheme of things. And of course, we kind of threw in a lot of extra masala into that whole fight and the drama and all. But when you really take a look at a 4v4 between these two teams, the Falcons are definitely going to come up on top, unless something phenomenal happens here. And sometimes in a good game of a Clash Squad, you need a little bit of luck on your side. You need your opponents to make a mistake. Unfortunately, Falcons are not looking like they are capable of making mistakes at this point.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, and no thinking of having a mistake. That's what Falcons is doing right now. And one thing though, I mean, Bigatron Esports doesn't have a launch pad to jump into the Falcons. That's mostly their approach in Battle Royale. Thus, the element of surprise against Team Falcons. But again, we'll see. We'll see though. They put up quite a fight earlier, but not so much, especially when Limited 7 has their eyes on them. And even for Bigatron Esports, the position-wise, how they go in for the approach, probably a 2-2 doesn't help them. Even a 3-1 doesn't help them out that much because of the firepower that can be brought in to this fight. And I guess this is bans and picks right now that we have for our next game between Team Falcons and Bigatron Esports.
Yep, let's see if or not Bigatron Esports can make a phenomenal comeback here. They're down by 1-0, but if they can get the victory on this next matchup, they can pull us the distance into a game number 3 in this best of 3. Of course, hopefully they don't, but if you're a Bigatron fan, if you're an Indonesian fan, obviously you're hoping and praying that they do pull this back and then finish the Falcons off with one swift hit at the very final game. If it's a 6-0 victory for Bigatron Esports in game number 3, obviously Indonesia is going to go crazy. Yes, it's possible for Bigatron Esports to walk away with a victory, but it's going to take a lot, and it's all going to have to start on the pistol round.
Yeah, let's see though. Pistol round, Kalahari. It is, I would say, not a good combination because there's not so much that you can do, especially in distance, unless you're Limit X7 with that M500. But right now, I guess discussion overall, we are about to see in a bit what or which skills they are banning. It's pretty much the same though, only a change, Cassie and A124, but I think we're going to see an Iris right here in the gameplay.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, the A124 is a deadly one. It has to affect all of the characters within the radius, and in Clash Squad, the map, the compound is so small where that A124 is going to be very effective. So taking it out is very smart, and Cassie, the electrotherapy is too much to deal with. I mean, when you've got players like Potato or Kororo running towards you, it's just, or On Fire running towards you, it just gets a little overwhelming with that electrotherapy. But Coda, on the side of Bigatron Esports, at least they get that early information. They may be able to either reposition or potentially even take a rush up against Team Falcons here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the timing should be right as well because it doesn't last that long. But just in case it happens and nades will be thrown, you have Steffi and for On Fire, and then Potato getting that Tatsuya. And as you did mention, he is a rusher. He always jump in there, but as a counter, they pull out an Oscar as well as a Homer. So A124 is out. Homer has been taken in by Bigatron Esports. How will Team Falcons respond to this?
Yeah, it's obviously going to be a tough one for Bigatron, and Clue and Sentino dragged in here by Team Falcons this time around. All right. I'm liking this.
Yeah, counter info from that Coda bringing in Clue, but the double information with that Iris, especially coming from FAI. So that, I'm not quite sure though if Limit X7 really didn't choose to pull that Iris, but I guess Santino will be working for him.
Yeah, I have no idea exactly what they're thinking here, but I'm very curious. I don't know. Every time I see the Santino pick, I'm just...
I mean, probably there's a good thing that has been brought in. Sniper, Santino, we haven't seen that much. It's more of a support or a rusher that we've seen that the moment that they rush in, or before they rush in, they pull that Santino so that they can sort of rewind to where they were.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a little iffy, bro. Like we saw, exactly here at Santa Catarina where the Santino was used, and then the Santino got stuck in the river. Stuff like that can happen.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's random though, so we'll have to find out. But speaking of random, not so much of a perfect hit onto Liminix 7, but they did manage to put on a few of those numbers. And even Kyong is looking out on the second floor, or ground floor rather. And there's an example. Liminix 7 will try to go in, but not so much of real estate for them to walk in. And Koja managed to beat him to it. Keroro, though, tries to go for that rush. Nade is being cooked, and a takedown potentially onto Koja. But that sight didn't work so far, and Bigatron Esports grabbed that win.
Okay, condition number 1 has been met. Win out your pistol round, and now Bigatron Esports, they've got a great advantage here. And obviously, going in for the rush onto limit on that high ground, obviously the high ground is going to have the M500 being played there. And G18 versus the M500, CQC, the M500 might be able to get a headshot, but you are really asking for a lot there. So great play by Bigatron. They strategized and executed that pistol round extremely well. And now they've got an advantage here for game number 2. And it does not seem like they're going to go for an eco round. Those Kingfishers are out to fish out some birds.
Yeah, Kingfisher, 3 players already rushing in against 2 players on to that top of that mammoth. And a takedown against Kyong with that pistol. But Dix will try to fire back, but not so much of damage that has been dealt with on to Team Falcons. And there goes the rush, but Dix still goes down. But good backup though on the side to take down 2 players as well from Team Falcons.
That's just crazy, bro. He just deagled him to the next round. Insane stuff coming on through from the side of Falcons. And this is that kind of recovery which is going to be very deadly. Dix and Fires will not be able to see Koja anywhere near them. On Fire single-handedly, cutting down the distance. And from up top, the support fire from Limit, and down by On Fire for the shutdown. And it was the deagle play here. Potato, and just insane stuff overall coming through from the side of Falcons, punishing Bigatron on their purchase round. So those Kingfishers just really didn't do much. And I have to say, the pistols in the hands of Team Falcons is, wow, another level.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a demoted F590 at that point. It feels like it. You're taking one shot and then taking one hit as well.
Yeah, I don't know if it's demoted because unlike the M590, you've got a decent range on the deagle, and the aim from Falcons is just unbelievable. And now once again, we see that in perfect action as Koja is dropped and taken out of the equation very early on. That Santino is in the area, but a very easy clearance of the clone here by the side of Bigatron.
Yeah, as On Fire right now, trying to take down Faiz a little bit too close, and there goes a backup coming from Potato, and even for that, even for a takedown, they still managed to get a headshot. But Liminix 7 already down, up 2. Keroro take down Dix, and up close, Mini Uzi with a Rebel Rush. Keroro right now will try to pull away.
Oh my god, Keroro just bought enough time for the support play. And On Fire shows up with the SMG. A level 3 MP5 on top of everything else. So that definitely hits like a truck. And look at Potato. I mean, just swings around. The moment he shows up, he gets a headshot out of the Kingfisher. What are these guys even eating, bro? I mean, how is their aim so freaking different from mine? I don't even know how they're getting these headshots. But you all just better watch and learn, because this is how you become a pro player.
Yeah, definitely. And about the question of what they're eating, wait for the interview. Probably Misa will be asking them what they ate.
So, what did you eat? So you gotta win. What did you eat today? Misa.
All right.
A good cluster. Yeah, we'll find Dix. And he's got the Meg 7 this time. Crossfire set up here by Bigatron. Potato is victim number 1.
Yeah, there's one thing though. I mean, elevation is one thing that Indonesia is pretty much good at, and they are working it well. But I spoke too soon. Limiting 7 managed to take down Dix, and there goes the finisher. Only 2 remains against the 3 players, but Koja a bit too low though. Not quite sure if this is unintentional jumping off onto the bottom of this area, but it needs to move up and quietly as well. Otherwise, he will be spotted and taken down by 2 players.
Ooh, yeah. 3v2 now. Advantage to Falcons. We're just going to sidestep that nade and pretend like it did not happen at all. You have got an opportunity here, Koja, to make a name for yourself. VSK in hand. Now, they play the tag. Unfortunately, no capitalization coming on through yet for Bigatron.
On fire right now, just waiting for the footsteps. Koja jumping in. Let's be a delay action. Yes, it was, but no, it will still be him winning that fight, even if he moved a little bit too late though. But this is where it pops up. Limited 7 just starting this fight on that VSK, and he managed to take down 2 already.
I mean, I can't be mad at Falcons for finishing this one quick, bro. My tummy is hurting like crazy, so I want to get some food in there. Falcons 3-1, looking for the finisher, but they'll need to get to round number 6 to do so. And we have got literally 6 more rounds to play in here for game number 2. Let's see if or not Bigatron Delta will be able to make some sort of a comeback, Kyong, with a grenade being cooked up. Oh, what a placement! On fire! Steffi's just so mean, bro.
Yeah, I mean, in time it, you pull that glue wall, making sure that you are seen. It's more of a distraction. And in the moment you see that a nade pops off, hit that Steffi, and then respond with a grenade of your own. Knowing that there's no Steffi on the other side, you will put in some damage.
Yeah, I mean, on top of everything else, he also got to the airdrop first. So Falcons will be able to get the bonus on the coins for this next round. And also he's got some equipment on him as well. Most of the time, the super medkit that you find out of the airdrop, that is, you know, pretty game-changing in a heated battle. But now Kojak, the final player on the set of Bigatron Esports, 1v4, and Karoro again, Deagle to the head.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Karoro's working that Deagle to a lot already. There's a 3 elimination coming from him, and like it doesn't even move up into ranks. But finally, leveling up that MP5 to level 2 will help him in a much longer engagement, or probably close range engagement, if the Deagle is not that viable. But on the other side, we have an AWM. We have 2 maybe 2 AWM and 2 M590 as well from Bigatron Esports, but they need to get an opening, and Potato might be the ones that they're looking for.
Absolutely, and
First blood.
to get with some of these pistols, you got to make sure you don't move around as you're taking the flick up. And it's insane that these players are able to do that, not move out in the open, and then in a split second, jump behind the glue wall again. So yeah, it takes a lot of mechanical skills to be able to pull off such a clean execution. And that's what Falcons has been about this whole game. Clean executions. Karoro up top, AWM. Why? Top of everything else in his hands. So this is going to be a challenge for the Bigatron players. Young tagged up. And that nade from Limit is not going to be fans. Oh, tags up Kyong. And Karoro gets the follow-up. What a teamwork.
It's all timing. It's all about the timing, and I'm not talking about no joke, but right now only 1 remains. Dix will be taken down, or maybe that 2 remains because Koja is still alive, but here comes Kiroro once again. Deagle in hand, but Limit 7 says nope, going to take him out right here. Let's see who takes him on fire with that AWM as well.
All right, series point now for Falcons. And Bigatron hasn't really been able to answer much at all. And that snipe out of Karoro was just absolutely delicious to watch. And the rest of the plays from the side of Bigatron just kind of crumbling right after that. And now, series point. Falcons, if they win this round, they win the whole match against Bigatron.
Yeah, I mean, well, we thought that there will be a more of a fight coming from Bigatron Esports, but it seems like Team Falcons really want to end this well, and they want to end the day in this fight. But let's see if they'll be able to do so, as well as who they will be going against if in case they get this win. Limited 7 getting a little bit too close. Probably something that is not easier to see, especially at a sniper, but there is something that they need to do right now to be able to end this quickly.
Absolutely, and now 1-for-1 now on both sides. Oh, Limit missing the shot onto Dix, and Dix will find Potato instead. So this is a big play coming through from Bigatron.
Whoop!
But the turnaround is just so smooth. Limit and Kororo, just this duo will find a finisher as Falcons gets a quick drop onto Bigatron to win the series against them.
Seems like Team Falcons didn't even break a sweat in that fight. And even before the match, I mean, they were passing around that Red Bull, and they gave them more of that energy. But it doesn't look like physically look that they have that much energy. It's more of how they are mentally, as well as within them, that they managed to store up all of that to reach this point. Earlier it was 6-2. This time 6-1, and given a chance, they might be able to take it to a 6-0 later on. But Team Falcons moving up to the next level.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt at all that they were going to be able to take a good fight up against Bigatron, but I expected some fight back, right? And Falcons is showing that, you know, you get some flashy catches on us in Battle Royale. In Clash Squad, it's a different story altogether. And Limit has been the biggest difference maker for Falcons. You know, one of the best acquisitions that Falcons has had in a long, long time.
Yeah, definitely. And also Kororo with a Deagle. I mean, it is a highlight. Probably our MVP as well, unless Limited 7 or On Fire will take it away from him.
Yeah.
So far, I love as well the MVP that is showing up, whether you're getting a lot of elimination or putting a lot of assists. It really does help so much, especially in how to motivate a player to do more.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, it has been quite a torturous day for me, mainly because I did not expect to fall sick out of nowhere. But these games, I mean, the action has been keeping us alive, Neptune. It's unbelievable, right? I mean, crazy stuff. We've been playing quite a bit of Flash Squad, and action like this is just unbelievably phenomenal. I want to learn those Deagle headshots, all right? Those Deagle shots were so deadly and so efficient. I mean, these guys were running pistols when their opponents were running mini Uzis, and they still won it out. So it's crazy how they get to execute this thing.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's hours and hours of practice and hours of work. And you know how it is, like, playing is working for them. So they just spend that much time playing, working, and getting to know how to make those flicks, make those shots overall. So, yeah, I mean, we do have time. We're still young. We're still young. We can make that time.
Okay, all right,
I'll put myself in as well.
Yeah, after your haircut, you look young, so it's okay. I'll give it to you for now.
That's why I did it often. This is a free haircut, by the way.
Who cut your hair for free?
I'll tell you a story later on. Okay. But there's a free haircut.
Well,
or just
I hope that we get some free passes after this as well. It's 2 more series, and obviously it's not going to be easier from here. We're now going to be matching up the winners against the winners, the losers against the losers, and that basically means even playing field, right? And because the bracketing for this first phase of the Swiss matches were pretty insane. I mean, you're talking about the first rank taking on the 8th, the second rank taking on the 7th. So yeah, obviously you're going to have a little bit of a mismatch there now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's up to those who are in the lower bracket to really fight for their way, but it didn't show up that much. It seems like, I think we had a result wherein we had a top 4 already taking that win, and we'll just have to find out later on what else will be brought into this fight once they are matched up together.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm looking forward to seeing more out of Bigatron. Obviously, this is not going to be the end of the road for them. They perform the best when they are down, right? So this is let down for them. But we're going to be taking a quick look at the interview segment, so let's see exactly what the winners have to say.
And the third booyah of the day is from Thai team again, guys. Right now I'm here with ใครคะแนะนำตัวหน่อย
เทโลครับ
Okay.
ออนไฟครับ
มองกล้องด้วยนะอย่าลืม Okay, first of all, let me ask you, what's the tips to be as good as you guys at 4v4? มีเคล็ดลับอะไรอยากจะบอกแฟนๆไหมที่ทำให้แบบเก่ง 4-4 ขนาดนี้
ก็ซ้อมเยอะๆครับ ซ้อมหนักๆครับ จะได้โหดๆเหมือนพวกผม
Okay, keep on practicing so you'll be as good as him, guys. แล้วเราล่ะ
ก็เล่น 4-4 เป็นปกติอยู่แล้วครับทุกวัน
อ๋อก็คือโปรอยู่แล้วชิล
เล่นกับพวกด้วยกัน
Okay, so you have to keep on practicing and practicing every day. That's how you get the result. Okay, how about confidence? When we talk about confidence, do you feel confidence in every single map, in all 3 maps? เรามั่นใจในทุกแมปเลยไหม3 แมปวันนี้ที่เพิ่งแข่งไป
มั่นใจมาก ก็ซ้อมมาเยอะมากๆเลย
He feels so confident because he's been practicing a lot. Hey, แล้วเราล่ะ
มั่นใจครับซ้อมมาดีครับ
he practiced well and he's so confident too. Okay. แล้วแมปไหนที่เรารู้สึกว่าเรามั่นใจที่สุดเลย Which map do you feel the most confident?
ก็เหมือนเดิมครับ มั่นใจทุกแมปครับ
โอเคไม่เปิดโอกาสเลย So every map, guys. Hey, the confidence. แล้วเรา
เหมือนกันครับ
ขอสักแมปได้ไหมขอแบบหนึ่ง
หา
ขอแบบ
ตะวัน
ห
ก็
นึ่ง
ได้
ตะ
ยังไม่มา
วันโอเค บ้าบอคอแตก He said Solara, guys. But anyways, he still feels confident in every map. Okay, last question. Do you think which team you'll be facing, which Thai team you'll be facing next match? เราคิดว่าเราจะเจอกับทีมไทยทีมไหนในแมตช์ต่อไปที่จะถึง
ก็อยากเจอ AP ครับก็ถ้าเจอบุรีรัมย์ก็เอาไว้เจอรอบชิงดีกว่า
EP นะ
VP หรือเปล่า
มุก
มุกมันเป็นมุกสีสันหน่อยนิดนึง Okay, he would like to meet VP in the next match, guys. แล้วเรา
ก็ VP ครับบุรีรัมย์มาไว้แบบลึกๆครับ
โอเครอแบบตึงๆท้ายๆ Okay, the same goes to him. He would like to meet VP in the next match because BRU is so hard to get, guys. Alright, thank you so much for this interview session. Now let's get back to the shoutcasters.
Thank you, Misa. She didn't ask the question, Nep. She didn't ask what did they eat.
But at least they ask what they do to get that good.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I mean, as usual, a delight to see Misa and the boys from Thailand. No doubt at all, Thailand is always going to be, one of the biggest dominant forces here in Free Fire Esports. But we're waiting for the day where some of these other teams will rise up and really take this fight to them. I expected this to already be the season where that happens, but for the time being, it's not happening in a very drastic manner just yet. RRQ may have been able to make Indonesia really proud and find the qualifier into the finals for Battle Royale early, but it looks like it is Thailand all the way in terms of victories today.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they're really showing up as to why they are strongest region overall, who can bring a lot in here. But we'll have to see though, because there's a potential that later on we're going to see a Thailand versus Thailand, and it has been mentioned as well that Team Falcons are hoping that they are meeting against VP or Virtus Pro into the next match for the winner. So let's see if that will happen as well. But before we go there, yeah, Liminix 7 as our MVP once again. Not so much that we can tell about this guy for his choice of skills, but elimination 600 knockdowns, 4,378 on the damage.
Amen. So obviously this is a phenomenal play from Limit and a very well-deserved MVP title for him as well. Auto's memory miss, you've got the Moko there, you've got the Raphael, and obviously with the Sentino, I had my questions. I did see a couple of plays with the Sentino, the clone, but I didn't see any game-breaking plays from that active skill. But you don't really need the active skills to make the breaking plays when you yourself are a game-breaking skilled player. But on fire with the most number of eliminations on the side of Team Falcons with a total of 8.
Yeah, and following him is the Deagle Hunter himself, Keroro with 7 elimination. Imagine just getting that with the Deagle, even beating Limit X7. But I'm pretty sure he didn't just use that in all of his engagement, but the assist that he has brought in as well has made him one of the game changer right here. But speaking of assists, Limit X7, the reason why he is our MVP despite of not getting that much elimination, because he helped out with 12 of that elimination in this fight.
Yeah, and obviously when we take a look at the head-to-head, it's going to speak a very simple story of how Limit dominated the match, and Faiz tried his best to keep up. 6-1 eliminations, obviously the win on the Thai side. 4k versus 1k damage. Limit takes the cake. 3 KD versus 0.17, and obviously the AWM damage on the side of Limit is a tad bit more, but Faiz couldn't really afford the AWM in many of those rounds, so it's understandable why his damage wasn't too much.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's a lot of things that could have been done but wasn't done for Bigatron Esports, and Team Falcons have done so much in that fight. Let's see if they can just probably wait up to what's going to happen next, if they are lined up though for match number 5, or would it be for the next one. But we are going to go in for a not that quick break, because we need to set up the next match for our match number 5. So those watching right now, don't go away. We'll be right back. The continuation of Clash Squad mode for Southeast Asia's break.
Will include live in-game challenges. Who will rise? Who will face punishment? Don't miss a single stream. More than a game, it's your legacy on the line. Will you survive or become a legend? Challenge your limits. In the ultimate test of skill and strategy, only the strongest will survive. Welcome to the arena where legends are forged. To claim victory, you must challenge your limits. This season's special features. This tournament introduces exciting new challenges, unique team skills, man-picked active skills for Clash Squad mode, champion rush format, randomized map order, total prize pool $378,000 US. Warriors will battle for glory and the ultimate reward. Tournament format. The tournament features 2 competitive modes, Battle Royale and Clash Squad. Battle Royale, 18 teams, knockout format with 2 phases. Clash Squad, 8 teams in a Swiss stage format. Both modes culminate in a grand finals where champions are crowned. Knockout stage. This is where the battle begins. Survival gets real. Phase 1, April 25 till May 11, 2025. 18 teams divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, with 6 teams each. 3 weeks, 54 intense matches. Daily format. Group A versus Group B versus Group C. Top teams advance, the rest are eliminated. Phase 2, May 16 till June 11, 2025. 1 misstep and you're out. Week 4, only the strong survive. Day 1, top 12 from Phase 1 compete in 6 matches. Only 1 team advances to the grand final. Day 2 and 3, the remaining 11 teams battle alongside underdogs ranked 13th and 14th. 1 winner per day advances to the finals. Week 5, second chances. Days 1, 2, and 3, the same format continues with underdogs ranked 15th to 17th. Each day crowns a new finalist. Week 6, the last chance. The final 11 teams, as well as the 18th team, compete across 3 days in 18 total matches. The top 6 teams will secure a spot in the grand final. No second chances. Only the worthy will rise. Clash Squad Mode. Before the grand final, the top 8 teams from Phase 1, based on the overall standings, will clash in a Swiss-style tournament. Key dates: Round 1, May 22. Round 2, May 29. The top 4 teams from this stage will advance to the final day of Clash Squad Mode, which follows a single elimination format. The winners gain extra preparation time for the grand final. Grand Final, Champion Rush, Last Squad Standing. The ultimate showdown begins. Teams carry their momentum from earlier stages. Objective: reach 80 points and secure a booyah in the next game to be crowned champion. If no team achieves this after 10 matches, the highest scoring team wins. No retries, no excuses, just one path: victory or nothing. New feature: live broadcast situation. This season's live streams will include live in-game challenges. Who will rise? Who will face punishment? Don't miss a single stream. More than a game, it's your legacy on the line. Will you survive or become a legend? Challenge your limits. In the ultimate test of skill and strategy, only the strongest will survive. Welcome to the arena where legends are forged. To claim victory, you must challenge your limits. This season's special features: this tournament introduces exciting new challenges, unique team skills, man-picked active skills for Clash Squad Mode, Champion Rush format, randomized map order. Total prize pool: $378,000. Warriors will battle for glory and the ultimate reward. Tournament format. The tournament features 2 competitive modes: Battle Royale and Clash Squad. Battle Royale, 18 teams. Knockout format with 2 phases. Clash Squad, 8 teams in a Swiss stage format. Both modes culminate in a grand finals where champions are crowned. Knockout stage. This is where the battle begins. Survival gets real. Phase 1, April 25 till May 11, 2025. 18 teams divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, with 6 teams each. 3 weeks, 54 intense matches. Daily format: Group A versus Group B versus Group C. Top teams advance, the rest are eliminated. Phase 2, May 16 till June 11, 2025. 1 misstep and you're out. Week 4, only the strong survive. Day 1, top 12 from Phase 1 compete in 6 matches. Only 1 team advances to the grand final. Day 2 and 3, the remaining 11 teams battle alongside underdogs ranked 13th and 14th. 1 winner per day advances to the finals. Week 5, second chances. Days 1, 2, and 3. The same format continues with underdogs ranked 15th to 17th. Each day crowns a new finalist. Week 6, the last chance. The final 11 teams, as well as the 18th team, compete across 3 days in 18 total matches. The top 6 teams will secure a spot in the grand final. No second chances. Only the worthy will rise. Clash Squad Mode. Before the grand final, the top 8 teams from Phase 1, based on the overall standings, will clash in a Swiss-style tournament. Key dates: Round 1, May 22. Round 2, May 29. The top 4 teams from this stage will advance to the final day of Clash Squad Mode, which follows a single elimination format. The winners gain extra preparation time for the grand final. Grand Final, Champion Rush, Last Squad Standing. The ultimate showdown begins. Teams carry their momentum from earlier stages. Objective: reach 80 points and secure a booyah in the next game to be crowned champion. If no team achieves this after 10 matches, the highest scoring team wins. No retries, no excuses, just one path: victory or nothing. New feature: live broadcast situation. This season's live streams will include live in-game challenges. Who will rise? Who will face punishment? Don't miss a single stream. More than a game, it's your legacy on the line. Will you survive or become a legend? Challenge your limits. In the ultimate test of skill and strategy, only the strongest will survive. Welcome to the arena where legends are forged. To claim victory, you must challenge your limits. This season's special features. This tournament introduces exciting new challenges, unique team skills, man-picked active skills for Clash Squad mode, champion rush format, randomized map order. Total prize pool $378,000 US. Warriors will battle for glory and the ultimate reward. Tournament format. The tournament features 2 competitive modes, Battle Royale and Clash Squad. Battle Royale, 18 teams, knockout format with 2 phases. Clash Squad, 8 teams in a Swiss stage format. Both modes culminate in a grand finals where champions are crowned. Knockout stage. This is where the battle begins. Survival gets real. Phase 1, April 25 till May 11, 2025.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show. This is Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Spring 2025, and we are still in Clash Squad mode. 4 setup matches has been done, and we are now ready to watch the winner versus winner battle on match 5 and 6. The question is, who will be winning this fight? Who will be moving in another level? And who will be dominating this game?
Well, thankfully, there are no eliminations today. So if you do lose this battle, all that happens is you get kicked down to, I guess you could call it the lower or the losers bracket, where you'll have to face off against teams that have already lost once today. Tomorrow, you guys get to, sorry, not tomorrow, on the 29th, which is 7 days from now, 1 week from now, next week, Thursday, you get to watch the conclusion of where these 4 teams will get kicked out. So that is going to be an interesting event for sure. Make sure you guys don't miss out on that. But in order to see how the brackets get set up and which are the first teams that make it through to the playoffs brackets, this is going to be a crucial one, right? Back-to-back matches is going to be very important now.
Definitely. I mean, back-to-back matches is something that they really need to work on. I'm pretty sure, like, even the players themselves, even if they has been put into a back-to-back match, they're still primed and ready unless it is a long battle between the previous one and the next one. But so far, from what we've seen earlier as well, while on break, we did see that the battle at hand is between Evo's Divine and Brim United. And you asked for this, a battle of the snipers, Rasia against Moshi.
Yeah.
When I find out though, this is a preview of what a sniper versus sniper might look like.
Yeah, and I think Viper AJ Gaming or Ajay Gaming in our YouTube chat, he calls this out very, very well. Moshi versus Rasia in a sniper battle, Wasana and Get High combo versus Aim God and Kochil battle, and one and only Jonah versus Raid. This is going to be fun and interesting. Viper Ajay, you are most definitely correct. This is going to be a phenomenal matchup. And look, bro, the fever patch is off of Wasana's head. So things are about to get dirty.
I mean, he's taking it out. He want to make sure that he has his eyes open for this fight, because you know how it is. Like fever patch, it blocks something in your forehead. It blocks energy, or hopefully it adds something as well from what has been shown earlier, but he is prepared. He is ready. No distractions overall, and just wanting to go and probably end this fight on a 2-0.
I mean, I think that'll be very hopeful for Buriram, thinking that they'll be able to end EVOS on a 2-0 because there's definitely a good fight left in EVOS for sure. And that phenomenal victory that they took earlier on, I'm sure they want to snowball into a double victory here. But up against the two-time world champs, up against a team that's super focused this time round and just waiting to become champions of Southeast Asia, I'm sure it is going to be a tough fight.
Definitely a tough fight indeed. And Buriram United will not be easing off on that fight. They want to will bring it on right now. The only question is how can be affected, especially as we have unique active skill and as well as the ban system. So we've seen that being changed overall for some players, some of the teams, but with all those changes, we have noticed as well, despite of all those, Buriram United didn't really change that much in terms of their performance. For EVOS Divine though, there was a chance that they were in a almost difficult position because of how it was done in the active skill department.
I mean, no doubt at all, it was obviously a tough battle. The mechanical skills had a great big advantage, right? Because they are very, very well adapted in terms of maneuvering out there, getting those shots. But like you said, those active skills, that's just that little bit that pushes you over the edge. And I think Buriram has always been able to not just use, but abuse the active skills very, very well. This is a team that knows free fire in and out.
Yeah, definitely in and out. They spent so much time practicing and doing that. Even the battlefield, it seems like there's little to no stopping them, because as we keep mentioning and keep seeing, like even the MVP spot is being challenged by all of the players within the team themselves. So everyone wants to get all those elimination, but it still works to their chemistry because everyone is that hungry in getting all those damage on. So they have the same goal, they have the same tactics, even if they're going against each other in terms of numbers, but they're still making it work and they're putting in those points as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, it's all for Buriram to lose in here, right? Because EVOS is stepping into this battle, understanding that, look, this is the two-time world champs. This is a deadly squad, and Moshi is on point. He was hitting those shots earlier, and it was not like the rest of the players were not performing. Everybody was blazing through for the side of Buriram. But you could also say the same for the side of EVOS with Rasia. Rasia was a dominator in those matches. So, and we've already acknowledged that the snipers made the biggest of difference on both these teams. And now those snipers will meet so early on in the competition. I'm very excited to see what happens.
Yeah, definitely. And hopefully this is not the case as well, where if Rasia is not performing, then the rest of the teams will not be performing as well. So as we look at the bans right now, Steffi has been taken out by Buriram United. So making sure that there's no stopping them if in case they want to bring in those nades. And for A124 being banned by EVOS Divine. So they don't want that the thrill battle, that destructive on against them. Right now, EVOS Divine, Aim God chooses that Coda for his first pick.
Yep, I mean, it's a good pick for the side of EVOS Divine. They get to play with the information first. And I think you've painted out a very clear picture as to why Steffi and A124 should be taken out of this very early on here. Buriram gets a double pick. See how they want to play this one. I don't think they'll be cheeky with the Sentino this time around, but you know, I don't know. Maybe you would say that. Okay, Cassie, all right. Understandably, with the electrotherapy, Get High is going to be pumping up Wasana. Wasana, with probably the Zane pick, would be a very good one here. You know, you're being pumped up with that electrotherapy. You want to have that extra layer of defense as you rush on in to finish a couple of EVOS players. And as anticipated, it is going to be that Zane. So let's see how the pressure is going to be here for the side of EVOS Divine.
Yeah, I mean, they have a good chance to pick that Tatsuya, but we'll have to see as well if they are going to bring in that Santino, because knowing Rasia, he also choose that, but that will be for later on. And Oscar will be chosen by Coach Hill Ray right now, it seems like a Raiden might be a good pick for him because he did that against WAG. And nope, it is a homer that he will be picking at this point.
Well, Iris is open for the taking here for Moshi, and he has been pretty deadly with the snipes thus far. And we did see Santino being run here by Jonah earlier, so that could be a possibility here. I know I said it as a joke, but it's very, very possible. And as anticipated, the Iris pull here by Moshi, and Clue instead for Jonah. So, all right, you've got Koda on the side of EVOS Divine, you've got Clue on the side of Buriram. So this is going to be a game of info that still is leaning towards the side of Buriram, I see.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, counter picking, they've already lost that, and they, like, for EVOS Divine, I think they were aiming for a little bit more of disruption because they know that if in case Buriram United speeds it up, they will be trying, or they will need to stop that or stop them on their heels. The only question is, would it be another Santino pick for Razia? Because it looks like it for one match. There you go. Santino will be pulled in.
Okay, so I expected Jonah to pull Santino in. It's Razia instead, and Razia was using it in a very interesting way. I can't say that I was very in love with his Santino display in terms of repositioning, but a couple of times it did allow him to catch up with the rest of his team members, but at the same time, at the early parts of the map, play the flanker position, right? So, I mean, Santino gives you the very quick ability to reposition instantaneously across the battlefield if your clone doesn't get shot out first.
Yeah, I mean, if it has been taken out, that will lose that opportunity for that switcheroo or that switch up with that shift splitter. But we'll have to see though if how else he can use it. So far for Jonah, the way he used it is more of repositioning to get behind enemy lines, but I don't think Razia will be doing that because he is a sniper. He needs to keep that distance. So it's more of how you mention it. You want to reposition as well just to make sure that you can get more visibility on your opponents as we started off on this next game. And here we go. It is Buriram United going against EVOS Divine. And, well, looking forward to how they're going to go and treat this pistol game.
Interestingly, Ray is actually going to be saving up his coins. Ray's like me. He is pretty confident they're going to lose this round. The rate of fire from Ray is going to be absolutely horrible. So he's going to be taking the back lines here as the backup player for the squad. That Santino has been placed down at the bottom. So it'll give them a interesting repositioning capability on the side of Mr. Razia. So the sights have come out already here, but still no full-on engagement just yet in this pistol round.
Yep, A124 already triggered, and here comes Jonah a little bit too close, though. That connection on to get high will save him a little bit, but he needs to recover. As we look into a race position, he has been left off.
Wow.
And there goes the pick up as quickly as that, but Coach Hill tries and managed to stop them. But here comes Get High on to that run as well. Ray's just waiting, and side gameplay, you know how it is. You want to get close and as possible to be able to put in that damage, but Buriram United grab it, and that is with no one going down.
That was a damn good play, bro. I mean, instantly when they saw Wasana getting knocked down to the ground, two players respawn at the same time for the side of Buriram, rushing in for the save, and then jumping around in the air like mad monkeys, trying to distract EVOS to shoot at them instead of shooting at Wasana. And I think that was brilliant play, right? That's teamwork. And that's what teamwork's all about. And then Jonah, of course, sacrifices himself in that process because Jonah knows he's the backup player. He needs to have Wasana on the front lines. If not, EVOS may just get the drop on them. So very brilliantly defended by the side of Buriram. But now it's going to be a hot one as three players on the side of Buriram will engage, and Razia will find Moshi first as Ray manages to get shut down on to Get High as well, and looks like the sight is not going to be working out well from the side of Wasana this time.
Yeah, it doesn't work. Jonah right now trying to go for the pick up, but here comes the flank, and there goes the takedown by Coach Hill, giving 1 point to EVOS Divine.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And it was a great play this time around from the side of EVOS. And this mini Uzi chase onto Wasana. I thought Wasana was going to be able to get the slice with the sight, but Engot just outplaying him. And Kochil obviously preventing the pickup by Jonah, and he will go ahead to shut him down for a 1-1. And we are all equal here in the fight between the two winners.
Right, so far in terms of the sniper battle, both of them has VSK, but for Razia, he does have backup of the Kingfisher. So it's more of an advantage coming from him, and he's keeping his distance as well. Spotting 3 of the players from Borneo United. Aim God goes in for the rush, and let's see if he'll be able to take down Get High, who's hiding out of smoke. Another smoke has been popped, and Russia will not be able to get an opening, but Razia moving right away with that Santino as Aim God right now will try to hide off on the other side. Wasana goes down from the hand of Russia.
Yeah, Razia just looks like a freaking magician at this point of time. I mean, at one point he's on the high ground, and another point he's on the low ground. And everything's happening just the way they wanted. But Razia really low now as he steps away from the battle to play a little bit of recovery. But Kochi will keep the pressure up. But Aim God, though, traded out by Jonah, has got the MP5 in hand. And it's a level 3 on top of everything else. This is what I mean. Instead of just going in here and purely focusing on, just buying yourself a lot of other equipment, it's that MP5 on level 3 that's really going to get you the edge. And an opportunity here now for Jonah, but he sidesteps that very easily. Moshi's still alive, all alone. VSK in hand, but the finisher is there for EBOS.
I think it's a split up. It's a pinch that has been done against Jonah first that really worked right here for Evo's Divine, and even that boost on to take down Get High. And this is what we're talking about. Razia with that rip position just to make sure that he gets more of an opening or helps out the rest of the teams as well to eliminate Borneo United. And also, surprisingly, Evo's Divine right now in the lead compared to what we expected from what Buriram United has to play.
Yeah, man. It is now going to be a split push. Ray tagged up very early on by Moshi. And there is a decent enough defensive maneuver here by Ray to back away. But Wasana and Gang going in here for the rush, as they know that one player is a little bit wounded. And they do have some sort of an advantage now.
Let's see what they're going to do with this advantage. Borneo United is just going in, hiding out, waiting for a perfect opportunity right now. Take down Evo's Divine. In and out of the compound. Glue wall has been pulled out. Just a distraction. That Aim God goes down from the hands of Osana's MP5. And Moshe right now will try to take hits on Ray, but now that was just a distraction to make sure that there's an opening for Osana at this point. Osana right now, level 3 MP5. Moshi, no picking up onto the other side for Evo's Divine. And Kochil, that pinch, that timing gives them that advantage, leaving Razia going solo.
And this is the problem here, because Razia is always maintaining a very far distance away. Up against Buriram, this is not really the best strategy that's going to get Razia on the front footing, or potentially with the success here. Now he's in a 1v3. Drops the smoke, but takes the left-hand side without the smoke cover on the other hand. Potentially just to fake out the rotation here. But Buriram's literally going to spot him out very easily. Take the glue wall out of the equation. Razia deep in the smoke. Sent the Santino out. What a brilliant move by this kid.
Well, not so much of real estate for him to work with, and he will be able to get close. But here comes Wasana just in time to move out, and the blue might be taking Get High, but no! MP5 and 90 for a takedown, and there you go. A smart move for Razia. A brilliant strategy indeed, but unfortunate for him, there's not so much a backup to help him out.
Yeah, absolutely, and Get High with the Trojan helmet. I wouldn't wear it because my head sticks out a little bit too much. So I'm constantly trying to hide in these lobbies, bro. So I'm not gonna wear something that gives me away.
There's one thing though. I think Lucky's the one who mentioned that. We were talking about Akila's heel, and then sees one having that helmet, and it seems appropriate. It seems in the theme. But as we look right now, Aim God already up front, ready for that airdrop, but 2 against them. That nade was a little bit too far though. Usana is going in for the flank. Not quite sure if he had a clear view, especially of the smoke right now, but I think they're focusing more on that airdrop that Evo Zivine has taken already.
A beautiful rotation coming on through here for both teams. And Moshi will get the catch onto Ray first. Oh, gets a tag as well. Get high. To the M590 straight to Aglot's head. And oh my goodness, this is crumbling down very quickly on the side of EVOS. And Rasia with a sliver of health now, hanging on for his dear life. But in a 1v4 up against Buriram of all teams, even though he's the wonder kid, he's going to run out of options here as Buriram takes the lead on the round.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we mentioned earlier that if Rasia will be performing, then it looks like Evo Zivine will be able to make that win. But it also works both ways. If the rest of the teams will not be performing that well and surviving against Buriram United, leaving Rasia alone, and it will be tough to win that battle. So they need to make it work. They need to change their tactics to stop the rush off this team of Buriram United, because so far 3 players already getting into the groove, and then Moshi taking that back up on the high ground. It doesn't work that much if Evo Zivine is doing it.
It's a very 50-50 gameplay between the two. Very surprising though, because Evo's keeping up the pressure on Buriram. Oh, what a nade. Oh my goodness, this bounces off the roof, and Wasana goes in for the cleanup here. MP5 level 3. Easy spray down. 2 players out of the equation. Rasia really low. Can't get involved in this fight just yet. Ray's going to get caught out as well. Get high. Here comes the Trojan horse. Sneaking behind enemy lines. And Jonah will catch Ray before Get High can do anything about it. And once again, the sniper Rasia is the final player alive.
Yeah, and Moshi is just keeping it busy where the rest of the team is going in for the rush. Rasia managed to go for the takedown, but not so much of HP, and has been spotted out there. And they get another point. Now it's now 4-2. And let's see if Evo Zivine responds for the next match, because look, the way I'm looking at it, it's pretty much the same story for 2, if not 3 rounds already. It's only Rasia surviving the battle, and the rest of the teams are going down.
Absolutely, man, because Rasia is just holding the backlines. In a match against the other teams, maybe that'll work. But Buriram, they're like, you know, in Malaysia, we've got this legend. It's called Orang Minyak. You know, it's this thief that goes into people's houses to rob them, but he covers himself with black oil, you know. So even when you do get to catch him, he's so slippery, he's just going to slip out of your hands. You know, that's what Buriram is like. So even if you're going to get, you know, even as Rasia kind of sees them out in the battlefield, they're just going to slip away. And look at this, man. I mean, easy eliminations coming on through from those grenades. Buriram systematically dismantling EVOS. Rasia needs to step up his gameplay somehow.
Yeah, definitely. And the timing as well on those grenades, as well as the accuracy that they have on throwing that really is something else. And it meant that they have to save up on some of the resources in terms of weaponry. But not so much that can be done by Buriram United. Another ace game for them.
So there's still a little bit of a confusion here on the Swiss bracketing. What this basically means is the first 4 games that you watch today, that just sets up the Swiss brackets, right? So we've got 2 winners and 2 losers from the first 4 series. 4 winners and 4 losers from the first 4 series. So the winners will take each other on in the final 2 series of the day. So even if either EVOS or Buriram loses this match, they don't get eliminated, because you need to lose 2 series to get eliminated from the competition in the Swiss bracketing, right? So obviously there's no consequences here. This is just purely to set up the playoffs bracket. But when we come back on the 29th, when we do have the losers bracket playing in the Swiss bracketing, there you are not allowed to lose. If you lose, you get kicked out of the competition.
Yeah, definitely. Great explanation. And so far, that explanation is giving chance for Evo Zivine right now to survive. And as we look right now, Evo Zivine responded. And that is given that Buriram United is already on match point, but still, they don't want to lose that easily.
Yeah, and what was the biggest difference maker here is the fact that Rasia was no longer standing behind and not getting involved in the battle, right? He was taking the fight straight up to Buriram, and he was not one of the final players to get taken down. This is what EVOS needs. They need Rasia to believe in himself. Just take the fight up against them. I mean, what's the worst that could happen? You guys are losing anyway already. And Buriram is on match point, right? So go all out, see if you can stop them. And if they can win out 3 rounds in a row, it's going to be phenomenal for Indonesia.
Yeah, but right now, it is a similar approach that we've seen earlier. Evo's Ivan rushing in, not even the airdrops, more of a compound to take the airdrop. And this might have been an expectation for them. Now, if Evo's Divine would have moved in onto the other side, they can push Borem United to jump out of compound, and they can give an opening to Rasia. But as you can see, it's a 2v2 right now. A pickup's about to done for Jonah, and Moshi still surviving it up close and personal, and will go for the takedown.
Absolutely. Oof, all 4 players on their feet, and Rasia, once again, the final player to get taken down. And Buriram will bring game number 1 to a close. The series still alive, though. Buriram needs another game victory in order to close this off, and they are doing my tummy a favor by making it quick.
Well, let's see this is something that would really help them, and understanding that in terms of mechanical skills, regardless of what it is, in terms of active skills that they are putting in, it doesn't change that much, because as we can see, there's very little use of that active skill, more of how they position themselves in the beginning of each round that made Borem United win those games.
Yeah, absolutely. So Mayang is still confused what happens to the loser of the winner bracket. So the loser of the winner bracket still stays in the Swiss bracketing, and they will play against the team that also has a 1-1 scoreline. 1 victory, 1 loss, right? So that will happen on the 29th as well. And the teams that have got 1 loss already at the lower bracket, that happens on the 29th as well. So either way, you're going to see a lot of heartbreaks on the 29th then.
Yeah, pretty much like if you look at the standings, the current standings of all the teams, everyone with the same will be matched against each other. If not matched against each other, it will be rotated towards everyone with the same ranking. So right now we're seeing like 1-0s against 1-0s. And then on the 29th, we start off with those 0s and 1s, or who are losing, who got all of those 0s and 1s ranking, and then have the same approach that we're looking at for this 4 teams that we have from match number 5 and match number 6.
Yeah, I just heard 0, 1, 1, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0.
Binary.
So,
sorry, I got into coding that much.
I know, right? I'm geared up for this next game. I think Buriram's going to try to make it a quick one, but there's still some life in EVOS. And I think Rasia only figured out towards the tail end of that first game that he can get aggressive. And I think the purchase of guns is going to be a little bit different for Rasia. He cannot play as the AWM sniper on the side of EVOS up against Buriram. Up against Buriram, the gameplay needs to be a little bit different. But hopefully he figures out exactly what he can do, right? Because Moshi, if he's not playing the sniper, he can very easily whip out the M590 or the SMG, the MP5, and go to town on you in a CQC. We haven't really seen Rasia doing that yet.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he is comfortable. He is great on the sniper, but as you did mention, it doesn't work that well. Evo's Divine needs all the backup that they need to go in for the aggressive Borem United, who is on the front line, and then deal with Moshi, who is on the far end. Now, speaking of far end, this is by far the good tactics or good performance coming from Moshi right now. 7 elimination and 7 knockdowns and 5,025 on the damage. If I'm mistaken, this is the highest that we've seen so far.
Yeah, you know that reel, the music. Can we skip to the good part? This is the good part, man. MVP for Moshi. Always love seeing this guy's face up here. Phenomenal player. And yes, we wanted to see the battle between Rasia and Moshi. Exactly who is the better one. And Moshi is the better one, but not because of purely comparing the sniper versus sniper. I think Moshi was allowed to bring so much of damage in because of how aggressive the rest of the players on the side of Buriram played this out. I mean, look at Jonah, 9 eliminations in total. This is massive. And Moshi, 18 assists. Get out of here.
18 assists, and it's like most of the knockdowns, not even dealing with the finisher at this point, and that's how it does. That's how he does it. Even at far range, he will be going in with the rest of the teams. And even for the final battle, that final round, he was distracting Russia. So just to make sure that no one from the rest of Buram United will be taken down before they get close to Russia for that finisher.
Yeah, and it's not such a bad game for Russia, but as for the rest of the players, obviously this is not going to be good for the brand or for the nation if these are the numbers that they're going to be pulling away up against Buriram. They're definitely going to get toasted, right? But overall, Russia did manage to find the recovery once again towards the tail end of that match when he got aggressive. Then BSK running straight towards his... come on. This is so decent, right? 7-6 eliminations. The damage wasn't too insane because Russia was always... he was late to join the party. And when he did join the party in, I think, the first 3 rounds, it was like 1v3s, 1v4s. So obviously, he's not going to be getting a lot of the damage. But for the first time, on the head-to-head, we don't see such a big difference. I still think Russia has got a lot of potential in him. So Moshi better watch out.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, it's more of how the teams are set up that is giving Moshi that more of an advantage as well as a potential to do his work. But for Russia, he's also worrying about what's happening with the rest of the teams of EVO's Divine doesn't put in so much of those damage, even elimination in those fights.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, at the end of the day, obviously EVOS is going to be desperately looking for a victory somehow or another. And I think it's all going to be dependent on if or not Russia can. I think they just need to drop their fear and ignore the fact that it is Buriram. Because you see, in a regular Battle Royale matchup, they don't know who the hell they are shooting at, right? And these guys are phenomenal. And there's a good reason why EVOS was able to perform so well in our knockout stage. I think here at Clash Squad, you kind of know who you're going up against, and it's the mental gameplay, and obviously when you talk about the mental capability, mental strength, Buriram's going to have them beat by miles because of the experience that they have behind them.
Yeah, I mean, even in losing matches, you can still see them smiling. They know that it's not really a loss. It's more of a learning experience. And that's one thing, though, for a kid, for the Wonder Kid, that is one thing that they need to do as well. And then hopefully the players, the more older players from EVO's Divine can lead them or lead him to that mindset by doing it the same, being the example for Russia.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Russia is very blessed because he's part of the Free Fire esports ecosystem. I don't think I've seen many other ecosystems that's as caring as the one Garena has set up here for their players. So I think this kid is going to be well taken care of for a long, long time. And obviously, we're going to have these esports circuits running for a good long time as well. So he's got pretty much a decent part of his career and his early working life sorted out for him.
Yeah, I mean, well, there's a lot of hopes, a lot of potential, but let's look at their bans and picks. Cassie and A124 once again out of picture. Now, the only question is, what are they going to bring in to this battle? Will it be the same as what we've seen earlier? Well, pretty much Steffi has been brought in once again.
Okay, interesting to bring that Steffi in. I didn't really see a lot of the grenades tear EVO's Divine apart, but they may be thinking of something fancy here. So the fact that he brings in the Steffi means maybe Buriram's going to be sticking together out there in this battle. On the side of EVO's Divine, you've got the Koda and Zane. Zane, we understand, extra tankiness out up in front as the rusher. Kochil with the Koda, extra information on their side as well.
Tatsuya has been pulled in by Osana, and this is a more comfortable pick for him. Plus Moshi with that Iris. So it's getting back to what we've seen earlier. But again, this is EVO's Divine, a winner of their own match. Only question is, what will Ray and Russia bring in? It's pretty much the same thing. So the only thing that they lost right now is that Oscar, and it was replaced by Zane, and Coach Hill just switch it up with Aim God with that Coda usage.
Yeah, absolutely. And this Iris Clue Tatsuya Steffi is a deadly combo on the side of Buriram United Esports. You've got the capability to block off those grenade damage. You've got the capability to run in or out of battles. Iris from afar. Your glue walls cannot save you. So EVOS Divine needs to hope and pray that they do find, some of these compounds where you don't have any of that open land. And thankfully, Clash Squad doesn't actually have many of those, right? A majority of times you do have some sort of natural cover to work around with. And of course, if they're hiding behind those walls, Get High should be able to spot them out pretty easily.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Get High with that clue, but it's more of the timing as well, because the cooldown at some point, if you went in a little bit earlier, then you might miss out on where the actual positions are, especially if they're just delaying their taxing. The same goes with Coda. There's some instances wherein you get close, and then later on, once it expires, everyone else is moving around, so you don't have that advantage of anticipating them from where you can hit them, especially if you have the M590 in hand.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, I think the skills on the side of EVOS with the M590 is pretty fancy, but I think they're not keeping up with the meta, because it's all about the MP5 at this point of time. The SMGs are hitting like a truck, and you have to get those MP5s to a level 3 as quickly as possible. But of course, if you can do it like the Falcons and get the Deagle out there with a couple of headshots on the eco rounds, I think that'll be pretty fancy as well.
Yeah, speaking of eco rounds, well, this is a full M500 right now in Grab Labs for side of Borayam United. So it's 100 less compared to what we have in a G18. So let's see if this is something that will work for them, especially with their proficiency in the shotgun.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Moshi's going to be in a little trouble here with the M500 in hand. The pressure is played onto him very, very decently. And Rasia finds Jonah from afar. Aim God. Want to Get High. Moshi, a sliver of health left on him. Off. Beautifully done by EVOS. And Wasana with the backstab onto Ray. But there's just one player down. The 3v1 now, Mr. Wasana. And he's not going to be waking out up there. EVOS Divine with a cool start to this game number 2.
Yeah, definitely cool start. And probably Grab Labs that jumping that has distracted Borayam United and how they can approach each of their engagement. But now that we head into Deca Square, the only question is who will be jumping into those teleport or those portals to get in too close, too fast, or probably they will be taking that higher ground similar to what we've seen snipers do.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And now eco round here for Buriram, but they're still gonna pretty much force their way through. Osana, Mini Uzi. It's not going to be able to get the catch onto Rase just yet, but that was a close call for sure. Moshi, on the other hand, spotting out 2 players. Rotating on the side of EVOS. Information given to the rest of the players. On the side of Buriram. Blue wall used up by Kochil. Now the man's got no more defenses left here. And Moshi will find Aim God from afar. And the first blood for Buriram.
Yeah, first blood. Let's see if it will be followed up, because it will be very, very tight right now. Russia on a VSK. No opening just yet, with Blue will be closing in. And judging from it, even Russia will need to move. So Ray's a little bit too close, though. He is outside of the next phase of this circle. And he might have been spotted already by Jonah, but Coach Hill, a potential backstab just in case Get High jumps on him, but I don't think they'll be doing it. They have the protection of this high ground as well as a cover against Russia.
And without Aim God, who has had a fantastic round in the previous one, this is a little tough for EVOS. No, running out of time as well. Circle's going to start closing on in. Russia spotted out, but can't really step out of his defenses just yet. Has got the VSK in hand. Looking for a drop onto the Buriram players who are all playing this so well. Reposition inside the compound, so nobody on the side of EVOS getting to catch them out. And Coach is going to be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, I mean, Russia right now, just the perfect timing to move with that circle. Ray will have to find a... No! A takedown has been done against him. And Russia, the only one remaining. Oh! He taken down by Get High. And I love what he did right there. When he got the piece up and the blue will going to push him out, he timed it, or he positioned himself where in the next phase or the next shift of the circle would be towards him, and he can just wait for everyone to jump off.
That's why he's called the Wonder Kid, bro. I mean, this is what EVOS needs for Russia to stop underestimating himself. And yeah, actually, EVOS just needs to stop respecting Buriram, right? Just take the fight to them because they are, in many ways, very equal out there in terms of what they can do. And it's not like Buriram's no longer a monster. It's just that they have built many other monsters in FFWS Sea by battling against them for so many competitions thus far.
Yeah, I mean, it will rub off. It will rub off definitely. And let's see if this is something that Evo's Ivan can show because Ray has been taken down, not so much of help. And Jonah has eyes on Rasia already. Get high though, just waiting for the opportunity. Jump in against an opponent. But there goes Wasana going down from the hands of Rasia. And this is what we're talking about. Up close and personal, Rasia needs to help out Evo's Divine at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's see exactly how they get this little bit of a scuffle on their side. Get high. Will be able to shut down Aim God. Rasia has got one more medkit to work around. Oh my goodness, he definitely needs that medkit at this point of time. Matches himself back up, but Get High will find him from afar. And that SMG, probably not the hardest hitting SMG, but it gets the job done. Brilliantly played with the UFT. And now Moshi Get High will finish things off, and EVOS will drop the ball here after taking the lead on the first 2 rounds.
Yeah, I mean, Evo's Divine. Well, let's see if we'll see more of the positioning coming from Rasia that is with the team, or will it be? It's more of distancing himself, similar to what we've seen Moshi did right there. It's quite confusing though in what approach you will take because even Borneo United are changing their tactics, and that's what throws Evo's Divine off. You will try, they will try one approach, and then if it doesn't work, they change it. Right now, they're going for a 2-2 split, which is ideal, especially in this part of the map.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, high ground advantage here for Buriram. They get the information, but doesn't necessarily give them a headshot advantage. EVOS from the bottom should be able to get this, but it's those glass panels at the top that make a very big difference. And Moshi, good anticipation. The Ice Grenade is going to take Rasia out of commission, and once Rasia is down, I think this game is for the taking here for the side of Buriram, unless, of course, Aim God shows us something different.
Yeah, let's see though. Before he shows us something different, he needs to recover, and I don't think he has any opening to do so. And finally, he does. Now, Wasana has been taken down and then picked back up, and that Coda has been triggered. But what can they do with all that information? Aim God will be spotted by Moshi right now. Not even any damage on him, but on the other side, Aim God has been pushed to the line of sight of Moshi.
You know, in my first few games, I actually thought those stairway railings actually had glass on them as well. So I was just hiding behind the railings, bro. Yeah, I regretted very quickly after that.
Actually, this is one of my hated map because it's very difficult to move up. And then once you have an opening, you're trying to take advantage of the distance. You really couldn't shoot them because of those glass. And I'm thinking, hoping that it would break, but it doesn't. Similar to what we're seeing Evo's Divine happening right now. They're slowly breaking down and now being tied in terms of points by Borneo United.
And what's so painful is if you're a rusher and you're solo queuing, which I am and I do all the time, I'm the only one rushing up those stairs, bro. I'm the only one flanking around from the back. I'm telling my team members, like, let's go together. Yeah, they're all alive. I'm the first one dead. Sometimes I
move here. You do. I mean, I saw that. I witnessed that.
MP5, bro. The MP5 level 3, another level altogether. Now
MP5 in a perfect setting.
Absolutely. Grenade. Oh, this is going to go wide. Wasana. Aim God, M590. Missing the first 3 shots. And he knows they're all going for the airdrop, but Aim God can't get a clip in just yet. Oh my god. They just barricaded him out. What a play. Defensive play by the side of Buriram. Moshi trading out Coach Hill. Aim God fighting Jonah though. And Wasana will find the Punisher. But Aim God will be able to find the finisher. Moshi on the double. But as this final player left up against Rasia. Oh, the first miss, but the follow-up by the Sifu sniper will teach the kid one thing or two. Go for the prone before you medkit, bro.
That's one thing though. I think Razia was expecting Moshi on where he was, which is the top floor, because the glue wall was been set in there, but didn't expect him to move out. And that's one thing. It's a surprise position, and Moshi is just bold enough to jump in with the rest of the team, knowing that he can get that angle to take down Russia.
Yeah, I mean, amateur mistake there for Russia. I'm not so sure exactly why he did that. He could have survived that one, but of course, numbers gameplay-wise, Buriram was always going to have that advantage up against him. Now, Ray, grenade. Wasana! Ooh, he's going to get tagged up just a tad bit here. It tickled, but was not enough to stop him.
Yeah, tickled wasn't enough to make him laugh. Let's see if...
was enough to make me laugh.
Get high right now. Try to throw a grenade. Rushes in the middle, but that opening is more of troublesome. And get high will be taken down by Razia with that AWM. Not so much of help will be happening. Valve a little bit too far. Aim God goes in for the rush. No takedown just yet. And Wasana is being chased while the rest of the team are trying to stop them.
Yeah, Engod, Kochil, or the double combo wombo with the M590 by Moshi. Ah! Moshi! Clutch play maybe. Being sprayed down by Ray. MP5, good glue wall defense. And now Moshi makes this into a 1v2. Too far away from his brothers to pick them up. And has got the medkits on him to bring himself right back into this matchup. And he's got the glue walls as well. Grenade tossed on out, but Ray, very quick sidestep. And Wasana on the pickup. The smoke is down as well. Wasana back on his feet, and Ray did not go in for the finisher. Now it's a 2v1, and Moshi with the clutch.
Moshi for the clutch, and Wasana has just been the bait out there, but it does help though. Does help for the pickup. And I was expecting though that that rotation would be deadly, and he might not be able to make it because the blue's closing in, and he doesn't have that much an opening while he were moving. But well, it is what it is right now. Buriram United prioritizing and bringing in Wasana, and you know how it is. If he's up even with a few HP, he can bring the damage.
Absolutely, and of course, we were looking for the 1v1 between Moshi and Razia, but Moshi told us, bro, 1v1, calm down. Gave us a 2v1, and he whooped both of them in shape. Went for the save onto Wasana as well. Moshi was doing everything, and 12 eliminations on his side now. Captain Jonah has got none on him, but nobody's complaining. Aim got now with the mad rush straight towards his opponent, and will be able to find Moshi first. Razia on to get high. All right, he was beautiful comeback here on this round. But of course, Wasana and Jonah can turn things around just a tad bit here, but the numbers will not be equalized. Jonah, Ray almost got him, and now this is trouble zone once again for EVOS.
Yeah, I mean, glue wall, only difference between them, but it is getting close right now. Aim God will try to recover, but M590 is ready as well. Ray a little bit too close onto Jonah, but Wasana for the takedown! And there you have it! Another highlight coming from Buriram United.
Sit down, Indonesia, and watch how we rock the show. And if you can learn as much as you can. My goodness me. It's not just Moshi teaching Razia. It's the whole squad of Buriram teaching EVOS how to play Clash Squad out here.
You know how it is. No one wants to be beat in terms of highlight, in terms of the MVP. Wasana really wants it to himself as well. And, well, let's see. This is Zipway right now. Wasana, you know how he loves rushing. But will he be able to get out just in case? Well, Tatsuya, Rebel Rush, he has to be able to get away.
Series point now for Buriram. I am so delighted that this is a quick one, because my stomach really can't take it anymore. It's pretty much dying on me at this point of time. But I would love to see a game number 3 between these two titans. But it looks like Buriram is just not going to let go. They want to finish this, and they want to finish it now. Wasana, great nade. Follow up on the ice grenade as well.
On them, he will multitask, and let's see if he'll be able to take down Ray as well. Moshi, though, has been taken down, and no elimination just yet. The chance to be picked up. But as we can see, Jonah will try to recover, and let's see if Wasana can still be able to survive. No!
Double freaking nade, and Moshi showing everyone exactly why he is the one.
That's why as well. they bring in that Steffi because they know that they can bring Oldman those nades to end the game against this team of Evo's Divine. And there you have it, another win, another match, or another series ended that easily.
Dude, Buriram kicked ass, bro. That's a damn good game. Moshi, and this is what I'm talking about, right? Moshi's always holding back. Moshi's never really going all out in these matches. I mean, the guy's always just clowning around, but when he wants to get serious, he gets serious. And he got serious for us, right? We wanted to see the battle between him and Rasya, and Moshi was like, oh, you really want to see it? Okay, I'll show you. Oh, no problem, bro. I mean, grenades, he got it done. From the snipes, he got it done. From the SMGs, he got it done. Bloody hell. Moshi did a lot today, didn't he?
Definitely, I mean, it showed. If I was thinking that was 12 coming from 10, or probably even more. And, well, that is just Moshi for you.
Absolutely. I mean, it's just insanity. At this point of time, my body should not be able to carry on, but it's just the adrenaline pumping through my veins, courtesy of all of this amazing gameplay from teams like Buriram that's keeping us going. This is just crazy, bro. The fight, and it's not like EVOS is an easy team to shut down, but Buriram is just that damn good now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it is showing right now, even from the beginning, when they started it off. And when we thought that Evo's Divine would be quite a challenge because of how they are positioned as well in the battlefield, well, I guess it is just Buriram United showing up, saying that we can bring more if in case a tougher contender will be against us.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm looking forward to that. I mean, talk is cheap. And obviously, whatever they show us out there is absolute gold.
Yeah.
But I would love some trash talk as well. Captain Jonah hasn't talked for a long, long time. And we get to go back to Misa. Misa.
Question, the only question is, will she be asking what they ate? Or probably it's different, because I'm thinking it would be Motion get high once again in an interview, and at some point, like, they're not being that their wacky ways, but now that they have ended this day with the 2 wins already, I think they will be bringing that energy right here.
I think it's that kind of a stat Moshi has pulled in. If Moshi is going to get interviewed, she's definitely going to ask him, what did you eat? So what did you eat? Forget the time. just pulling Misa's leg at this point in time. And you know, all of the Misa Sims are losing their minds in the chat. But of course, amazing gameplay, right? Once again, from the side of Buriram. Moshi was unbelievably good, and he stepped it up when they really, really needed to step it up. Because this was not just another game. This was, you know, to play to get a better spot for 30,000 USD. But of course, the interview, let's throw it over to Misa. We'll be back with you guys in a bit.
Right, guys, we got a ticket to the semifinals. Woo! And right now, I'm here with ใครคะแนะนำตัวหน่อย
บุรีรัมย์โมชิครับ
ผมโจนะครับ
โอเค
ก็
มาเริ่มเลย
เมื่อกี้ผมมีคำถามจะมาถามคุณโมชิครับ ว่าสไนเปอร์เกียร์ที่คุณคัดอ่ะคุณรู้สึกไงบ้าง
รู้สึกโชคดีครับ อาจจะฟุกหน่อย
ฮะ
ก็ฟุกเขาไม่ได้เก่ง
ไม่มีไม่มีฝีมือเหรอ
ไม่มีครับ
พี่รู้บ้างไงเมื่อกี้ช็อตเมื่อกี้
เมื่อกี้ก็ลัคกี้แหละ
ผมว่าน่าจะเป็นเพราะนั้นฝีมือน่าจะเยอะไอ้คนนี้เขาซ้อมบ่อย
ไม่มีครับโมชิไม่มีครับ
อะไร
ฟุกผมฟุก
สรุปยังไง ฟุก
ฟุกครับ
ฟุกก็ได้ครับฟุกครับ
Okay, so right now I'm here with Mochi and Jonah is right here, guys. A little bit of confusion, but he asked a question to Mochi. What happened to the 4 elimination clutch just now? And he said he got lucky, and it's not about the performance. He only got lucky. That's all. Okay. Now I got a special question for each of you. มีคำถามเฉพาะที่จะถามแต่ละคนด้วย โอเค เริ่มจากชีก่อนรอบนี้เอาตัวจริงยัง
ชี้ไหนเนี่ยโอเค
โอเค เอาตัวจริงเลยนะ
ถ้าตัวจริงต้องสลับ
โอเค กลับมาแล้ว
ผมชี้เองครับ
Welcome back โอเค มาชี้ช็อตเก็บ3หัวเนี่ย มาไง
ก็อย่างที่เขาล่ำลือและ พร่ำเพอกันก็น่าจะเป็นเพราะว่าฟุกล้วนๆเลยครับเหมือนกดยิงไปแล้วมันโดนเลยอ่ะ
บังเอิญเข้าพอดี
ใช่บังเอิญครับ เรื่องบังเอิญไม่มีจริงจากอาจารย์อูเวครับ
เอาแต่ตะกี้เพิ่งบอกว่าบังเอิญ
เอาแต่ไม่อันนี้มาจากอาจารย์อูเวเขา
อ๋อ
บอก
แต่
ไว้
โอเคโค้ดมาจากอาจารย์อุเกวเอาตามนี้เลย
ใช่ใช่ครับ
Okay. I asked him about the 3 headshots that he got, and and he said it was all because of luck. And the quote from Master Ugwe
Yeah,
that
Master
said,
Ugwe.
"There's no such thing as coincidence."
Chickadoo's.
Guys. Yes, Chickadoo's. Okay, now we're here from Kung Fu Panda. Okay, how about Joe? โจนะ อยากจะถามว่าโยนบอมใน 4-4 เนี่ยต่างจาก BR ไหม
ต่างครับเพราะว่าใน 4-4 มันแมปใกล้กว่า
เดซี4ก็คือเดซี4เนาะ
ใช่
แบบใหญ่ก็คือแบบใหญ่
ใหญ่ก็แมปใหญ่
แค่นี้มันก็ต่างแล้วพี่
ใช่
ขอบคุณมากนะ สาระดีๆ ไม่มีอยู่จริง
อ่า
เอาขยายสักนิดนึงอะ
อ่าอ่า
ก็มันต่างกันด้วยแล้วก็ราคาด้วย เพราะว่าใน 4-4 มันต้องซื้อ ในแมปใหญ่ต้องขายเอง
มีเหตุผลแบบใหญ่เราก็เดินเก็บดุยๆเอาได้ใช่ไหม
ใช่
4-4 เราต้องใช้ตังค์หน่อยเนาะคิดแผนนิดนึงมาอย่างนี้ก็ได้ so I asked him what's the difference between bombing in BR and 4-4 he said it's totally different because in 4v4 he gotta buy the bomb he gotta buy the nade so he need to think about it before purchasing it but in BR in Battle Royale you can just walk around and pick it up and use it that's it okay last question is there anything you'd like to say to the team who are about to compete in the next match มีอะไรอยากจะฝากถึงทีมที่กำลังจะแข่งในแมตช์ต่อไปไหมคะ
ก็ทีมที่แข่งแมตช์ต่อไปเอา
ใช่
ฝากถึงก็
ใช่
สู้ๆครับ ผมเป็นกำลังใจให้ G4 ต้องใช้การเข้าใจเกมครับ แล้วก็ทุกคนก็อย่าลืมกลับไปทำการบ้าน เพราะว่าโรงเรียนเปิดเทอมแล้ว ขอบคุณครับ thank you
ก็คิดว่าจะมาได้ดีแบบต้นและก็ปลายด้วย แต่ว่าตกมาตายที่ปลายนิดหน่อย ไม่เป็นไรค่ะทุกคน เรายังรอดอยู่ so I asked him is there anything he would like to say to the next team who are about to compete and then he said keep on fighting guys and don't forget to do the homework because the semester has started okay
Yeah.
แล้ว อย่าเพิ่งขำแล้วของเราล่ะ มีอะไรจะฝากถึงทีมต่อไปไหม
ก็สู้ๆครับ เพราะว่าทีมไทยด้วยกัน แล้วก็ผมสนับสนุนอย่ายอมกันครับ
โอเค keep on fighting guys and he's always supporting Thai teams okay thank you for the interview session now let's get back to the shoutcasters
terima kasih obrigado dos tres
That was the best interview in the history of FFWS Sea. Yunsu should go and speak to all of the Vietnam players and tell them this is exactly what we need. Misa killed it. And by the way, Moshi, it is not that there are no coincidences. I know Master Uguay personally. He's a good friend of mine. He actually says there are no accidents, okay? Everything happens for a reason, and there are lessons to be learned from every experience. And the experience that EVOS Divine has picked off of this matchup against Buriram United Esports is truly priceless. But I've actually got another line from Master Uguay for EVOS Divine. Life's greatest battles are fought within. And this is what they should have figured out a little bit earlier, because if they were not intimidated by the presence of Buriram, I think this would have been very, very different. And I think this is where Buriram noticed that, whoa, wait a minute. This Rasya kid is suddenly waking up. He has figured out how to get some of these rounds from us. Yeah. And obviously the Sifu Moshi showed him exactly why he's the two-time world champ with diamond studs on his ears, bro. 14 eliminations, 5,937 damage, 7 knockdowns. This man knows how to snipe.
Yeah, I mean, he does know. He taught everyone to snipe, and he is teaching Razia as well at that match on how to snipe better. And it's not just sniping on his own, he's sniping with the rest of the team on him. That is what Sifu Moshi has to offer. Let's check out the scoreboard right now. And well, despite of all of that, 18 assists coming from Moshi, 13 coming from Get High. That's a lot of numbers, but in terms of damage, still, Moshi managed to bring in another 5K right here.
Bro, I mean, how insane is this? Moshi, 18 assists in total. He was doing so much out there. Even though he was not walking away with the eliminations, he was putting in the damage, and the rest of his team members were just cleaning house. And we get the head-to-head between the two snipers. 14-9 eliminations. I tell you, this 16-year-old, no world championship behind his name, stood toe-to-toe with one of the best, if arguably the best sniper in Southeast Asia, and actually walked away alive. In fact, he was alive the longest in comparison to the rest of his senior team members on his side. Obviously, the numbers are a little bit lower on the side of Russia, except the AWM damage. This is the crazy part, but of course, Moshi kind of went towards the VSK a little bit more after Russia whooped him a couple of times with a VSK.
That's one thing though. I mean, Russia being far away, there's very little chance that you can steal that AWM after the takedown. So that's probably one reason as well why Moshi is not using that AWM a little bit early. They're saving up a little bit, but as you did mention, whooping has been done definitely by Moshi right here. And as you also mentioned, this is an experience that Russia needs to learn. At this point, he will be learning and probably doing much more after every engagement against this Master Moshi.
Let's put it this way. Russia walked in as a kid. He's leaving as a man after Sifu Moshi was done with him. He even pulled out Master Uguay on Russia's ass. That's... Buriram, you gotta love them, bro. You know, they may not be always getting the job done there at the finals, but you know, they know how to put on a good show. You gotta love it about them. And I hope the other teams learn a lot from Buriram. I don't think Buriram was like this on the camera in the early years. In fact, I don't need to think. I know Buriram was not like this in the early years. I think Brazil has had a lot of kind of PR on-camera training for some of these interviews. Southeast Asia hasn't focused really so much on it, but naturally these players are growing, and it's fantastic to see them grow up and kind of just really have good fun out there as they get into these interviews.
Yeah, definitely. And after the battle, we are going to go for a quick break before we head into match number 6. And this is another winner versus winner that we're going to look at right here. Well, we're going to go for a quick break. When we return, the final match of Clash Squad day number 1 continues. So don't go away. We'll be right back.
Day 1, top 12 from Phase 1 compete in 6 matches. Only one team advances to the grand final. Day 2 and 3, the remaining 11 teams battle alongside underdogs ranked 13th and 14th. One winner per day advances to the finals. Week 5, second chances. Days 1, 2, and 3. The same format continues with underdogs ranked 15th to 17th. Each day crowns a new finalist. Week 6, the last chance. The final 11 teams, as well as the 18th team, compete across 3 days in 18 total matches. The top 6 teams will secure a spot in the grand final. No second chances. Only the worthy will rise. Clash Squad mode. Before the grand final, the top 8 teams from Phase 1, based on the overall standings, will clash in a Swiss-style tournament. Key dates. Round 1, May 22. Round 2, May 29. The top 4 teams from this stage will advance to the final day of Clash Squad mode, which follows a single elimination format. The winners gain extra preparation time for the grand final. Grand final, Champion Rush, last squad standing. The ultimate showdown begins. Teams carry their momentum from earlier stages. Objective: reach 80 points and secure a booyah in the next game to be crowned champion. If no team achieves this after 10 matches, the highest scoring team wins. No retries, no excuses, just one path: victory or nothing. New feature, live broadcast situation. This season's live streams will include live in-game challenges. Who will rise? Who will face punishment? Don't miss a single stream. More than a game, it's your legacy on the line. Will you survive or become a legend? Challenge your limits. In the ultimate test of skill and strategy, only the strongest will survive. Welcome to the arena where legends are forged. To claim victory, you must challenge your limits. This season's special features. This tournament introduces exciting new challenges, unique team skills, man-picked active skills for Clash Squad mode, champion rush format, randomized map order, total prize pool.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show. This is Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Spring 2025, and Clash Squad mode is down to its last match for today. 6 matches overall scheduled for today, and we're down to the last 5. The only question is who's going to win? Would it be a one-sided battle once again, similar to what we've seen from match number 5, AJ?
Absolutely. And of course, if you're wondering exactly how these players are getting out there and getting the job done, it's all about the Samsung Galaxy Ultra, baby. Now, the S25 Ultra, the latest model, comes with the next-gen Snapdragon 8 Elite Galaxy processor featuring an enhanced Vulkan engine as well as improved ray tracing technology. This delivers outstanding gaming performance, lifelike graphics, as well as a very, very smooth and phenomenal gaming experience overall. Powerful AI capabilities thrown into this top-tier phone as well. I don't know, man. If you're a content creator, if you're a gamer, you got to go for the best device, and this is one of the best out there for sure now.
Definitely the best of the best out there, and there's something that you can grab. And multitasking, as AJ mentioned, it's gaming, content creation, everything else. You can use this overall, and it will help you in being much better in what you do, especially if you are more of like everyone else who's always on their phone, doing a lot more, especially in this generation. But speaking of doing a lot more, looking forward to how it's going to go into the next match, because we are looking at the winners of a few matches earlier. It is Virtus Pro going against Team Falcons. As we look at Virtus Pro, who, when we thought that they were going down against RRQ, they just flipped it around that easily, and just how Thailand is.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And you know, now it's all about Thailand versus Thailand, which means Misa again.
Yes,
so that's crazy, right? So Misa's on overdrive, and obviously there's only one disappointed person in the world right now, and that's Husky, because we have not been able to see Yoon-Sul the whole day, and we will not be able to see her the whole day. That's insane. That's not the first time, and I'm very sure in the overall grand scheme of things, many of the Vietnam team fans are a little sad about that.
Yeah, I mean, even the ones watching right now is not coming from Vietnam are sad, not seeing Yoon-Sul, but there's a lot of chances, especially because this is just the beginning of the week, because we still have 3 more days of Battle Royale that will be happening, and this is just the beginning of Clash Squad mode. But as we look at the map order right now, we started off with Bermuda, followed by Kalahari, and if we go to game number 3, well, it looks like we're going to go to game number 3, judging from the teams that's playing, it will be Nextera.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I'm so sorry to the chat. I'm sorry to the viewers. I didn't mean to insult you guys. I forgot. Sims know no borders. So it's okay. Everybody misses Yoon-Sul, right? And in this next matchup, of course, it's going to be a heated one between Virtus Pro and the one and only Team Falcons. Team Falcons were very convincing on the pistol rounds, which makes them my favorite for sure. Virtus Pro, though, they turned that around against RRQ in the most phenomenal way. So I don't know. I am actually very split between these two teams. May the best one win, and the Oscar being banned out. This is the first.
Yeah, I guess they are opening up a chance for A124 to be available, as well as a Cassie, and Steffi has been taken out as well. So again, we're looking into what Team Falcons has offer at this point from this game, because so far from their match earlier, it seems like it's not that much of a challenge, but now that they're going against Virtus Pro, they need to think that much really in what they can bring on the active skill.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, Tatsuya Iris here. Fuwara. Once again, we get to see this man underestimated in the first few rounds on the side of Virtus Pro, and then really stepped it up on the side of the Thai squad. So I'm looking forward to seeing exactly what he can do up against Falcons this time around. Very different play styles, right? I think Fuwara and Virtus Pro as a whole loves getting up in the faces of their opponents. But it's going to be tough if they pull that off against Team Falcons. Looking at the Koda Zane pick here, as well as the A124, Team Falcons will be looking for a close battle.
Yeah, but I guess the reason for Oscar being banned as well is because Puana used that into a great advantage, rushing in very, very close, glue walls stopping or will not be stopping him. But now with Tatsuya, only a rebel rush to go in around those glue walls. But for Limit X7, he will be bringing in that Homer as well. So again, the double stunner, I would say, for the A124 and the Homer. This is more of a last year. It's what you call is it's so last year, but it does still work on Class Squad.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got a question here from Phoenix as well as to where did I learn Hindi? How do I say this? मैं हिंदी फिल्म से सीखता हूँ. I learned it from watching Hindi movies. Shah Rukh Khan, you know, Amitabh Bachchan, you know. So, I'm a big Bollywood fan.
I'm a fan of Bollywood, but I didn't get to learn Hindi. Or probably it's the age. It's the age. Like, you know, the RAM is or the memory is already full, and it's unable to take in a lot more of that.
Yeah. Fair enough, man. We got some questions about the Homer pick. I mean, I think Homer is a very decent pick, especially when you want to get information on your opponents. In a CQC, you want to just disable them a little bit, slow them down a tad bit. You know, it's not just their speed is slowed down, the rate of fire is slowed down. I know he's not in meta, but it's definitely a decent pull for sure.
Yeah, decent pull, at least compared to Raiden, which only goes one way. It can chase against an opponent, and this is what they're aiming for, to be able to find out. But speaking of chase, here comes Virtus Pro just chasing it all, but Wara went down, and let's see who goes down first. Limit X7 will be next, and Team Falcons only left 2, but they're still fighting on. Unfortunately, it's only Kiroro remaining at this point, and what can he do against Nameless? He can do that much, and even clutch it!
Wow! My God! I mean, this is exactly what I'm talking about. These pistol rounds on the side of Falcons is just absolutely phenomenal. And did you see that instant pickup? Nameless, you know, there was the pickup on him twice, and it was just phenomenal how Kororo sorted them out instantly, you know, getting multiple knocks, 2 eliminations in total. Yet another pistol round dominated by Falcons.
Yeah, and it's still an eco round for Team Falcons right now. Not really getting that much in terms of weaponry. They want to save up for the next match, but if they can manage to win this once again, it will be more for them. A 3-1 split by Virtus Pro right now, as we are looking at spread, or Team Falcons finding out, and here comes Diamond, stopped by a glue wall by using that mini Uzi.
Oh, well, Virtus Pro turning stuff around here. Falcons winning out the pistol round, but they are getting whooped in the second round on the forced buy. The mini Uzi's doing well. And X-Posse just cleaning house thanks to the Kingfisher.
Yeah, I mean, well, not so much will be used at this point by Virtus Pro, even on those loot crates. So it's more of Team Falcons saving it up to make sure that they have a more convincing battle in this point. On fire already pulling that Mag 7, MP5 for Protero, and Limit X7 with that VSK. Kiroro, I'm still waiting. Probably going back to a Deagle once again this fight.
Oh man, this is going to be a tough one because the cyber airdrop appearing in this game, obviously both teams will want to make a beeline for it. On fire, Potato is no longer a pistol round. You've got your SMGs in the hands of Potato. On fire though. Good glue wall to protect himself. Mag 7 in the smoke. Oh, this is just chaos. They're just shooting blindly. On fire will be able to get a double for himself. This is just so unfortunate for the side of Virtus Pro. Diamond, a sliver of health left on him now. On fire, just sticking behind that airdrop as X-Posy circles around in here. And it is that smoke that just gets all of this chaos thrown into the mix, and Virtus Pro bites the dust.
Yeah, an ace game for Team Falcons, and this is why they're saving up. Like more firepower, more weaponry, and knowing that they are, there is a chance as well that they can get those weapons from Virtus Pro, then they can take more advantage and still save up on the points.
Yeah, absolutely right. I think it was a very well played round. They did lose up against Falcons in the pistol round, but the comeback on that second game, dude, that Kingfisher is so cheap. I wonder if Garena's going to change that, but I hope they don't, because it's been saving my life out there. Because I always lose those pistol rounds, like I told you, right? So I saved my $500. I buy it on the next round, and usually I'm walking around as the MVP of that match. Oh, what a Santino play here, as that switcheroo comes by to avoid the grenade.
Yeah, Nameless right now getting into the airdrop and have a good sight on fire, but no, backs away, nades onto them, and Fuwarak catches that with only sliver health, needs to back away, and Nameless will be catching another one, but it has been averted. So more of a Virtus Pro still at full health, and Team Falcons receiving a lot more of those damage, but no takedown just yet.
BSK shut down onto Fuwarak from afar. Fuwarak just not activated in this game just yet. And my God, Virtus Pro, they are just being absolutely crushed at this point of time. And those SMGs, once again, just so stacked. And that's just the level 1 in the hands of Potato on top of everything else.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's more of a timing as well as the information. And the Limited 7, that's that distraction that he brought in, taking one out. That is something that really changes the game for Team Falcons. Now, it's 3-1 already. And Team Falcons, I don't think they will be slowing down. They have all the resources, everything that they need. It's all full stack, and we still have plenty more to spend.
Wait, I thought there was only 2 teams playing, but there's 3, 2, and 1? Okay, sorry, it's a bad joke. Oh, Nate will tag up Fuwarak. Oh man, Fuwarak, no backup whatsoever, running straight behind enemy lines. He wants the airdrop, but I think this is just a crazy play coming through from this guy. And the distraction on the left-hand side by Nameless, so low. Fuwarak in the depth of all of that smoke goes out, does manage to get the drop onto Kororo, but the pickup here is going to be pulled through, and Fuwarak! I thought he was going to get the catch on them, but the Mag 7 headshot drops him instantly, and Falcons on the recovery once again.
Yeah, I mean, good timing though on that pickup as well as the third round, but Team Falcons will need to be careful because Diamond has that M590 into the smokes though, not so much in the opening, and Exposy will be the ones who will be cleaning house. It is a 1v1 though, a sniper versus sniper, but Limited 7 has more of that HP. Limited 7 jumps in onto the side, and there goes the stunner. Team Falcons finished it off. It's now 4-1.
I mean, what a comeback again. I cannot believe we are seeing this. And I don't know, but somebody needs to tell Fuwarak to stop rushing on in there. It's just unnecessary. No, because Virtus Pro is actually a damn good team. He doesn't need to go all alone, right? I think it's a little bit of a waste because he remember when he was playing together as a team with Virtus Pro in the previous matchup, when he started to get activated, that was when Virtus Pro turned things around up against RRQ.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, probably got used to Oscar that much, and the dependency onto the Oscar has been denied by Team Falcons right now. So Team Falcons will try to go in onto this compound and probably make sure that those on the second floor will be damaged, but it's a little bit too early on those grenades, and the Virtus Pro just timed it well so that they will not be thrown any of those throwables at this point.
I'm just going to chill, man. I mean, Virtus Pro at the end of the day, they did beat RRQ in a comeback matchup, so yeah, it's all right. Falcons can take this one for all I care. Virtus Pro, though, I don't think they're going to be that kind. I hope Fuwarak finds a little bit of a adjustment here. Diamond will get the first knockdown to Kororo. Fuwarak, oh, come on, not again. Goes out very haphazardly through the window. On Fire just sees him alongside Limit, and they both fire on call. Beautiful knock coming on through by X-Posse. And without Limit, this will slow down the pace of Falcons a little bit, yes.
Yeah, it does slow them down and probably make this loss, but Kororo needs to recover as well as Potato. But as you can see, even Explosive and Nameless. Oh, but a takedown by Potato against Diamond might be an opener for them up close and personal. MP5 and that MP590 Team Falcons grabs that with the help of Potato.
Yeah, Potato, you may think he plays like a potato, but not all the time, bro. He's a freaking pro. This is insanity. Potato, 3 eliminations in this round. M590, look at these 180s that this guy takes. 360 on those shots as well. Absolutely phenomenal. And now match point for Falcons. Virtus Pro, time and time again, they have gotten close to winning the round and then just dropping the ball.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't just drop the ball. They dropped the whole court right now, and they're very, very close to even drop the whole house. It's a match point already for Team Falcons, and let's see on how they are going to treat this right now. They need to be careful, though, and it's true that Fuwarak needs to lay low in rushing, but I don't think that is the case right here. Still wants to go in up close and personal, but not so much of damage being dealt into Team Falcons.
Yeah, great Steffi play, just to make sure that grenade does not touch him. But in the depth of the smoke here, there's blind shots being thrown at each other. So we need to ban the smokes for sure. Virtus Pro now, all laid out on the ground, and a 6-1 victory for Falcons. Too easy.
Too easy indeed. And well, as you can see, all the smiles, and especially how they treat that. But again, Virtus Pro right here, it might be another something that they did, similar to what they did against RRQ, or Team Falcons is just this kind of a monster that can take Virtus Pro that easily. But still, like, Fuwarak needs to slow down. Fuwarak needs to, I would say, drain all that Red Bull on because it seems like he got so much.
You know who Fuwarak is reminding me of? Funa. You know, Funa was a damn... No, not you. Calm down.
No, because Funa. I always rush in.
I mean, Funa was a damn good player. All right, Funa could... he could toast players out there. He was playing for Buriram. Everybody was loving Funa because of how many eliminations he was getting. But I always thought Funa was a bad match for Buriram's gameplay because the exact same thing, just going in there, rushing. Free Fire is a team gameplay, right? And this game is so freaking fast, bro. Make one mistake, you throw that round away, and the next thing you know, you're throwing the whole match away. And I think Fuwarak needs to just kind of tone it down a little bit, because what he did against RRQ was pretty much the same, right? Overzealous at the start, not really getting those numbers. Game 2 and 3, that's when you saw Fuwarak kind of build it up. And I hope you're right. I hope there's a little bit of a comeback gameplay. It's the final series of the day. We've already gone 7 hours, so what the hell? Let's just go the distance, bro. Let's go game 3.
Let's see though if what will be done, especially in the active skill department later on, because, well, Team Falcons expected that Oscar was a great motivator for Fuwarak to make that comeback against RRQ. So let's see if Kalahari, that would be still banned by Team Falcons, or will they see a threat or a different threat in terms of active skill from Virtus Pro. But if that will be open, definitely Fuwarak will be wearing that Oscar.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm looking forward to seeing exactly what Fawara can do in a little bit more patient approach to this matchup. And it's just a 1-0. A comeback can most definitely be pulled here by Virtus Pro. They've already done it once in the day. To do it twice in a day, I think that'll be, over the top. But either way, we are all winning as the audience because we get to see Misa again later.
Definitely. Hi, hello guys.
Now I just want to go to a LAN event just because I want to meet Misa.
Yeah, I mean, definitely something that would help us see each other and as well as everyone out there, players, fans alike, to meet and make all this thing a little bit more exciting. But who's excited to get that MVP? Definitely it is Potato. That 7 elimination, 2787 on the damage, and 7 knockdown. That Zane was insane in the hands of this guy.
Absolutely. And he also, after hearing us talk about Uguay, he brings in Uguay's grandson, Flash, to reduce some of the shots to his back. Not game breaking, but definitely game saving. If you're going to be absorbing less damage when you've got your back turned, that gives you an extra moment to turn around and do them in. And that's exactly what he was capable of doing, right? Phenomenal player, phenomenal plays overall coming through from Team Falcons with his 6-1 victory.
Yeah, at this point with that Flash, he will be able to pick up his teammates and not really worried of getting that much damage being hit from behind. And that's one thing though. And looking at the numbers right here is what has been brought not only by Potato, but the entire team of Team Falcons. As we look at the head-to-head, it is on fire against Diamond. It's not so much in terms of comparison, but when it comes to damage though, it is quite close.
Absolutely. 72 eliminations, like you said, not so close, but damage-wise, Diamond was doing a lot of work, and we did see multiple knocks being laid out onto Team Falcons players. But the pickup pace was very, very quick, right? Just like what we saw out of Buriram earlier on. If their players are knocked, the instant response is seeing how do we go and pick them up. This is something all of you random players out there in ranked matches can learn from, all right? When I'm crawling around out there saying, help me, help me, the first thing you need to do is come and help me.
Help me, help me. It got stuck in my head already. Even the tone, I can still hear it in my.
That's what we are hearing all the time. Help me, help me.
It's not coming from the other. It's not coming from the other teammates. Coming from ourselves. But anyways, from us. But anyways, it is true. It is true. It does help to help someone, because at some point you can go toe to toe. Yes, you have that capability, but if you make one mistake, definitely you will be out, and a round will be against you unless you pick up your teammates and make it a numbers game wherein you have a higher capability of winning the game. And well, hopefully I can learn from not Fawarak, because pretty much what Fawarak is doing is that's what I'm doing so far. Rushing in, no regards for life, definitely no regards for HP at that point.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, it's a battle to 3 games, and obviously if you hit a 2-0, the series comes to an end. It's just a best of 3 at the end of the day, and it's not even best of 5s yet, and this day has been dragged on for so long already. Neptune, we are in here for a legit 7 hours 16 minutes, one of the longest free fire broadcasts I have ever been a part of. I'm actually loving this Clash Squad action. I'm not so sure if or not the kids are allowed to stay up this late, so maybe we'll get this tweaked for the future ones.
Yeah, and it's a weekday. So, I mean, we
right?
started up a little bit early so that we can have that leeway, but, well, due to unfortunate events, we did exceeded our schedule. But, well, this is probably the last match or the last game for this day, unless Virtus Pro comes back. So let's see on what they are going to bring in right now onto this active scale. And I think we're looking at Team Falcons to pick first, or was it Virtus Pro? And not quite sure. Yeah, I mean, Tatsuya, no question. Oscar is already out, so Tuara will still be rushing in.
At least Tatsuya gets to run away too, right? Oscar just goes one way, Tatsuya can go the other way. There's a little bit of a cooldown there, but no, hopefully the man can stay alive in the meantime. Zane and Sentino dragged in here by Falcons, if they were not already tanky. So this Zane is gonna tip them over the scaler just a little bit. The Iris A124 response by Virtus Pronet.
Yeah, let's see what would be the response by Potato and Limit X7. I don't think there will be any changes though. We'll have to see though if Limit X7 can bring in the clue, and there goes the coda. So more of information on them. They just hogged all the information, and this is much more a deadlier Team Falcons.
Gee, I don't know. I think this is a little bit overkill on the info part. But I also think that they just wanted to take it so that Virtus Pro doesn't use it. Based on how Falcons were playing it earlier, it wasn't about the active skill. It was just about, I whoop my gun out and I whoop you out into the next round. So that was just beautiful out of them. But of course, I still don't understand why X-Force wants to call himself a rusher when he clearly is not rushing into these battles. I think it could be the difference maker though, if this kind of just gets swapped out. But he's bringing in the Iris, so he obviously needs to play the snipe. I was just thinking that if he wants to deal with Falcons a little bit, I mean, whip out the MP5, bro. It is super stacked.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it is super stacked, especially if you're stacking it to level 3. That's something that we've seen so much, very successful, unless you're me, who will just waste that level 3 and give it to your opponent.
Turn on your auto aim, bro. There's no shame in it, all right? Even the kids do it. You know, we especially have to get it done. Turn on the freaking auto. Everything is going on like manual aim. I'm like, bro, calm down.
Like thinking like a pro, and then losing.
I was on auto aim, and then I turned it to the second setting, and then I went just full on manual, right? Yeah, I very quickly changed it back to just default auto aims. So, why try to play when you know you can't play? So you just get the game to help you out a little bit. But overall, you know, fun stuff. You see some of these players, just because you've got the auto aim on your side doesn't mean you're automatically going to be able to conquer out there, because the auto aim most of the time just snaps onto the body. To get those headshots, that does not auto lock. You gotta it's kind of maneuver in there a little bit just as well, and that takes a little bit of expertise, which I clearly have not conquered just yet.
Yeah, and Aum Patel, that's true. Like, even if AJ doesn't say it, the kids are better than me. So I accept that. I accept that as a 40-year-old kid myself.
Yeah, he doesn't look 40. But the fact that he plays full control, we gotta bow down to him. But you know, we don't look at his KD, all right?
I'm going to disable that. See it publicly.
Make your account private. But obviously, I think this is a very good game between these two teams. But Warak, bro, I really hope he kind of makes a little bit of a difference, because those were unnecessary rushes straight in, and I think Falcons just played so beautifully, right? If these boys just want to keep rushing towards this, here's a smoke. Now you've rushed in, you cannot see us. What are you gonna do?
That's the thing, like, shoot in blind. That is what he's doing, and he has been doing so far. But Mammoth right now in Kalahari, this is the first game of this second match at this point, and who is rushing in a little bit ahead than the others? It is once again Warak, who's very, very close, but a good chance though to take down a few of their players, but no opening just yet.
Ad drop, bro. It just rolled off the skeleton. So that was unexpected.
Have you experienced like standing right next to an airdrop while it's still in motion?
No.
Like being hit like a car.
Well, Diamond,
you'll fly away.
Well, Diamond definitely flew away there as the M500 just popped off on the side of Falcon. You saw on fire. to the G18 as well. So great rate of fire. I need to learn from these pros how they get these pistol rounds so cleanly. You know, on my pistol round snap, I'm just shooting and shooting and shooting. Nothing is connecting. And then it's with auto aim on. All right?
Even the USP2, USP2, and you have two of those already in akimbo, and it's not hitting.
Yeah. What the hell? so it's all right. So no problems, right? So 2-2 split this time around for Team Falcons on the right hand side. On Fire is going to be joining him as well. Let's see what the Virtus Pro play is going to be around this time. Minimap is not going to be viewable again, so we'll have to figure out the positions of these players in a bit.
And not really that helpful at the moment, but on Fire, a little bit of smoke action just to make sure that they can go in for probably a backstab, or in On Fire's case, a backslash, because he does have that sight.
Yeah, minimap-wise, Falcons are on the right, Virtus Pro on the left. That's all we can tell you, right? Nameless, Mini Uzi. And this is the kind of... Oh my lord! Kororo just dropping Nameless right on the ground instantly with the M500. And you waste off the Mini Uzi. Fuwara with the Mini Uzi trying to get to Nameless for the pickup. Kororo knows exactly what he's planning for. Limit will find Diamond. And Fuwara does manage to pull one back for the squad. And now it's a 1v1. Limit against Fuwara. Fuwara is denied again as Virtus Pro drops. But I am so much more confident in VP this time round. Fuwara is not rushing on in there blindly anymore now.
Yeah, I mean, he's being cautious right now, and if he did go in for the pickup, it will be Limit who will spot him right there. So it's a smart move, I would say, but no choice move coming from Fuwara, knowing that Limit X7 is quite good on the snipe, and you know that M500 does have a scope on there that can be used like a sniper.
Well, speaking of snipes, Limit with the VSK, whipping it out early. Kororo, a couple of shots as well. On Fire will eat a nade, but the rest of the Virtus Pro players are not there to find the finisher just yet. And as I say that, Nameless appears, UMP in hand, and the spray down is perfect. This is where Virtus Pro will be able to turn things around a little bit as they get to the airdrop.
Yeah, smokes and blue walls, and Limit X7 not even slowed down, but the turnaround gave Nameless that opening with a UMP, and no opening for Kororo as well, as he's far too away right here with that Kingfisher. Now let's see Elevation if he can get that opening, but I don't think Virtus Pro will give it to him, and the blue will be closing as well. So let's see on how Kororo will approach this.
This is he needs to get involved in this fight right now, but Virtus Pro is playing it very smart by hiding away. Kororo spotting out Exposi, but could not react in time, and goes in for the shots up against Nameless's glue wall instead. Now Nameless has got the VSK, makes him very dangerous. Kororo choosing to take the fight up against Nameless first. First shot misses. And okay, all right. So no time. Safe zone is now going to be moving towards Virtus Pro, and this is where Kororo is going to be dragged out.
Triple kill.
I mean, if in case that move toward him, he might have that potential, but numbers game at this point, it's still difficult to say, or probably more of an impossible to say if he'll be able to clutch that.
Yeah, absolutely. And 2-0 now for Falcons, but with that one round pulled back, maybe things can be a tad bit different here for Virtus Pro. They've got the money to kind of stock up real well, and Exposi with a double VSK purchase here. Let's see what kind of magic he can pull out of this. Diamond with a drop onto Limit very early on. The pickup is coming on through, but Nameless with the ice grenade is going to try to make sure they don't get this. Double ice. Tossed on up, and he will get the knock onto Limit X7 again. And UMP in hand goes in, and turned on by On Fire with a Mini Uzi, Exposing from up top. And Diamond will get the knock once again. Virtus Pro playing on a different level this time round.
Yeah, definitely a pickup will be done on Nameless, and it is successful. Potato, though, half an HP, trying to top it up. But again, the numbers game is against them. There goes Ice Grenade. Diamond will not be hit, and we'll have to rush in a little bit so that he will not be open once they jump off. But Potato right now, that it goes for the spray. Nameless will not be taken out that easily. Glue wall to make sure that they don't go in.
Yep, sense the shockwave. Koda activated already. He knows Nameless is coming and information, but the double team though is gonna do him in instantly. Mini Uzi shut down by Diamond this time round, and Virtus Pro equalizes 2-2.
2-2, and it's looking like a good comeback coming from Virtus Pro. Not quite sure though if there's something that is different in terms of a strategy, or probably just the map specifics, because there's a lot of elevation, not so much of a level area in this part of Kalahari. Thus, it's very difficult for Team Falcons to really move around.
Yeah, absolutely, and Falcons. This can be the recovery gameplay here. But look at Limit. He has got no armor on him. Has focused on a purchase instead of a gun. And a level 2 SMG here on the side of Potato. And he's going to be absolutely lethal with this net.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we'll have to see how much Karoro right now was able to get back. Shape Splitter will be used for that. And takedown on Puwarak. Diamond almost taken down, but Potato running in blind. There goes the backstab by Expo C with that ice grenade, with Limit 7 doing a number on the VP team. Only Expo C remaining, and Limit 7 knows exactly where he is.
I mean, this is a brilliant play coming through from Falcons, especially Limit with that high ground advantage. Now smokes out the airdrop as he tries to run away, but Limit obviously with that high ground will be able to get, or actually he's not on the high ground anymore. Has got the clue though, so should be able to find out exactly where Xbox is running towards. But they've got the game of numbers, so they all just go in there for the bomb rush. And Potato find the slay. Falcons now take the lead.
And I thought, I mean, that smoke could have saved one of the players from Team Falcons, because there's a chance for a pickup. But well, it is what it is right now. It is Team Falcons in the lead once again, and well, it's not the elevation, probably it's not the terrain. It's more of them just adjusting, as well as saving up for more better weaponries right here. Scar coming from Kiroro, and then the double BSK from Limit X7. So let's see what this guy can do right now, especially he's on the long flank on the right-hand side.
This is now a risky position here for On Fire and Potato to hold, but they are also the bait. So if any Virtus Pro players step on out, Limit is going to try to shut them down. Nameless just spot out Limit, but can't do much with the UMP from a distance like that, especially when Limit can just headshot him instantly. Possibly with the BSK, as they try to sneak an opportunity on their side, but Kororo is just staying so well hidden.
Yeah, I mean, let's see if Kororo can sneak in against Expo with the Blues closing in, and I don't think he have that much opening still in that compound. On Fire though, Groza in hand, and just waiting out on Nameless. I guess they spotted them already, and is just waiting for that opportunity to rush in. Now, as you mentioned, I mean, loving how Virtus Pro is working right now. Not so much of aggressive push, but hopefully they will find a way to take down at least one player from Team Falcons.
The good news is I have stopped coughing. The bad news is I think Virtus Pro is going to drag this into game number 3 based on how they're going here. On Fire, this is a risky play. But Potato and On Fire will be able to pick one each for themselves. The Dane onto Limit just put them in a sticky situation, but it's now just all up to Diamond. And Superman on him will be able to bring him back up to 200. Up against... Unfortunate. And VP just did not stand a chance this time round. Falcons, 2 rounds in a row, they pull ahead.
That's the thing though, I mean, even if Virtus Pro slows down the timing, like Team Falcons just know how to respond. And every time they spread around, they divide and conquer. And knowing that Nameless or any 2 person that is sticking together for Virtus Pro, that would definitely be Diamond and Nameless. And all they have to do is deal with that, isolate them, and then it would be easy pickings for the rest.
Yeah, absolutely. And you still look at Fuwara here, just a single elimination, and we are in round 7 already, Nap. So this is very bad for business for the side of Virtus Pro. If Fuwara is not finding these eliminations, it's one of the rushes on the side of VP. And obviously, it's a very tough fight up against Falcon, and potentially to end here in 2 more rounds. Next victory gets them series point. Fuwara circling around, has that Rebel Rush to get him out of trouble.
Nameless right now just waiting it out. Probably spotted the one who took the airdrop. But let's see if he'll be able to get back. But Kiroro is already on a high ground, spotting Expose, Fuwarak, as well as Diamond. So information being relayed. If nades will be thrown, it will be spot on. But Potato managed to survive that possible onslaught with a God Nade.
Yeah, that was a nasty split blitz coming on through. But fortunately, just not the perfect bunker through the smoke. On fire! With the Groza M590, what can he not do? He truly is on fire. And Potato will clean up house as Virtus Pro falls once again. Series point now for Falcons.
It's either a blind shot, but they don't have that quota, so not quite sure how it is. Probably sound fuse as well, or
bro, the Emperor was just praying and praying, bro. Okay, the smoke here. I'm guessing somebody's in the smoke. That's why they laid out the smoke. I'm just gonna try my luck, and he got lucky.
I'm quite sure though if he has that Dreki, because he will have spotted those who's healing up, and that is a really a good chance really to spot them in despite of the smoke. But Limited 7 heading in to where, or to like with the crew, the entire squad right now heading into this shipwreck. Now let's see if On Fire can get this high ground for more visibility, but Expose right now a little bit too far from the rest of the team, so this is the isolation that Team Falcons need.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, don't forget, guys, if you are watching, it's a long broadcast. We'd appreciate it if you can hit that like as well. If you haven't hit that like just yet, as Falcons may just be ending this episode shortly. Virtus Pro 2 rounds in here. Exposy starting off good up against Potato, but they need to win 4 rounds in a row. Oh, come on, Exposy, you cannot miss those. On fire, tagged, and quickly repositions. Exposy needs to travel all the way around this time to be able to find something here.
Double kill.
Yeah, Sandino saves at this point, and On Fire still managed to get back to the same position. Now, it is just Kiroro remaining at this point. Not so much can be done, and despite of being a match point, they can lose some battles as long as they grab another one.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was a brilliant play from Exposy this time round. And Limit just could not play the treasure at all, right? Overall, it was Exposy's great maneuvering and very sharp shooting coming through as well. He had the AWM-VSK combo towards the end, and he used it very, very efficiently. Now, series point for Falcons. They win this round. They win the game.
I think this is a more of a Falcons gameplay, because compared to Santa Catarina, this is much level, not so much of high ground or a few that Limited 7 can take, and they can initiate that battle. Nades on being thrown into Nameless as they try to go in for that airdrop, and On Fire a little bit too close for comfort, but Tawarak will try to go in for the backup. On Fire blocking everything with that glue wall, and Limited 7 is just blinded at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. And once again, this smoke and the blind shots from On Fire. Look at him, bro. He's just pulling the 180s, 360s, everything. But nothing's hitting. And On Fire. Oh, Lord! Kiroro with the God nade out of nowhere. Fuwara out of the equation. Now 2v4. Virtus Pro trying to turn things around, and Exposy is still there. So this is a life-saving shot. Can he find Limit as well, though?
Let's see. Let's see if we can find Limit. On Fire's already out, and Potato is just waiting for that opportunity to go in for the plank. Limited 7 taken down, and this is coming from Diamond. Now let's see with this 2v2. I'm pretty sure Limited 7 will not be picked up, but Guerrero a little bit too close though, and Diamond is getting closer.
Yeah, it's a crazy opportunity for Virtus Pro to stay alive. Oh, what? Come on, Exposi. And the Sentino wins it out big time as Falcons ends it 2-0 against Virtus Pro.
And that's one thing though, Limit 7 down was a distraction for Virtus Pro. With that Santino, they were thinking that they're just rushing to go for the pickup on Limit 7, but didn't anticipate that he can turn around and then go for backstab, and a follow-up as well from afar made them win that game.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant plays overall from Falcons. I mean, they are damn good at Clash Squad, bro. So any teams that do go ahead to take them on after this will need to figure out exactly how they can deal with Limit X7. Of course, we are looking forward to the showdown between this sniper and the sniper from Buriram as well.
I mean, sniper battles that we often see, especially because they are often MVP of this game. And it's information, the damage that they can deal, as well as how can they get more elimination from a distance, even up close, if you look at Moshi at that point.
Yeah. I mean, up close now, they get to look at Misa at this point. Again, we have seen so much of Misa at this point of time, where we have to wonder if or not Yunsul is still working for us. All you know, we go to Vietnam and it's a brand new host.
I don't think so.
Yunsul rage quit. It's like, I dressed up for nothing.
I don't think that would affect Yunsul, because like she's always fabulous at this point, whether it's on camera or not. She will always be fabulous. And
but she does dress up for the broadcast though. I think she would genuinely be upset that we didn't get to see what dress she picked this time around for the broadcast. This girl thinks a lot about how you know, she wants to come dressed for those interviews. And it's mean, bro. Okay, the girl comes dressed up and we don't send that interview camera to her even once. I think it's unacceptable.
Blame the teams. Blame the teams.
we need to have some sort of like a challenge for these Clash Squad days as well. You know, between Vietnam and some other team. Because obviously, then we get to see Yunsul.
Whether it's a winning team or a losing team, there will be a exposure for Yunsul that way.
Yeah, absolutely, of course. But jokes aside, you know, brilliant plays all around. I think Thailand, you know, absolutely killed it, literally and figuratively out there. Amazing plays. Indonesia did show us some sort of magic, but in the grand scheme of things, you know, Buriram up against EVOS, oof, that was a thing of beauty. Moshi versus Russia. I want to see a rematch.
Let's see if a rematch is possible, or probably another contender. It will be coming up, especially in how it is treated towards the latter part of this day, of the tournament of Clash Squad mode. So we'll have to see though if that is bound to happen, unless EVO's Divine really comes back, and we will expect as well as to who they will be challenging onto the 29th. But in a bit, we're going to bring our cameras into Misa and as well as Team Falcons. We're just wondering who will be interviewed right now, or will it be just one or a few more, similar to what we've seen in Buriram United?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we can have the whole squad there. I mean, Misa is well warmed up with the interviews. All right, I think she can. And after having both Moshi and Jonah clown around on the mic, I think it'll be pretty fancy to see the whole squad of Falcons showing a little bit of their own, you know, personality on the camera as well. I think it's going to be really interesting to see a little bit more of all of that instead of just those serious faces playing this video game and trying to get those booyahs.
I mean, hopefully more smiles coming from the players as well of the other teams, because Buriram United has been confident already, and I think it goes the same way for Misa with them on the interview. But when it comes to the others, they still have to work on it. There's a lot more that needs to be developed in terms of personality, and we know how it is. They're deadly on the battlefield, but a little bit shy.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt at all, right? And we had to do them dirty by getting the prettiest of hosts just to make them a little bit more shy on the stage. So, but of course, we've got the interview coming up for you guys. You see, even Neptune is shy now. Gonna throw you guys over to Misa and be back with you in a bit.
Another secure ticket to the semifinals, and I'm here with แนะนำตัวหน่อย
ผมฟอลคอนออนไฟครับ
ขอคอนโปรโตครับ
Okay, let's start with the first one. What's it like battling with VP just now? ปะทะกับ VP ตะกี้รู้สึกไงบ้าง
ก็ชิวๆครับ
เฮ้ย
รู้มือกันอยู่ครับ
ตึงครับ ตึงมือมากครับ
Okay, this side is pretty chill, but that side is going hard. Hey, next one. Do you feel concerned when you didn't get the match point when it was 2-5? ตอนนั้นกังวลไหมที่ 2-5 แล้วแต่เรายังไม่วินแมตช์พอยต์สักที
ไม่กังวลเท่าไหร่ครับเพราะทีมเรานำเยอะครับ
มีความมั่นใจ
ไม่กังวลครับ ชิวๆครับ
โอเค มาแนวเดียวกัน เป็นสายแบบสายชิลสายมั่นใจ They both feel so confident and chill because they know they're going to nail it. Hey, last question. Is there anything you would like to say to the fans who are cheering you right now? มีอะไรอยากฝากถึงแฟนๆที่ส่งกำลังใจมาถึงเราไหมครับ
ก็ฝากเชียร์พวกเราด้วยครับ จะทำให้ดีที่สุด รอดูเด็กหน้าใหม่ได้เลยครับ
Okay, please keep on cheering us. He'll do his best. Okay. แล้วเราล่ะ
ฝากเชียร์ด้วยครับ จะทำให้เต็มที่ครับ ครับ
Okay, please keep on supporting us. He'll do his best also. Right, thank you so much for this interview. Now let's get back to Shoutcasters. Bye,
there you have it. Thank you very much, Misa, and two of the players from Team Falcons. And I love that we are encouraging the players as well to be more of a stage fan. But yeah, pretty much from what we've seen so much, they have that confidence, they have the motivation as well. And as what was answered by Team Falcons, they really are not worried if they lose 1 point. They know they are confident that they can win this game, especially as it is showing from the early parts. Even if they lost, they always go for the comeback.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Now, I think we have always talked about records being broken. But this time around, it's not really a record-breaking run from Limit, but he has been picking up these MVPs quite a lot for the side of Falcons for a good reason. 5 eliminations, 2,811 damage, 6 knockdowns, running the active skill on the clue. Pretty much a sniper setup with the rest of his passive skills, and he was deadly indeed out there.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you don't want your head sticking out, even part of your body sticking out if he is on the snipe, because he will spot you from afar. 15 assists, thus his MVP. But so far, in terms of elimination from this game, it is quite tied overall between On Fire, Potato, and Keroro because of how aggressive they are up close and personal.
Damn. I mean, everybody putting in the damage, everybody putting in the eliminations as well. On Fire just a little bit more than, I mean, much more than Limit. This is surprising because of how aggressive he was, obviously. But Limit with the assist. I don't know how he has got 15 assists and less damage than On Fire. This is mind-boggling.
Imagine the assist that he had it's even more than the elimination of 2 of their players. So that's just how it is. Every engagement, he's on there. He's always helping out. He gets that information. He gets that hit as well. Thus, it made it difficult for Virtus Pro to really fight back. But head-to-head right now, it's Nameless and Potato. Not so much of difference. I love this matchup, though. I love this head-to-head between these 2 players.
Yeah, I mean, I love the 2 teams. Overall, how can you hate on any one of the Thai squads, right? I think they have built the whole industry of Free Fire Esports just by inspiring everyone to reach to their level. Of course, we've got Brazil now in the mix as well. We've got Fluxo kind of going out there, showing everybody that you don't really need to play by the meta. You can think out of the box and absolutely smash it at the end of the day. But it all started off with Thailand. But of course, this is going to be the end of the day. Neptune and I signing off. You guys take care. Actually, no, we've got the brackets for you as well. So a little bit of explanations here before we sign on them.
Yeah, definitely. And we started off with no points overall, and once they get that 1-0, we are seeing Borneo United as well as Team Falcons winning the top bracket. Now, when we go back on the 29th, we will be seeing RRQ going against GOW and WAG against BTR. This decides who goes against Evo Divine as well as Virtus Pro on lower bracket, as well as who will be jumping in onto that 2 slots or 4 slots into the championship for the Clash Squad mode.
It's gonna be damn good. If you guys are gonna be missing the action on the 29th, I advise you don't, all right? Because Clash Squad is always so phenomenal to watch. I mean, Battle Royale, sometimes it gets a little chaotic. You know, things are happening. You know, teams run away, blah, blah, blah. In Clash Squad, you don't get to run away, all right? You need to get the job done right there, right then. So it's going to be explosive from the start all the way to the end. Obviously, Neptune and I will be there to walk you guys through all of those battles on the 29th as well. So we hope you guys can join us for sure.
Yeah, definitely. And there you have it. That is the first part of Clash Squad mode. There's more to come on the 29th as well as the grand finals on the 13th. But we're going to say goodbye and good night. See you again tomorrow for more of the Free Fire action, this time for Battle Royale. Oh, goodbye for now.